Chapter 426 The Golden Skyline That Shocked the Kirigakuer. No need to say more, Obito knew Kakashi's thoughts just by looking at Kakashi's eyes. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito immediately condensed chakra in his throat and quickly formed a seal to spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and hit the closest Black Horega. Because of the ability of the ninja sword, Kuroki Rega put more effort into lightning escape, but as a jonin of Kirigakuer, he actually has a good water escape. Facing the incoming fireball, Kuroki Rega did not dodge and spit out water to offset Obito's fireball. Swish, swish, swish. After Obito released the fireball, Shisui took advantage of the visual barrier of the fireball and immediately threw several shurikens with flames at Kuroki Rega. Kakashi, who had been accumulating strength, held the white fang short blade tightly and converted all the chakra in his legs into lightning chakra to activate cells and enhance his strength. As long as Kuroki Rega showed a flaw, he would immediately perform a thunder strike. Due to the difference in strength and reputation between the two sides, the 7 ninja swordsmen did not regard them as real opponents. Kakashi wanted to take this opportunity to focus fire and kill one of them instantly, so that the next battle would be much easier. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Biwajozo formed a seal and spit out a water dragon around Kuroki Rega, blocking all the flaming shurikens shot by Shisui and continuing to hit Kakashi and others. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Although he was not regarded as an opponent, the opponent was the famous ninja swordsman 7 in the ninja world after all, and their little tricks were seen through. The next moment, Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost, Tonko Yabaran, Kurishi Kushimaru, and Kuroki Rega drew their swords and charged together, ready to end the battle quickly. The first gate of the 8 gates, open the gate, open. The second, the 4th gate, the wound gate, open. Might Guy roared and directly opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates and concentrated his breathing to the extreme. Now Might Guy can open the 5th gate smoothly, but he can't fight for a long time after opening the 5th gate. The team is sparring about this. It doesn't matter. In a real battle, you can't just use all your trump cards without thinking. Konoha Big Tornado. Might Guy burst out all his strength and flashed at a very fast speed to approach the nearest Tsuge Nobito and kicked out a whirlwind kick. It's quite fast, but you've picked the wrong opponent. Tsuge Nobito used his iron hammer to block Might Guy's powerful kick, and the blade in his left hand chopped towards Might Guy. He is the strongest iron-fisted among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and it is simply a fantasy for Might Guy to use physical skills to deal with him. But Tsuge Nobito underestimated Might Guy's control over his body and his combat experience. Facing the huge blunt knife that was swinging at him, Might Guy adjusted his body limit without changing his expression to avoid the swing, and slammed the hand knife that condensed a lot of chakra onto Tsuge Nobito's iron hammer. Konoha hand knife. Dang! The huge force made Tsunoburu retreat repeatedly, and the hand holding the hammer was slightly numb. Tsunoburu looked at Might Guy with a surprised expression on his face. This is a hard ninja sword forged from various rare materials. Might Guy hits with his palm like this. The force of the recoil should be enough to break the bones of ordinary people, but Might Guy looks like nothing happened. Is his palm made of iron? This question subconsciously appeared in Tsunoburu's mind. The toughness of Might Guy's body is a bit abnormal. Of course, Tsunoburu didn't know that Might Guy's rock breathing was already quite proficient. When highly concentrated, it can greatly improve the body's defense and cannot be measured by ordinary people's standards. Even if your body is made of iron, I can chop you into pieces. After a brief surprise, Tsunoburu regained his composure. Don't say that iron is an adjective. Even if it is a real Iron Man, Tsunoburu can chop the Iron Man into pieces with the blunt knife in his hand. Flash! Although Kuroki Rega didn't show any flaws that could kill him, the arrow had to be shot. Kakashi couldn't bear to waste the accumulated strength because he didn't have much chakra. Swish! Kakashi, who burst into thunder breathing, attacked Kuroki Rega like a ray of lightning. Lightning release, Rega. Before Kakashi approached, Kuroki Rega wielded 2 thunder swords to create a large amount of lightning and shot it around, forcing Kakashi to break. His chakra was not enough to cover his whole body with armed color for defense. Swoosh! After forcing Kakashi to stop, Kuroki Rega immediately used the instant body technique to rush towards Kakashi. The 2 long thunder swords were used very flexibly, like a poisonous snake that could swallow and spit out lightning. Facing a member of the famous ninja group, Kakashi did not dare to be careless. He immediately opened the transparent world, and the world in his mind changed. After entering the state of the transparent world, Kakashi could clearly feel that Kuroki Rega's speed suddenly slowed down. Of course, Kakashi, who was aware of the effect of the transparent world, knew that it was not Kuroki Rega who slowed down, but that his observation ability became stronger, and he became faster at the same time. Ding! Kakashi easily blocked Kuroki Rega's swung thunder sword. Kuroki Rega swung several swords in a row with an expressionless face, but they were all perfectly blocked by Kakashi. Although he had 2 long swords, he could not break through the defense set up by Kakashi, who held the short blade. Kakashi's every defense was perfect, without any extra effort, and Kuroki Rega did not touch the corner of his clothes. Kuroki Rega frowned slightly. Although his swordsmanship was not the best in the hidden mist, it was also good. He was suppressed by a 10-year-old child. Although it seemed that the 2 were evenly matched, in fact, Kuroki Rega was already at a disadvantage in the swordsmanship duel. All his attacks were predicted by Kakashi, as if his underwear had been seen through. Kuroki Rega immediately judged that Kakashi had extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. If it was the samurai era, he might have become a swordsman. The most important thing for a ninja is ninjutsu. Kuroki Rega retreated quickly, condensed chakra and used the thunder sword in his hand to release lightning at Kakashi. As an assassin, Kuroki Rega never hesitated. Although it was a bit embarrassing that he couldn't beat a 10-year-old child after practicing swordsmanship for so many years, fighting head-on might cost his life. In just 1 minute, Kakashi's white fang short blade had left 2 scratches on him. Kakashi burst into a rapid dodge, with a trace of regret on his face. How he wished Kuroki Rega was a ninja with a strong self-esteem, so that Kakashi would have the confidence to defeat him in a short time. But unfortunately, the self-esteem of ninjas is rarely used in battle. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito's breath of fire continued to concentrate and enhance his ability to change properties, and then he condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra, spitting out large flames continuously, and finally quickly formed a sea of fire. The sea of fire evaporated the incoming water dragon bullet, and the remaining fire split into 2 small fire dragons and rushed towards the attacking Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and Kurisha Kushimaru. In fact, the speed of the water dragon bullet is not fast, and it is as easy to dodge as the fireball, but the current situation does not allow Obito to dodge. Because not every ninja has the ability to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen, if they are caught in the flaws when dodging, they will be in great danger. To protect Nohara-rin and the others, Obito could only use ninjutsu to block it. Shisui silently opened his Sharingan, his blood-red eyes staring at Kurikawa Kushimaru and Zigwashin Pufferfish, and the next moment he used the instant body flashing technique to attack. He couldn't let them get close to here. Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb under the non-flame breathing chakra mode had limited power, and with only the remaining fire, Zigwashin Pufferfish just gently waved Samehada in his hand to cut the flame in half. Feeling the hot flame, Samehada twisted the handle of the knife twice, and knocked on Zigwashin Pufferfish's arm in dissatisfaction. It hated such hot things. The blade of Samehada was very large, and this detail should not have been noticed, but Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan saw this scene, which made Shisui think of something. Phantom Instant Body Technique. The battle was very urgent, and Shisui launched the ninjutsu without thinking too much, creating dozens of phantom clones to surround Kurikawa Kushimaru and Zigwashin Pufferfish. Shadow clones? Impossible, there shouldn't be so much chakra. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost shook his head. There are ninjas who can create dozens of shadow clones with chakra, but ninjas with this chakra will not do so, because there is no point except wasting chakra. Swish! Kurihane Kushimaru swung the needle-like sword in his hand at a very fast speed and pierced the necks of the 3 Shisui beside him. But the strange thing is that the pierced Shisui did not disappear, and there were no scars on the body, just like an illusion. Just when they thought that these Shisui were all phantoms without entities, several more Shisui actually launched attacks, forcing the 2 to stop moving forward. Obito took the opportunity to protect the 3 with the weakest combat power and retreated to the back. Sharingan, phantom, entity, it should be an illusion. Kurishan Kushimaru thought calmly and connected everything together and got the answer instantly. Without any hesitation, Kurisan Kushimaru immediately slapped Zigwashan Puffer Ghost with a palm, helping him disrupt the flow of chakra on his body and break the illusion. After the illusion was removed, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost only had 3 Shisui left in his eyes, 2 shadow clones and 1 body. A genius not on the list? It seems that this time the luck is better than expected. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost also immediately slapped Kurisan Kushimaru. The Sharingan illusion is not something that can be removed by knowing that you are under the illusion. The easiest way is to ask others to help. Shisui was not too panicked when his ninjutsu was discovered. His opponent was a person of the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui was ready to be cracked. Kurian Kushimaru and Zigwashan Puffer Ghost burst out chakra and rushed towards Shisui. They were not worried that Obito could escape. The remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were not here to watch the show. Want to abandon your companions and run away? Unfortunately, you can't even run away. Biwajuzo, who used the water flash body technique to intercept, placed the beheading sword across the road, as if to say that it was forbidden to pass here. Mori Shinpeki also silently carried the explosive sword Fiamo to block another direction, and the slightly injured Kirigaku Jonin stood beside Mori Shinpeki. Who would abandon his companions? Don't look down on others. Obito protected Nohara Rin behind him and immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. At this time, he had no time to care about consumption. He had seen the battle between Kakashi and Might Guy. Every ninja of the 7 ninja swordsmen could not be underestimated. Facing 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time, he had no right to be careless. You must know that Kakashi could only be slightly better in what he was good at even if he tried his best. The result of the real battle to the end was an unknown. Obito knew very well one of their problems. Their endurance was too poor and they could not fight for a long time. In fact, this is not their defect. They have much more chakra than ordinary ninjas of the same age. They just have means far beyond the current stage, so their chakra seems insufficient. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Obito did not make a seal. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he easily created the chakra of the Great Fireball and directly opened his mouth to spit out a high-temperature fireball. There were too many enemies, and Obito did not dare to waste chakra, so he used the Great Fireball that consumed relatively less. This unprinted Great Fireball surprised Biwajuzo, but no matter how much time was saved, the speed of the Great Fireball could not be faster. Biwajuzo easily dodged the Great Fireball and used the beheading sword to knock away the ninja tools thrown by Ebisu and others. Too weak. Ebisu clenched his fist, and a strong sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. Now he really understands what it means to be powerless. He wants to help Kakashi and the others share the pressure, but if he rushes up recklessly, he can only add pressure to Kakashi and the others, because they are too weak and can easily be injured or killed. The ideal state for them is to stand in a safe place and use ninjutsu or ninjutsu to assist Kakashi and the others. In order to share the pressure on Obito, Nohara Rin took the initiative to deal with Biwajuzo, so that Obito can spare his energy to deal with Mori Shinpeki and Kirigaku Jonin. Nohara Rin does not have the strength of Kakashi and the others, but with the assistance of Shiranui Genma Ebisu, it is not a problem to temporarily delay one person. Because he is in a transparent world, Kakashi can observe the situation of the entire battlefield very well. It is indeed an unprecedented moment of crisis. Kakashi sweated profusely on his forehead. The battle has just begun, and they have already fallen into a great disadvantage. They are almost in a desperate situation when there is still one Ninja Sword 7 on the enemy side waiting and not taking action. For Might Guy has no way Fa could not gain an advantage over Tonko Yabaran, and Kakashi's full-strength attack did not benefit him after Kuroki Rega was cautious. Shisui had a hard time dealing with the siege of Kurishan Kushimaru and Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost, and was in a very dangerous situation. Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode, with the assistance of Nohara-rin and others, could only barely block the joint attack of Biwajozo, Mori Shinpeki, and the Mist-Hidden Ninja. The 7 ninja swordsmen did not need the remaining members to attack again, they only needed to hold on for a while and Kakashi and others would not be able to hold on. And Kakashi saw that the remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen did not seem to be idle, and the opponent's ninja sword was emitting chakra light, as if accumulating power to prepare for an attack. It is not an exaggeration to say that this situation is desperate. The 5th gate of the 8 gates of Ninja, Doman, open. The situation was too critical, and Might Guy had no time to think more, and directly entered the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Ninja, and his chakra increased again. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Might Guy kicked back the grass-wielding man who was fighting with him, and rushed towards the besieged Shisui at full speed. Shisui was in a very bad state facing the siege of 2 people, and there were many marks of long knife sewing needles and steel wires on his body. King Tefenjiu immediately aimed the double swords in his hand, the flounder, at Might Guy and fired a chakra light ball at him. Akai, be careful! Kakashi, who was the first to notice the attack, immediately reminded Might Guy. Swoosh! The chakra on Might Guy's feet exploded, leaving a residual image on the spot, and the whole person rushed out like a green light. Boom! The chakra light ball hit Might Guy's residual image and caused a violent explosion. After a burst of yellow sand, a large pit was left on the spot. Kakashi frowned slightly. This level of attack would inevitably cause serious injuries unless the armed color covered most of the body. Now, because he has a transparent world, he can not only dodge, but also remind his teammates in time. But what about when he has no physical strength to maintain the transparent world? Kakashi is not a person who likes to gamble, but at this moment he found that the only possibility for them to survive is that the movement here is noticed by the powerful Konoha ninja. Not only must the Konoha ninja discover it first, but it must also be a powerful Konoha ninja, otherwise it will be useless to discover it. That barbed knife can absorb chakra, and it must be dealt with pure physical skills. Shisui reminded with a heavy breath. If it weren't for his 3 Magatama Sharingan and his excellent instant body technique, an ordinary Konoha Jonin would probably have died under the joint attack of the 2. Might Guy nodded and wrote down the information. He ran the rock breath to the extreme, and burst out with all his strength to kick the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost with a whirlwind kick to force it back. Shisui probably guessed a little bit of Might Guy's thoughts in his heart, and dragged his tired body to stop Kurishai Kushimaru with all his strength. Now Might Guy has opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Ninja, and is the absolute strongest in their team. He is the one who is most likely to defeat the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui wants to create opportunities for Might Guy. Might Guy is more anxious than ever before. He must defeat a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen as soon as possible, otherwise he will die without external intervention. The defeated Tsuga Nobiran did not chase Might Guy, but went to Kakashi who was closest to him. This time, Kakashi was beaten up and resisted the pressure. Fortunately, Tsuga Nobiran is the type that Kakashi is better at dealing with. Tsuga Nobiran is powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, it is meaningless if he can't hit anyone. With the blessing of the transparent world, Kakashi did not quickly turn into a big disadvantage, but just switched from attack to defense. However, the recharged King Tfenjiho put a lot of pressure on Kakashi. In the fight between the two, he might not be able to avoid the chakra light ball fired by the double sword flounder. Golden Skyline. Seeing the situation getting worse, Might Guy couldn't help but use the strongest ninjutsu he could use at the moment. Might Guy took out his nunchaku, held the stick with his left hand and the nunchaku chain with his right hand, then slightly separated his legs, turned his body to the right, and put his left hand in front of him and his right hand behind his waist, extending his index and middle fingers. Might Guy had practiced this action countless times in the past year. He completed everything very quickly and rushed towards Zigguishan Puffer. While charging, Might Guy's left hand led his right hand to slash forward with the action of drawing a sword, and finally drew a golden thin line. Zigguishan Puffer raised Samehada and wanted to use Samehada to block it, but found that Shisui was looking at him. Looking at Shisui's three Magadama blood eyes, Zigguishan Puffer was in a trance for a moment. In daily life, such a trance would not have any effect, and it would not even be enough to make people fall, but it was very deadly in high-intensity battles. Boom! There was a loud bang, a lot of blood splashed, and a blood hole appeared in the abdomen of Zigguishan Puffer Ghost. The whole person flew backwards, and a lot of blood splashed on the ground. This sudden change shocked the other ninjas of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Zigguishan Puffer Ghost was considered to be the strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he was almost killed by a 10-year-old child. How is it possible? That's Zigguishan Puffer Ghost. The mist-hidden ninja who was fighting with Obito was shocked. At this time, he was very fortunate in his heart that he was not strong and Kakashi and others did not attack with all their strength. If Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode and Might Guy's golden skyline greeted him at the beginning, he might not be able to hold on for even a minute and would die before the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived. I misjudged you. It's really a waste to describe you as weak. It is really inappropriate. Biwajozo began to face these young Konoha ninjas. There are also differences between young geniuses. Although they are not very old, the strength shown by Obito, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Shisui was recognized by Biwajozo, who believed that they were opponents worthy of a fight. Biwajozo could only describe the performance of Kakashi and the other 4 as amazing. A 10-year-old child could actually withstand the siege of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, even for 1 minute, which was enough to be proud of. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen who frightened countless ninjas in the ninja world, not Zhang-san and Li Si from any village. However, such cooperation is not without price. The next moment, Kuri-shan Kushimaru's long needle pierced towards Shisui's heart. However, to Kuri-shan Kushimaru's surprise, he did not. It was able to successfully pierce Shisui's body. It seemed as if there was an extremely hard iron sheet on Shisui's chest. Kurihei Kushimaru was an experienced ninja. Since his chest was protected, he would change another place. Kurihei Kushimaru held the handle of the knife and slashed it towards his abdomen. A narrow blood mark appeared on Shisui's body. Then Kurihei Kushimaru immediately retreated to the back because Might Guy rushed over. Kurihei Kushimaru didn't want to have a head-on collision with a physical ninja who could hit the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost with one blow. Shisui. Might Guy looked at the blood that kept oozing out of Shisui's abdomen and was extremely angry. Shisui exhaled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Although he looked miserable, his injuries were very light compared to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. This battle plan was very successful. As a reward for saving my life, contribute your chakra. Mori Shinpei signaled the Kirigakuer Jonin to go to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. The Kirigakuer Jonin knew a little bit about the 7 ninja swordsmen, and understood what Mori Shinpei meant, so he used the body flickering technique to go to Samehada's side. Chapter 427 Green Beast and Blue Beast. Samehada bit the body of the Mist Village Jonin like a shark and absorbed the chakra from it. Although he didn't understand what they were doing, Might Guy couldn't just stand there and watch, so he rushed forward to interrupt the process. Suddenly, a chakra ball shot in the direction of Might Guy's advance, forcing him to stop. Boom! The chakra ball fell on the ground and caused another violent explosion, and dust rose. Samehata injected the absorbed chakra into the body of the watermelon mountain puffer through the handle to stimulate the regeneration of body cells. With the help of Samehata, the blood hole on the watermelon mountain puffer's body healed rapidly, and the mist village jonin whose chakra was absorbed collapsed to the ground helplessly, as if he had been drained. The treated watermelon mountain puffer immediately stood up and waved Samehata to repel the attacking Might Guy, and lifted the mist village jonin with one hand and retreated to the back. Recovered so quickly. Might Guy was a little surprised. With such a serious injury, even if Nohara Lin tried her best to treat it, it would not be possible to recover so quickly. Oops, I chose the wrong person. Kakashi noticed the situation on Might Guy's side and his face became ugly. He expected that Might Guy would burst out with all his strength to kill one person or defeat him to the point of losing his ability to fight, so the next battle would be much easier and he would have a better chance of survival. But they lacked information about the 7 ninja swordsmen and did not know that the watermelon mountain puffer demon had such a recovery method, which led to Might Guy using the golden skyline but failing to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. He only made a mist hidden ninja lose his fighting ability. One wrong step led to another. The situation on the scene was completely beyond Kakashi's control. Kakashi, there is no hope for them to survive. Might Guy has consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra to create the current results. Because of his concentration on breathing and the transparent world, his chakra and physical strength are now less than half. Obito has made no progress and can only hold on for a few more minutes at most. They are already at the end of their strength, but the enemy is not tired. The balance of victory has completely tilted towards the Kirigakuer. Although they are in a desperate situation, Kakashi has not given up. He calmly responds to the pincer attack of Black Horega and Tokugawa Yaito. This is not the first time they have been trapped in such a situation. In the dangerous situation, when Obito and Might Guy were not yet formal ninjas, they were surrounded by the cloud-hidden ninja. At that time, Kakashi really thought that he was doomed, so he just wanted to escape as many as he could. But Obito and Might Guy personally demonstrated to him what it means to never give up and there will always be miracles. Might Guy broke through the higher 8 gates, Obito opened the Sharingan, and finally Kakashi realized his heart and worked together with his teammates to defeat the cloud-hidden ninja. During the Chunin exam, they fought with the Kisame team and were exhausted physically and mentally and encountered the mist-hidden ninja who sneaked into the death forest. That time, everyone the physical strength and chakra of the enemy have reached the limit, while the enemy is a powerful jonin in full condition. The battle between a group of exhausted genin and jonin, even ordinary people can easily guess the result, but it is this seemingly impossible to break the desperate situation. In the end, Kakashi realized the transparent world and killed the mist jonin in one blow. Persistence may not necessarily lead to survival, but giving up will definitely lead to death. Kakashi will protect his companions until he has exhausted his last bit of strength. Might Guy did not choose to chase the watermelon mountain puffer demon. Shisui was seriously injured. He wanted to take Shisui to treat Nohara Linear. Seeing this, Kurisan Kushimaru immediately launched an attack. He didn't dare to attack casually alone. After all, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost had just suffered a serious injury, and Kurisan Kushimaru didn't have Samehata to treat him. It was Aokiji who came to help. It was only a matter of time before Kurokiji Rega and Tonko Yabeto defeated Kakashi, so Aokiji wanted to help Kurisan Kushimaru get rid of the most dangerous Might Guy. Might Guy had to give up the idea of taking Shisui for treatment and had difficulty dealing with the joint attack of the two to prevent them from causing new injuries to Shisui. Might Guy glanced at Obito's direction with his peripheral vision. It was impossible to go directly there, so he could only subconsciously move the battlefield closer to that side. Obito also wanted to go over and let Nohara Rin heal Shisui's injuries, so that the initiative of the battle on their side was not in their hands. All they could do was to let themselves suffer less injuries. It seems that I can only become a green beast. Might Guy took a deep breath of air, his eyes became determined, and he was going to try to forcefully open the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. At present, he has not been using the 5 gates normally for less than a month. Even if he can successfully enter the 6 gates, it will cause great damage to his body, because the number of gates is at the back, and it may even be irreversible internal injuries. But the situation is too critical at the moment. Might Guy knows that now is not the time to consider the consequences. What the team needs now is a strong combat force. The consequences are things that will happen after they survive. Besides, given the current situation, it is not certain whether the 6 gates can reverse the situation, so there is no need to think too much. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 6th gate, Jingmen, open. Accompanied by a youthful shout, a green figure appeared on the battlefield and forced back the enemy in front of Might Guy with a whirlwind kick. Might Guy looked at the familiar green figure in front of him with a look of astonishment. He was surprised and failed to successfully open the 6 gates. We really encountered a strong enemy. Might Guy sighed as he looked at the miserable state of Kakashi, Might Guy, and others. He was performing a mission nearby, and the big noise here attracted him. He did not expect that the team in danger was his child's team. Dad. Might Guy was surprised, then happy, and then worried. They are in great need of reinforcements now, but if it's just Might Guy alone, Might Guy would rather Might Guy didn't find them. At some point, children will think their fathers are omnipotent, but as they grow older, they will gradually find that their fathers are actually human beings and can't do many things. Might Guy is very clear about Might Guy's strength. If neither side uses the 8 gates, Might Guy can easily beat Might Guy. Even if the 8 gates are opened, Might Guy can beat Might Guy under the same gate. This means that Might Guy with 7 gates opened is not much stronger than Might Guy with 5 gates, but the current battle situation cannot be changed by a stronger Might Guy with 5 gates. Shisui is injured, Obito and Kakashi are too exhausted, and the battle situation will change drastically soon. They lack combat power too much. It's Guy's father. Kakashi was also a little melancholy. He didn't know how strong Might Guy's father was, but he was definitely not as strong as Yu, otherwise it wouldn't have taken him so long to be promoted to Chunin. Konoha usually didn't hold back Chunin, and anyone with enough experience could be promoted. However, based on Might Guy's current performance, he was better than the average Konoha Jonin. Seeing someone coming to support, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were delighted, but after seeing who was coming, their expressions froze. It's not that they looked down on Might Guy, but the enemy they met this time was really strong, and ordinary ninjas were just sending food. Mori Jinpachi and the others felt nervous when they saw a ninja coming over suddenly, but they smiled again when they saw that it was an unfamiliar ninja. There were only a few strong men in each ninja village. At Might Guy's age, if he was strong, he would have been famous long ago. You can fight like this even against the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kai, you've grown faster than I expected. Might Guy gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Might Guy, who was in the battlefield of the battle with Kirigakuer, was naturally familiar with the famous ninja swordsman of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He knew how strong the enemy Kakashi and his team were facing was. Leave it to me next. Now is the time to untie your self-restraint. Might Guy clenched his fists and said to Might Guy solemnly. Might Guy instantly understood what Might Guy meant. Might Guy wanted to open the 8th gate, the Death Gate, to help them defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Death Gate is the most powerful and critical gate of the 8 gates of ninja. When all other gates are opened, the Death Gate is opened. The state at this time can be called the 8 gates of ninja. An extremely powerful chakra can burst out in the body. It can be said that the power gained by opening this last gate is more than the sum of the 1st to 7th gates. But this powerful power is not obtained from the void. The Death Gate consumes the vitality of the human body. After opening, it cannot be closed until the user dies completely. Might Guy did not doubt that Might Guy had the ability to open the Death Gate. Might Guy spent 20 years on the 8 gates of the ninjutsu and did not learn any other physical ninjutsu for this purpose. Self-discipline, Can you be strong without self-discipline? Kuroki Rega used lightning and the grass-leafed wild bait to injure the tired Kakashi with his peripheral vision. The first time he looked at Might Guy, he thought that this person looked stupid and weird. Not only was there green chakra on his body, but he was also wearing green clothes, and that watermelon head with thick eyebrows was really stupid. Might Guy did not answer Kuroki Rega's words. He did not even care about the words of the people in Konoha village. How could he care about the enemy's words? Dad, don't open the death gate, the 7th gate is enough, please believe in our strength. Might Guy couldn't help but say. Might Guy believed that Might Guy, who opened the death gate, had the strength to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen, but the price was too heavy. Might Guy couldn't watch his father burn to death. In order to prove his strength, Might Guy decisively tried to force open the 6th gate again. Looking at Shisui's clothes soaked in blood, looking at Kakashi who was injured due to declining status, and imagining the miserable situation after Might Guy opened the death gate, Might Guy's eyes became extremely firm. He wanted to become stronger so that he could protect everything he wanted to protect. Cageman, open! Might Guy roared, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body, and his whole body exuded green leaf-like energy. The opening of the 6th gate caused Might Guy's chakra to surge again. He could feel the chakra surging continuously, and his strength reached an unprecedented peak. Whoosh! The sudden burst of powerful chakra made the leaves around Might Guy move without wind, and King T. Fenjiu and Kurishi Kushimaru, who were closest to Might Guy, showed shocked expressions. They could not imagine that such a terrifying momentum could be erupted by a 10-year-old boy. Biwajozo slapped Noharalin away with his sword, and his expression became solemn when he looked at Might Guy. Even though Might Guy was already a genius listed as a priority to be killed, Biwajozo still felt that the Hidden Mist village seriously underestimated Might Guy. Might Guy should be a genius who must be assassinated. He has such strength at the age of 10. If he is allowed to grow up, he may be a strong man who surpasses the 3 ninjas. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my son. Jingman, open! Might Guy laughed and opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and a powerful momentum burst out from his body. The shock gate is the last gate before the death gate. Although it does not have the huge price of the death gate, it also has terrible side effects. Opening the shock gate is extremely destructive to the body. After it is released, even if the body is slightly touched, it will be extremely painful. Might Guy chose to believe his son. If he had a choice, Might Guy certainly did not want to die. He also wanted to see Might Guy step by step towards the strongest physical skills. The powerful chakras of Might Guy and Might Guy swept the entire battlefield. At this moment, no one in the Mist Village dared to underestimate these 2 physical skills ninjas wearing green tights. This is visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Might Guy's body was burning with blue steam, and he burst chakra and went straight to Kakashi. Now the most dangerous person on the battlefield is Kakashi. He has no teammates around him and is injured, and he is attacked by 2 people. The Takusaku Yaido used his own powerful strength to swing the hammer to hit the attacking Might Guy. Might Guy stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the hammer head in the surprised eyes of the Takusaku Yaido. Bang! Might Day threw the grass-wielding man away and smashed him into the big tree next to him. Lightning style, Thunder Ball. Kuroho Rega injected chakra into his thunder sword and fired a dazzling thunder ball at Might Day. After opening the 7th gate, Might Day was incredibly fast. He leaped into the air and tapped the big tree next to him a few times, then easily dodged the thunder ball and arrived beside Kakashi. Uncle Dai, thank you. Kakashi took a few breaths and thanked him. He is indeed in a bad state now. If Might Day can't help him, he will soon be unable to hold on. It is really not easy for a small chunin to block 2 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time. If it weren't for the strong defense ability of the transparent world, Kakashi would not have been able to hold on until now. Might Day was about to say something when the grass-wielding man and Kuroho Rega rushed up again, forcing Might Day to join the battle. Kakashi did not hide behind Might Day to recover, but closed the transparent world to assist Might Day in the battle. It would be nice if I could come earlier. Kakashi thought to himself. If it was Kakashi in his prime, he would have a chance to kill one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in a short time by teaming up with 7-gate Might Guy. This thought only lasted for 0.1 second before disappearing in Kakashi's mind. It was not easy for Might Guy's father to come to support, so how could he expect him to support at the most appropriate time? After assisting Might Guy in 2 moves, Kakashi discovered a problem. Although 7-gate Might Guy was physically strong, his physical skills were not as good as Might Guy's. This led to a problem. They had a big advantage but could not cause much damage to Tsunobetsu and Kurakurega. Tsunobetsu and Kurakurega were teammates who often went on missions. The cooperation between the two was not bad, much better than Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi kept thinking about ways to break the situation while paying attention to the situation of others. Although the 6th gate was opened, Might Guy's situation was not much better, because he was almost 1v3. After releasing the Mist Hidden Ninja, Zigwashin Pufferfish chose to deal with Obito, while Biwajozo joined the battle on Might Guy's side. Because Might Guy never missed a ninjutsu from beginning to end, Zigwashin Pufferfish felt that his same Hata could not play a big role, so he exchanged opponents with Biwajozo. As the advantaged party, they could easily do this. The huge blade of the beheading sword did not look clumsy in Biwajozo's hand. He could always accurately cut towards Might Guy's vulnerable parts. Coupled with the attack of King T-Rat and Kurishi Kushimaru, Might Guy was under a lot of pressure. And Shisui's situation was even more difficult. The wound that was not treated in time caused Shisui to lose a lot of physical strength. His body became weaker and weaker, and his movements and reactions became sluggish. At this time, Shisui could no longer be regarded as Might Guy's helper. Instead, Might Guy had to divide his mind and focus on pay attention. Obito, that barbed sword can absorb chakra, and it doesn't like fire. Shisui shouted out the information he got from the battle with Zigwashin Puffer. Obito immediately stimulated chakra to burn his body with flames. Every punch and kick carried high-temperature flames, causing the injured Same Hata to hit Zigwashin Puffer's arm with the handle of the sword reluctantly. Zigwashin Puffer's face darkened, and he retreated to distance himself and used water escape to attack Obito. Same Hata is the only ninja sword with self-awareness among the 7 ninja swords. If Zigwashin Puffer insists on using Same Hata to block the flames, it's okay once, but if it happens too many times, Same Hata will really get upset and not work hard. In serious cases, Same Hata may not recognize him in the future. This is a ninja sword that picks people. Boom! Mori Shinpei swung the explosive sword, and suddenly more than a dozen detonating talismans flew out from the blade and attacked Nohara Rin. Water Instant Body Technique. Nohara Rin reacted and tried to dodge with the Water Instant Body, but failed to escape the explosion range in time and was affected by the explosion, and black explosion burns appeared on her body. Even with the assistance of Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, it was still a bit difficult for her to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen with her strength. Obito, who saw this scene, was horrified and the blood color of his Sharingan became deeper. He wanted to help but was stopped by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Mori Shinpei took the opportunity to swing the sword and slash at Nohara Rin, who fell to the ground. Dang! Shiranui Genma rushed forward with a kunao in his hand to block the blow for Nohara Rin. Bang! Mori Shinpei kicked Shiranui Genma in front of him with his right foot and kicked him 5 meters away. Next, Mori Shinpei did not look at Nohara Rin, but changed direction and slashed towards his left side, forcing Ebisu, who was stabbing at his left waist, to retreat. Is this the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen? If I can go back alive, I must keep up with Akai's training time. Shiranui Genma trembled and climbed up. When facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shiranui Genma realized that there was such a big gap between them and Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin could still fight for a while, but they were as easy to deal with as children who just learned to walk in front of Mori Shinpei. After climbing up, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu rushed towards Muri Shinpeki again. Bang bang! Shiranui Genma and Ebisu flew backwards together and hit the ground hard. Muri Shinpeki raised his big sword to Nohara Rin again. His sword was almost the same height as Nohara Rin. One sword could definitely cut Nohara Rin in two, and Tsunade couldn't save her. Tsitsaizi. Just as the sword of Shinobi Mori fell, a short blade carrying lightning was placed in front of Shinobi Mori. It was Kakashi's White Fang short blade. After Kakashi judged that even with his help, Might Guy could not quickly and effectively attack the enemy, he changed his position to a firefighter, saving whoever was in danger. After all, he was the fastest to burst out. However, Kakashi only had one chance to put out the fire, because he did not have enough chakra. If he had enough chakra, he would not have to put out the fire, but just cooperate with Might Guy to kill people. Obito's heart was slightly relieved, but because he paid too much attention to the situation on Nohara Rin's side, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon took the opportunity to injure him. Realizing the disadvantage of Obito's side, Might Guy was anxious but helpless. Each of the three people, Biwajozo, Aoki Rai, and Kurei Ishikawa Kushimaru, is not a simple jonin. Aoki Rai's flounder has great destructive power, and Might Guy, who has not cultivated the armament haki, cannot resist it physically. The steel wire of Kurei Ishikawa Kushimaru's long sword is strange and difficult to defend, and a piece of meat will be cut off if you are not careful. Although Biwajozo's beheading sword does not show obvious special features, it is still the strongest among the three because of its strong strength. Besieged by these three people, Might Guy really can't spare time to support others. Protecting Shisui is the limit of his current strength. Kai, do you remember what I said to you before? Youth is endless, and death will not make youth die. Dying to protect important things is the climax of youth. Might Guy said earnestly. Even if he doesn't want to separate from Might Guy, it's time to open the death gate. If he doesn't open the death gate, along with Kakashi and Obito's defeat, the next one in danger will be Might Guy. Only by opening the death gate and gaining enough power to crush the opponent can the current dilemma be resolved. I remember, but you also said that for the truly important things, no matter how painful or sad it is, you must work hard to the end, and even if you lose your life, you must protect it with both hands to the end. For me, Dad, you are also a truly important existence. Might Guy roared. Might Guy is very clear about Might Guy's current thoughts and feelings. If he can open the 8th gate, Might Guy would rather be the one to open the 8th gate. Might Guy wants to protect his father and his teammates at all costs. In this awareness, Might Guy's breathing gradually changed. Might Guy showed a relieved expression. Might Guy has really grown a lot, both in strength and other aspects. I am very happy that you have this awareness, but now only I can open the last gate of the 8 gates. Change the situation. Might Guy is ready to open the final death gate. Might Guy was able to tell his last words to Might Guy during the battle because one of them opened 7 gates and the other opened 6 gates, but Kakashi and Obito did not have this condition, and the battle had reached the most urgent moment. No, I still have a rock-breathing move. Might Guy understood at this moment. I couldn't write more, but I saved 6k. Chapter 428 Muyu Who is Never Late. When Might Guy first started learning the breathing method, he learned from Muyu the 3 stages of the breathing method. The first stage is full concentration breathing, which can highly concentrate the breathing to improve physical ability. At this step, the breathing method is considered to be entry level. The second stage is full concentration breathing, which allows the body to maintain relatively concentrated breathing for 24 hours without interruption. Mastering this step can greatly improve the physique, and the powerful bonus of the breathing method is gradually revealed. After completing the practice of the constant practice, the breathing method is considered to be proficient. The third stage is the breathing method corresponding to the chakra mode. The chakra mode of each breathing method has different effects. The effect of the rock-breathing chakra mode practiced by Might Guy is to enhance the body in all directions and make the strength become extremely powerful. Only at this step can it be considered to have realized the true power of the breathing method. Mu in the rock-breathing chakra mode only needs to use the finger gun to lightly tap the explosion of the river surface dozens of meters away made a splash of more than 10 meters, which left a deep impression on Might Guy, who was still in the upper ninja school at that time. After that, he kept practicing the breathing of rock to have the powerful power like Mu. The breathing method is very difficult, and the breathing of rock is also the most difficult one among the breathing methods. Not to mention entering the chakra mode of the breathing of rock, Might Guy has been lagging behind in the practice of the breathing method for a long time. But at the beginning, Might Guy's practice progress was ahead. He was the first disciple who could use the breathing method in battle. The reason for the lead was not other things, but because Might Guy realized the power and meaning of the breathing of rock in the battle to protect his father's dignity. Now Might Guy's state has returned to the day when he realized the power of the breathing of rock. No, it is stronger than that day. Because what he has to protect in this battle is more important and more. The power of rock lies in protection. Might Guy muttered in his heart. Although he had never entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, at this moment Might Guy was very sure that he could do it. It was not the confidence that came from the void, but his breath that told him that he could go. Rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy clenched his fists and glared, his heart beating wildly, and at this moment his breathing reached an unprecedented extreme. Power was surging, and Might Guy could feel that with every breath he took, his whole body was surging with powerful power, a power he had never felt before. Of course, this power was not without cost, and the chakra in Might Guy's body was burning rapidly. The first person to notice the change in Might Guy was Shisui beside him. Shisui also practiced breathing methods and instantly discovered the changes in Might Guy's breathing. Then there were Might Guy's opponents. The moment Might Guy entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, as experienced assassins, they immediately noticed that their opponents had changed. Who is this guy, and how can he become even stronger? King T. Fenjio was a little puzzled. This battle was too frustrating. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they almost died fighting a few 10-year-old children. Their opponents kept getting stronger and stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that the Might Guy they are facing now can beat the Might Guy they faced at the beginning. King T. Fenjio jumped back to increase the distance and injected a large amount of chakra into the double-bladed flounder, aiming at Might Guy. Kuruhan Kushimaru controlled the steel wire in his hand to block Might Guy's dodging space. And Biwajozo formed a seal and spit out a thick water dragon bullet to entangle Might Guy. The 3 people had a very clear division of labor, and each of them had a responsibility. To Peacock. Might Guy punched at high speed, so fast that Shisui couldn't see how many punches he threw at that moment. The powerful force of his fist rubbed against the air to produce flames, and due to the extreme speed of the punch, a fireball was formed in an instant. The fireball was carried by the wind from Might Guy's fist and attacked the rushing water dragon. Boom! The water dragon was submerged in the flames and completely evaporated in an instant. The remaining fire forced Kurusan Kushimaru to give up the control of the steel wire and retreat to dodge. That's fine. Biwajozo looked like he had seen a ghost. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. His water escape was actually evaporated by the fire escape created by others' physical skills. Biwajozo touched his solid body. If such high speed and dense punches hit him, I'm afraid his end would not be much better than Water Dragon. Swish! At this time, King T. Fenjio completed the charge and raised the big knife to send a chakra light ball to Might Guy. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy poured a large amount of chakra into his palm, and with great power, he chopped the incoming light ball with his palm, slashing out a transparent energy. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the collision of the chakra light ball and the transparent energy left a series of pits of varying depths on the ground, and the grey-yellow dust covered Might Guy's figure. Kuruhan Kushimaru discovered the movement in the dust. Elite mist hidden art like him had received special training, not to mention this kind of dust. Even the high concentration chakra fog created by the mist hidden art could move without obstacles. Move. Kurihei Kushimura's brain reacted, but his body could not keep up with Might Guy's speed. Bang! Might Guy hit Kururin Kushimura's chest with a solid punch, and directly knocked Kururin Kushimaru back 10 meters. Might Guy did not use any special skills in this punch, only plain and simple strength. But it was such a plain punch that made Kururin Kushimaru spit blood, and the severe pain from his body made his face twisted. King Tefenjihu's face suddenly changed. He realized that Might Guy had become a little different. He didn't expect that Might Guy's strength would increase so much out of thin air. Not only could the void chop palm block his chakra light ball, but the speed of the full strength burst made Kururin Kushimaru unable to react. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost saw Might Guy suddenly become extremely brave, and his face darkened. It was really embarrassing. The 7 ninja swordsmen who dominated the ninja world were forced to this point when dealing with a few 10-year-old Konoha ninjas. If it gets out, they will probably become the laughing stock of Kirigakure, and Kakashi and his friends will become famous in the ninja world by stepping on their reputation. What's the situation with this green kid? He can hurt Kurihei Kushimaru in a 1-on-3 situation. The sinister smile on Mori Shinpeiki's face disappeared, and his expression became solemn. They are not ordinary Kirigakure Jonin, but the 7 ninja swordsmen directly under the Mizu cage. How can Might Guy have such strength? Go and help them quickly, and I will kill the kid here. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost said in a deep voice. The Konoha ninjas on their side are basically injured and weak, and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost is confident that he can send them all away by himself. Mori Shinpeiki nodded and didn't dare to waste time and immediately rushed to Might Guy's side. Sure enough, Akai is a man you can always trust. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Whenever they are in desperate situations, Might Guy can always stand up and withstand the pressure. But can Kai's current body withstand the power of the rock-breathing chakra mode and the 6th gate of the 8 gates? Kakashi was a little worried. Although Kakashi did not practice the 8 gates and rock breathing, he also had some understanding of these too. Some of them were obtained from the battle with Might Guy, and some were learned from Mu Yu. After all, Mu Yu knew both the 8 gates and rock breathing, and Kakashi would not hide it from Mu Yu. Each gate after the 3rd gate of the 8 gates will cause a certain degree of damage to the body. If the body is strong enough, the damage will be small or even close to 0. On the contrary, if the body is not strong enough, it will cause great damage to the body. Now Might Guy not only forced to open the 6th gate, but also entered the rock-breathing chakra mode to further enhance his strength. Kakashi is very worried about Might Guy's body. We have to find a way to end the battle quickly. Kakashi thought, holding the short blade tightly. The longer the duration, the greater the damage to Might Guy. The earlier the battle ends, the less damage there will be. Kakashi looked at Obito, who was not only injured, but also had little chakra left. In order to maintain the flame-breathing chakra mode, he even cancelled his Sharingan. They were in a very bad state now, which was their disadvantage, but also an opportunity for them, because the enemy would despise them. After meeting Kakashi's eyes, Obito understood Kakashi's thoughts and gathered the last part of his chakra. It must succeed. Kakashi exhaled. He was not worried about whether Obito could carry out his plan, but he was worried that he could not seize the opportunity created by Obito. Because Kakashi's chakra was really not enough, he didn't know whether his only chakra could swing a knife that could kill or seriously injure the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. But Kakashi had no choice. In their current state, they could no longer fight. Kakashi was the only one who had a chance to seriously injure the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, so they could only make a last-ditch effort. If he failed, then they could only pray that Might Guy could break through the encirclement and save them in time. Facing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon who was holding a knife, Obito burned his last chakra and set his whole body on fire. Fire style, blazing flame charge. This was the most powerful of the fire-style ninjutsu he had mastered, and it was also the most powerful fire style he could use at the moment. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon wanted to kill the weak Obito with a single knife, but Samehada felt the extremely hot flames on Obito's body and immediately expressed his resistance. Water Style, Water Whip. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon hesitated for a moment and gave up using Samehada to kill Obito, who had suddenly turned into a little fireman. He condensed a large amount of chakra in his palm and condensed a water whip. Just as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon's water whip hit Obito, the flames on Obito's body suddenly burst and exploded. Boom! An explosion sounded, and Obito was blown to the ground by the impact of the explosion, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was also affected by the impact of the explosion. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Obito to make such a suicidal attack. Even the Hidden Mist Village didn't train ninjas who specialized in suicide attacks, and Obito didn't look like a deadly warrior. What made Zigwashin Puffer Ghost feel fortunate was that the ninjas on his side had basically no combat power. Even if such an accident happened, it would only be a minor setback. Thunderbolt Flash, Godspeed. When Kakashi once again stretched his breathing to the limit, he suddenly realized that although his chakra was almost gone, he had managed to gather a powerful force. But Kakashi had no time to think about it, because this was the last chance that Obito could fight for him. He had no time to think about where the power came from, nor did he notice that his heart was beating abnormally fast at this time. Swish! A flash of yellow lightning flashed, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost felt dizzy for a moment, and then he saw a huge headless corpse lying on the ground. So fast! A word flashed through his mind, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost lost consciousness forever. Who? After the slash, Kakashi half knelt on the ground, holding his heart in pain and breathing heavily. Although his body was extremely uncomfortable at the moment, Kakashi was extremely happy in his heart. He succeeded and used his own strength to protect his companions. Although only one person was killed, this result was of great significance to the entire battlefield. Because Might Guy was at an advantage, the 2-7 ninja swordsmen of Might Guy could not spare a hand, and the 4-7 ninja swordsmen of Might Guy who were fighting also had no time to take care of others. Next, Kakashi and the others only needed to seize the time to recover and they could become a force to break the balance. But Kakashi found that he still underestimated the power of the 8 gates of ninja superposition rock-breathing chakra mode. Golden Skyline. Might Guy extended his index and middle fingers, and once again used the strongest physical technique he had mastered. He swung his fingers in the posture of swinging a sword, and a dazzling golden line bloomed on the battlefield. The water wall was directly split in two in front of the golden line, and the steel wire of Kurishan Kushimaru was directly broken. Biwajozo held the beheading sword across his body. Dang! In Biwajozo's shocked eyes, the huge beheading sword shattered into a broken sword. Boom! The remaining force hit Biwajozo and knocked him away 17 meters away and smashed him to the ground. How is it possible? My beheading sword was actually broken by physical technique. Biwajozo's eyes widened, and his worldview was greatly impacted. His beheading sword could easily block ninjutsu, but even with multiple protections, it was interrupted by Might Guy's physical skills, which made Biwajozo feel like his worldview collapsed. Mori Shinpeki, Aoki Shoyu, and Kurisha Kushimaru were all shocked. If they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely not fight Kakashi and the others easily. At least they would call 5 more mist ninjas to join forces to besiege them. This is not good. The Takasu no Biron narrowed his eyes and thought of retreating. The Zigwashin Pufferfish demon was killed, Biwajozo was severely injured and lost his combat effectiveness, and Kurishan Kushimaru was also seriously injured. At this moment, nearly half of their 7 ninja swordsmen have been injured. If they continue to fight, they may all be killed here. Kurikurega glanced at Takasu no Biron. His thoughts were similar to Takasu no Biron. They all wanted to run away. Might Guy's performance was too scary. Is he a genius? He is clearly a strong man who has grown up. Next, there is no need for Kakashi and others to take action. Might Guy and Might Dai can grind them to death. Konoha Dragon God. After a golden skyline move, Might Guy used his powerful force to kick out a thick blue dragon and severely injured Mori Shinpeki. This attack of the Konoha Dragon God completely destroyed the fighting desire of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The injured Biwajozo had quietly retreated to the back. The blue tiger blade fired a chakra ball at Might Guy and retreated without looking back. Kurihei Kushimaru used the instant body technique to move back and forth on the tree and began to retreat. Mori Shinpeki, who found that he was suddenly empty, cursed secretly, threw out a few detonating talismans and began to run away. Black Horega and Takaso Yaito joined forces to temporarily repel Might Guy and quickly retreated. Leaving aside the battle coordination, there was indeed a tacit understanding among the 7 ninja swordsmen who fled. Might Guy only made a pursuit posture at the beginning and then made a palm strike in the air without any more actions. Because his body was close to the limit, it was enough to successfully protect his companions, and there was no need to kill all the enemies. Kakashi's heart was relieved, and they once again broke through the desperate situation with their efforts. However, Kakashi did not completely let down his guard. Be alert, they are on the battlefield after all, and they may encounter new enemies at any time before returning to the camp. With their current state, even an ordinary Jonin team cannot be careless, because after Might Guy exits the 8 gates and the rock-breathing state, the only one in their team who can fight is Might Guy. At this moment, suddenly a blue-white ray hits the retreating Mori Shinpeki and freezes him. Seeing this familiar ninjutsu, Muyu's disciples instantly showed joy on their faces. This is Muyu's ice escape ninjutsu. Kakashi completely let go. He relaxed. With Muyu here, it would be alright even if strong men like Kyujira Yagura came. Obito, who was covered in black ash, also smiled. With Muyu here, all crises would be resolved. When the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen saw that Kakashi and his men had reinforcements, they couldn't help but run as hard as they could. Biwajozo's face darkened. Although he ran first, he was injured and ran slowly. Except for Mori Shinpeki, he was the one who lagged the most. As Biwajozo thought, the next blue-white ray shot towards him. Ice escapee ice wall. Just as Biwajozo was recalling his life, an ice wall rose next to Biwajozo, blocking the incoming cold ray. Thank you, sir. Biwajozo found that the face Mizunotsuki-kin who appeared in front immediately thanked him. Mizunotsuki-kin nodded slightly, looked at the frozen Mori Shinpeki with an interested expression. You have mastered ice escape, interesting. The sudden appearance of Mizunotsuki-kin made the other 7 ninja swordsmen stop, and soon several Kirigaku ran to Mizunotsuki-kin from the direction where Mizunotsuki-kin came from. It's the Jonin whose chakra was absorbed. Biwajozo recognized one of the Kirigaku. The Kirigaku Jonin was surprised to see Biwajozo and the others running away like dogs that had lost their homes. After his chakra was absorbed, he felt that it was a bit dangerous to stay in the battlefield, so he left the battlefield after refining some chakra. He happened to meet Mizunotsuki-kin who was looking for Konoha ninjas nearby, and then brought Mizunotsuki-kin over. The Konoha ninja they met this time was too genius, and the Kirigaku Jonin was worried that the 7 ninja swordsmen could not kill all the Konoha geniuses, and letting one run away would be a threat. However, the current situation puzzled the Kirigaku Jonin. When he left, the 7 ninja swordsmen had such a big advantage, but they were beaten like this in such a short time. The injured should retreat on their own. Those who want to fight can stay and help me to defeat the Konoha ninjas. Mizunotsuki said calmly. The reason why he did not force the 7 ninja swordsmen to stay as a fighting force was that on the one hand, Mizunotsuki had no right to order the 7 ninja swordsmen, and on the other hand, he was confident in his own strength. Mizunotsuki was confident that he could defeat all ninjas except Orochimaru, including the combination of Ino Shikacho. He had never heard of any ice escape masters in Konoha, so Mizuno Tsuki didn't care whether the 7 ninja swordsmen retreated or not. Tong Yabeto, Kurakurega, and King T Fenjihu stayed, while the injured Biwajozo and Kurishi Kushimaru chose to retreat. Tonko Yaito and his men could leave if they wanted to, but they felt that this was too embarrassing. If they didn't fight back with Mizuno Tsuki Han, they might really become the laughing stock of Kirigakuer. Of course, they were not the kind of people who would fight for life and death for face. The main reason was that Mizuno Tsuki Han was strong enough. This was a famous strong man in Kirigakuer, and his strength was second only to Yagura Kujira in the entire Kirigakuer battlefield. Mizuno Tsuki Han, together with several of their 7 ninja swordsmen and the Jonin and Chunin brought by Mizuno Tsuki Han, they would not lose unless Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, came on the opposite side. Mizuno Tsuki Han accurately broke the ice of Mori Jinpachi to help him unfreeze, and then walked towards Kakashi and the others. After discovering that the Kirigakuer did not run away, Mu stopped attacking, but treated the disciples together with the shadow clone. After all, he was just an ordinary Jonin with a little fame in Konoha, and those famous strong men in the ninja world on the opposite side would definitely take the initiative to cause trouble. Teacher Mu, it's good to have you. You always come so timely. Obito patted the black and grey on his body and said with a smile. Seeing Mu, Obito felt relaxed. With the omnipotent immortal Mu here, there is no crisis that cannot be solved. This is the confidence that immortal Mu gave him. You should thank yourself more, thank your persistence and hard work, otherwise you won't be able to hold on until I arrive. Mu gently tapped Obito's forehead with her finger and shook her head. In fact, Mu had arrived a long time ago. The disciples had such a heavyweight battle, and Mu himself had already arrived at the battlefield through Flying Thunder God. Mu was ready to take action several times. After all, he couldn't watch Might Dai open the 8 gates or the disciples die, but the disciples were very competitive, which made Mu start to save people until the end of the battle. If my experience is written into a novel, I should be scolded for letting the disciples' lives wander on the edge of death. Mu sighed in his heart. He thinks it's normal to be scolded. If Mu himself has such a teacher, he thinks he should hate that teacher. Even if he could guarantee immortality, the pain in his body would still exist. He could have solved the enemy directly, so why did he torture him like this? Even though Mu himself felt that educating his disciples in this way was a bit extreme, he really had no better way. If there was a better choice, he would not want his disciples to kill people on the battlefield. How old are they? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. In the dark, there is also Uchiha Madara staring at his disciples. Mu can only help them become stronger as much as possible so that they will not fall into Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. In the final analysis, it is actually that Mu's strength is not strong enough. If he has the combat power of the 6 paths, then there is no need for such trouble. No matter how much you insist, you have to come, Teacher Mu. Obito laughed. Might Guy raised his thumbs to show his approval, and the other disciples also agreed. Thank you very much for your trust. Leave it to me next. Mu smiled gently at the disciples and then turned to look at the Kirigakuer who were coming. Chapter 429 Yellow Flash. Name, Mizuno Tsuki Han. Chakra, 72,000. Skills, Ice Release, Mastery, 3600/15,000, Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 3500/15,000, Wind Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 2700/15,000, Ice Release, Ice Dragon Kill, Mastery, Ice Release, Ice Meteor, Mastery. Mizuno Tsuki Han is indeed worthy of being vigilant. Just looking at the panel, among the Konoha ninjas in the East Coast battlefield, only Mu and Orochimaru can suppress Mizuno Tsuki Han. With more than 3,000 proficiency in Ice Release, coupled with a high proficiency in Feng Shui Nature Change and a series of mastery-level ninjutsu, Miyu is really a master of Mizuno Tsuki Han. Among the many ninjas you met, Mizuno Tsuki Han was also the strongest one. Miyu used transformation to record Mizuno Tsuki Han's information without hesitation. The mastery level ice escape with more than 3000 proficiency was worth copying. Miyu's own ice escape was only over 1000 proficiency, and there was still a long way to go before the mastery level. He would only use ice escape when he was bullying weak players, and it was difficult to use it when fighting against strong ones. After copying Mizuno Tsuki Han's information, the transformation information database was saturated. If you want to store other ninja information, you can only delete the existing information. Your ice escape is quite interesting, but it's a pity that you met me. Mizuno Tsuki Han didn't do it directly but looked at Miyu for a few times. The existing Ice Shield ninjas in the ninja world are basically members of the Snow Clan. It was the first time that Mizuno Tsuki Han saw ice escape on ninjas from other ninja villages. Mizuno Tsuki Han could only say that Miyu was too unlucky to meet him, the patriarch of the Snow Clan, the strongest ice escape ninja in the ninja world. No one in the current ninja world knows more about ice escape than him, and no one's ice escape is stronger than him. Miyu's ice escape can't play a single role in the battle with him. Is it time for the burst secret technique? Kuroki Rega guessed as he looked at the weak Might Guy. Might Guy was so abnormally strong just now. It was obvious that he used some kind of burst secret technique to enhance his strength. This secret technique usually has a time limit and side effects. Thinking of this, Kuroki Rega felt that it was right to come back. Mizuno Tsuki Han plus the 4 of them, the 7 ninja swordsmen, had only one unknown ice escape ninja as their opponent. Although the battle had not yet begun, Kuroki Rega felt that they had already won. It was impossible that Miyu was stronger than Mizuno Tsuki Han, so strong that he could defeat Mizuno Tsuki Han and deal with the 4 of them at the same time. It turned out that he was the one who came. Kakashi showed a surprised expression after seeing Mizuno Tsuki Han's face clearly. Kakashi collected information about all the strong men in the mist-hidden field known to Konoha, and immediately recognized that this was the mist-hidden ice-style strongman Mizuno Tsuki Han. Kakashi was glad that Miyu arrived in time. If Miyu hadn't come, even if Might Guy was in the 6 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode, he might not be able to defeat these enemies. Their luck was really bad. They could actually encounter this situation when doing an A-level mission. Kakashi, do you know him? Obito asked curiously. Kakashi nodded and quickly told all the information he knew about Mizuno Tsuki Han. He sounds very strong, but he definitely can't beat Miyu teacher. Obito said affirmatively. Although there was a strong enemy in front of him, and his chakra and physical strength were running out, Obito was not panicked at all. There would be no accidents with Miyu. Really? It's good to be confident, but you need to have the strength to match it. Miyu adjusted his black-framed glasses and responded with a smile. Mizuno Tsuki Kan's strength is indeed good, but he picked the wrong opponent. There are only 2 people in the entire East Coast Konoha ninja force who can beat Mizuno Tsuki Kan in a one-on-one fight, but he happened to meet one of them. That's true, but I happen to have enough strength. Mizuno Tsuki Kan showed a confident smile. You don't have to make a move yet, let me deal with him alone. Mizuno Tsuki Kan looked at Kuroki Rega and others and said. It's rare to meet an ice escape ninja from a hostile ninja village. Mizuno Tsuki Kan wants to test the opponent's strength. Mori Shinpei was a little speechless. He felt that Mizuno Tsuki Kan had a problem with his brain. The ninja actually played a one-on-one fight. This is a war. Just kill the opponent by any means. However, Mizuno Tsuki Kan just saved him once, so Mori Shinpei didn't say much. The other 7 ninja swordsmen had similar ideas and didn't say anything. As for the ninjas brought by Mizuno Tsuki Kan, they still had a certain understanding of their superiors and were not surprised by this. Although they were not going to intervene in the battle between Miyu and Mizuno Tsuki Han, the Kirigakure were not idle either. They silently blocked Miyu and their retreat and gathered chakra to attack Kakashi and his group. Kakashi and his group's genius had been fully demonstrated in the battle. If they were not killed here, they would become Kirigaku's biggest worry. You are really good at choosing the wrong option. Miyu shook her head. If Mizuno Tsuki-han brought the 7 ninja swordsmen together to beat Miyu, she could live a little longer. Doing this would only make them die faster. Ice release, ice meteorite. Mizuno Tsuki-han quickly formed a seal to gather a large amount of ice release chakra, and gathered 6 huge ice cones that were much thicker than a person on Miyu's head and smashed towards Miyu. Miyu calmly took out 2 flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw them towards Kuroki Rega and his group, and then used the body flash technique to rush towards Mizuno Tsuki-han when the ice cones were about to touch his body. Boom! The thick ice cone fell to the ground, creating a hole and making a loud noise. What a fast speed! Mizuno Tsuki-han was a little surprised, but immediately released the chakra that had been condensed again. Ice escape, ice knife. Mizuno Tsuki-han condensed 2 huge ice knives in front of him and chopped at Miyu who was rushing towards him. Miyu condensed chakra in his hands and transformed it into armed color chakra to protect his hands. Bang! Miyu's fist slammed into the ice knife and directly smashed Mizuno Tsuki-han's ice knife. Follow Mizuno Tsuki-han to carry out the mission together. The Kirigaku were shocked to see this scene. You should know that the ice created by Mizuno Tsuki-han is harder than rock, but Miyu smashed it with just her bare hands. He is so strong, could he be a ninja who specializes in physical skills? Mizuno Tsuki-han saw this and immediately used the instant body technique to dodge and distance himself. Just when Mizuno Tsuki-han launched the ice escape ninjutsu to attack Miyu again, he found that Miyu disappeared in front of him without any sign. Facing the weak Kakashi and his group, Kuroki Rega drew out the thunder blade behind him without any guilt. When Kuroki Rega noticed the kunai that broke through the air, he didn't care. It was too easy to dodge the kunai that was shot straight at him, and there was only one kunai that was shot at him, and the other was aimed at Mori Jinpachi. Kuroki Rega dodged sideways and wanted to raise the thunder blade to release lightning at Kakashi and the others. Swoosh! Miyu used the flying thunder god technique to appear next to Kuroki Rega. How could Kuroki Rega not notice the sudden appearance of a living person beside him? He immediately wanted to change his moves to dodge, but how could his speed be faster than Miyu? Explosive fist. Miyu blasted his fist, which had condensed a lot of chakra, at Kuroki Rega's back. Boom! The enormous power exploded behind Kuroki Rega, and the indescribable pain spread from his back to Kuroki Rega's brain, causing Kuroki Rega to faint from the pain. Bang! The moment Miyu's fist hit Kuroki Rega flew out directly, smashed 8 large trees before stopping, and lay motionless on the ground. Miyu did not stop after completing all this, because the other kunai was close to Mori Shinpeiki's position. Swoosh! This sudden change was too sudden. Mori Shinpeiki didn't even figure out how Miyu did it before Miyu used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of him. This time, Miyu did not use the explosive fist again. He directly poured chakra into the kunai and used the kunai to pierce the heart of Mori Jinpachi, killing him completely. Flying Thunder God technique. After the kunai in Miyu's hand pierced his body, Mori Jinpachi recited the ninjutsu used by Miyu without thinking. He knew it too late. When he thought that this was the famous ninjutsu of Yellow Flash, his death was doomed. Of course, even if he knew the information about the Flying Thunder God technique in advance, he would not be able to react. Flying Thunder God is not a ninjutsu that can be easily dealt with just by knowing the information. Sure enough, it has to be teacher Miyu. Flying Thunder God is so cool. Seeing Miyu instantly kill 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Obito showed excitement. It was too hard for them to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito and Kakashi fought to the death and only killed a watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and that was under extraordinary performance. and Miyu instantly killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the gap between fighting with Mizuno Tsuki-han. I wonder when Mr. Miyu will teach me Flying Thunder God. Obito couldn't help imagining the scene of himself using Flying Thunder God to kill people. Nohara-rin was in danger, and then he used Flying Thunder God to descend from the sky and said, "I'm not late to solve all the enemies at the critical moment." Obito felt so handsome just thinking about it. Information is too important. Kakashi thought in his heart, as if he knew the reason why Miyu kept a low profile. Although Kuroki Rega and the others knew Miyu's intelligence and couldn't defeat Miyu, they would not be killed so easily like this. Yellow Flash's Flying Thunder God technique. Tonko Yabaran and King T Fenjiu's faces changed drastically, and they reacted immediately. When Miyu appeared for the first time, they were confused and didn't react, but when Miyu used Kunao to move to Mori Jinpachi for the second time, if they still couldn't react, then they would have done so many years of missions in vain. Yellow Flash is one of the top strong men of the current young generation in the ninja world, and the information about Flying Thunder God has long been collected by all the major ninja villages. Tonko Yabaran and King T Fenjiu retreated a distance in tacit understanding, and moved away from Kakashi and the others. Since Miyu is Kakashi and the others' teacher, maybe Kakashi and the others also have Miyu's Flying Thunder God Kunao. The painful lessons of Kuroki Rega and Mori Shinpeki are in front of them, so they can't be careless. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed just like that. The Kirigakuer ninjas brought by Mizuno Tsuki-han all showed shocked expressions. The 7 ninja swordsmen are a big signboard of Kirigakuer, but 2 of them were killed by Miyu like chickens in front of them. These are not some Chunin genin, but the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakuer who are famous in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God technique. Is it possible that the yellow flash that appeared on the battlefield of Grass Country is a false news spread by Konoha, and the real yellow flash is disguised to deal with us Kirigakuer? Mizuno Tsuki-han looked at Miyu's face and made a guess. If his guess is correct, then Mizuno Tsuki-han can only say that Miyu's performance in camouflage class must be bad. Without the glasses, it seems that there is not much place for camouflage. Konoha really attaches great importance to our Kirigakuer. In addition to Orochimaru, they even called in Yellow Flash. Mizuno Tsuki-han's expression became solemn. If the enemy is Yellow Flash, then his previous order was too careless and disrespectful to Yellow Flash. To deal with an opponent like Yellow Flash who can tie with the AB combination, of course, all available forces must be gathered. What's more, killing Yellow Flash and killing an unknown Konoha Jonin are not the same concept. The merits and reputations brought by the 2 are completely different levels. If you can kill Yellow Flash, I may not be without hope for the position of the 4th generation. Mizuno Tsuki-han thought while gathering a large amount of chakra. He would not underestimate the Yellow Flash, but he would not overestimate it either. Mizuno Tsuki-han thought that he could fight the Yellow Flash 50-50, and if he added some of the Kirigakuer Jonin, it would be 40-60. At this moment, Mizuno Tsuki-han did not even need to give orders himself. The Kirigakuer people took action and prepared to deal with Miyu collectively. After all, Mizuno Tsuki-han was more or less the head of the ninja clan, and he had to save face. He could not just say that he would deal with it alone for a minute and then say that everyone would come together. Ice release, 1000 killings ice shooting. Mizuno Tsuki-han converted a large amount of chakra into ice escape chakra and condensed a dense ice 1000 chakras, and then the ice 1000 chakras shot towards Miyu like 1,000 arrows. While releasing ninjutsu, Mizuno Tsuki-han memorized the position of Miyu's Flying Thunder God Kunao, condensed chakra, and was ready to use an ice escape at any time to Miyu who used Flying Thunder God to transfer. Although the attack range of 1000 killings ice shooting is very large, it is definitely not enough to deal with ninjas who have mastered time and space ninjutsu. Mizuno Tsuki-han only used 1000 killings ice shooting as a starting ninjutsu. The previous attack was a tentative attack, and now is the real battle. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. There is a fog-inhibited senior ninja who condensed chakra and spit out a water dragon to hit Mu. Fish, release. King T-Fenjiu raised his double swords, injected chakra into them, and released a chakra light ball towards Mu. Tonko Yebaran was better at close combat, so he did not attack, but raised his sword and waited quietly for an opportunity. Various ninjutsu attacks came towards Mu. Mu just silently created a shadow clone. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style, Suppress Harm. Mu's main body condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and rapidly changed its nature, spitting out a large amount of flames to form a sea of fire in front, and then the shadow clone spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The moment the high-pressure wind ball touched the high-temperature flame, it changed into a terrifying hurricane. The wind helped the fire to instantly make the fire in the sea of fire extremely fierce and burned all the nearby trees into black ashes. And the attacking thousand arrow rains and various water escapes were all melted and evaporated when they encountered this terrifying flame with a monstrous force. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and finally the flames and the various ninjutsu that attacked turned into nothingness. Only the trees that turned into ashes and the scorched earth on the ground proved the horror of the fire just now. Yellow Flash actually has such powerful fire escape and wind escape? Mizuno Han looked at Mu with a puzzled look. You know, the change of water chakra can restrain the change of fire chakra. So many mist hidden sect used water escape, but Mu blocked the wind and fire ninjutsu without moving even a centimeter. It's not that Yellow Flash has never used other ninjutsu, but it's different from the ninjutsu that Mu just used. Could it be that Yellow Flash's strength has improved by leaps and bounds again? Mizuno Han had a terrible guess in his heart. As a 20-year-old young man, Namikaze Minato is currently in a period of rapid growth and has unlimited possibilities. It can't be counted like this. It can only be said that he can deal with more situations. Mizuno Uehan shook his head. Although the combined ninjutsu just now was very powerful, it was not compatible with Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God couldn't go over and seal the spot. Even the slowest person could not be hit by such an attack. However, Mizuno Uehan still silently memorized this information and prepared to go back and update the information of the Yellow Flash. Even Mizuno Uehan was surprised by the power of Mu's ninjutsu, not to mention the other Kirigakuer, who all looked like they had seen a ghost. This is the level of ninjutsu of the strong in the ninja world, sent a 3/4. I 3/4 thought in his heart. Mu's combined ninjutsu was powerful but still within a reasonable range. 3/4 superscript 2 couldn't understand how he practiced it. After so long, I really haven't seen anyone practice fire escape to this strength by his own hard work. After a simple defense, Mu took out 3 more kunao from the ninja tool bag. Today I am not in good condition, I only wrote 4.6k. Tomorrow the protagonist's battle should be over. Chapter 430 Golden Thread Ice Dragon. Mu's hand chakra burst and threw 3 kunao at Kirigakuer. These 3 kunao did not have any changes in nature, but they were just 3 ordinary kunao, which made all Kirigakuer members show fear and use various means to block the kunao from moving forward. But at this moment, a kunao was shot out from the big tree on their side. Someone noticed the sound of the kunao breaking through the air, but the kunao shot very fast, and because the distance was not far, it instantly approached the Kirigakuer ninjas. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Mu used the Flying Thunder God kunao thrown by the Shadow Clone to instantly move to the side of the Kirigakuer ninjas and threw out a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Under the effect of the ninjutsu, the shuriken thrown by Mu kept splitting and covering the Kirigakuer like an impenetrable rain of arrows. Ice Release, Ice Rock Hall. The first person to react was Mizuno Tsuki Han, who immediately condensed the ice release chakra to create a thick ice wall around himself. Other Kirigakuer who reacted also used their own means to defend or dodge, but most of them did not have the ability to block the close-range shuriken net. One Kirigakuer waved a sharp sword to block 3. The shuriken were stabbed into the body by more shurikens and died. Some mist-hidden clan tried to dodge with the instant body technique but were pierced through the body by the shuriken because of their lack of speed. Mizuno Han frowned slightly. 2/3 of the mist-hidden clan died directly under Muyu's shuriken shadow clones, and there were also injured among the surviving mist-hidden clan. They even created a shadow clone in advance and hid it nearby. Mizuno Han believed that Muyu must be defeated as soon as possible, otherwise the 7 ninja swordsmen and his subordinates would all be killed by Muyu in a short time. Ice escape, cold wave. Mizuno Han converted a large amount of chakra into ice escape chakra and then burst it all out in one breath, and a terrifying cold air appeared around him. Crack! The ground around Mizuno Han froze rapidly. The living mist-hidden clan was not affected by the ice escape chakra under Mizuno Han's deliberate control, but the dead mist-hidden clan Mizuno Han didn't care about them. They were all frozen one by one, and the ice surface soon spread to Muyu's feet. Muyu directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and released high-temperature flames to offset the low-temperature cold air. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Mizuno Tsuki Han was a little surprised to see Muyu standing still and blocking his cold wave. However, Mizuno Tsuki Han didn't care too much. He didn't expect this ninjutsu to freeze the strong, because the speed of the cold air was not enough. The purpose of releasing this ninjutsu was not to use this ninjutsu to deal with Muyu, but to pave the way for the next ninjutsu. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back with Biwajozo and the others. King T. Fenjiu regretted following Mizuno Tsuki Han. I thought that with Mizuno Tsuki Han's strength, he should not be able to meet his opponent, but a ninja with a suspected golden flash popped out. King T. Fenjiu could only hope that the enemy would be careless and not use Flying Thunder God to leave the cold wave range, so that Mizuno Tsuki Han might be able to seize the opportunity to severely injure the opponent. Thinking of this, King T. Fenjiu fired a chakra light ball at Muyu, actively restraining Muyu, and other surviving mist-hidden village also took action. We have to find a way to get close and cut him. Tonko Yiren did not move with the others. He stared at Muyu, who used fire escape to block the attack casually, waiting for the moment when Muyu showed a flaw to cut Muyu. A ninja will die if he is killed. No matter how strong Muyu is, Muyu's body is not made of iron. If he is cut by him, he will be disabled. Ice escape, ice dragon kill. Mizuno Han opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of ice escape chakra, quickly forming an ice dragon around him. Then, under Mizuno Han's control, the ice on the ground flew towards the ice dragon to enhance the power of the ice dragon. The ice dragon instantly became huge, so big that people could feel their own insignificance when looking at it. The ice around Muyu did not fly towards the ice dragon but gathered together to form an ice spike to stab Muyu. Fortunately, we are not in the snow country. It feels like this guy's strength would be increased by half in the snow country. Obito complained when he saw the huge ice dragon. However, Obito felt that the final result would not be different. Although the environment can affect the combat effectiveness of ninjas, it depends on who they are. Mizuno Tsuki Han has no chance of winning against the almighty Muyu Xianren, whether in the glacier or the desert. No, this guy's target is us. Kakashi found that the ice dragon suddenly turned and rushed towards them. Mizuno Tsuki Han raised his mouth. After all, he was a ninja. At first, he asked to fight Muyu alone because he was excited to meet the ice ninja from other countries for the first time. In a real battle, he would definitely win by any means. He is not stupid. Although the ice dragon has a large attack range, it is still too difficult to hit Muyu with Flying Thunder God. Instead of aiming at Muyu, it is better to hit Kakashi and his team directly to force Muyu to take his ice dragon. The 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Jingmen, open. Might Dai saw this and directly opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Uncle Dai, don't worry. Kakashi shook his head and persuaded. Mizuno Tsuki Han's attack was obviously not simple. Might Dai, who had just opened the sixth gate, could not block it. Of course, Might Dai did not need to block it, as Mu Yu was still there. If Mu Yu was not there, Kakashi would have asked everyone to disperse immediately. Not to mention that they were exhausted, even if they were in their prime, they might not be able to block such a terrifying attack. But with Mu Yu there, and there were multiple enemies at the scene, Kakashi chose to trust Mu Yu's judgment. If Mu Yu had any arrangements, she would have said it directly, and Mu Yu did not speak, which meant that everything was still under Mu Yu's control. Since Kakashi and the others had Mu Yu's Flying Thunder God Kunao on them, Mu Yu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to them. Mizuno Tsuki-han showed an expression that was as expected. You lose because you are not ruthless enough. Mizuno Tsuki-han thought he had won. At this point in the battle, Mizuno Tsuki-han had discovered that he was not as strong as Mu Yu in terms of single combat power. If he really fought alone, he would most likely lose. But there is no if. In fact, he has the help of 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, as well as his own Ch-nin and Jonin subordinates, while Mu Yu has only injured and exhausted subordinates. If Mizuno Tsuki-han and Mu Yu swap positions, he will choose to retreat. Not only for himself, but also for the overall situation. If a few Jonin died, they could be transferred from the village. Once a strong man like him died, it would have a significant impact on the entire battlefield. Step back a little, there may be a lot of broken ice later. Mu Yu condensed his chakra and smiled at his disciples. Kakashi and others nodded and stepped back a few meters. Then Mu Yu looked at the huge ice dragon that was about to attack. The breath of fire switched to the breath of rock to enhance the body's ability. Mu Yu used the breath of rock to the extreme to open the transparent world, and then Mu Yu put his left hand in front of him and his right hand behind his waist, and stretched out his index and middle fingers. Seeing this posture, Might Guy's eyes lit up instantly, and he instantly saw that Mu Yu was ready to use the golden skyline with extremely powerful attack power. Such a big ice dragon can also use this move. Might Guy showed an excited expression. He had no doubt about Mu Yu's ability, and was looking forward to what kind of light Mu Yu's golden skyline would release under such an opponent. Golden skyline. After opening the transparent world, Mu Yu could accurately use every bit of strength, and he burst out his chakra to complete everything and sprinted forward. When the dragon and Mu Yu were about to meet, all the ninjas on the field stared at the figure rushing towards the dragon. In front of the huge dragon, Mu Yu looked very small, as if he was a mantis trying to stop the wheel without knowing his own strength. At the moment of meeting the giant dragon, Mu Yu used his fingers to slash in the posture of drawing a sword. A beautiful golden line flashed by. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, white ice dust spread rapidly, and ice blocks of different sizes flew around at high speed. Boom! The huge impact force caused the ground to explode and blast out holes. The scattered impact aftermath blew the surrounding leaves and blew the ninja's hair backwards. Mizuno Uehan looked at the center of the explosion with disbelief. The huge ice dragon had disappeared, leaving only broken ice on the ground. How is it possible? The ice dragon I released with all my strength was actually broken head-on, and it was still a physical skill. Mizuno Uehan found it difficult to accept this fact. An ice dragon as big as him could be broken by a physical skill. How could a simple physical skill have such power? It's the same physical skill as that green kid, but the power is totally different. King T Fenjiho couldn't help but take a breath. Might Guy's golden skyline has already shocked them enough. The first time, he almost killed the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost in seconds. The second time, he tore the protective net and interrupted the beheading sword under the siege of many people, and he could also beat Biwajizo to lose his combat effectiveness. But compared with Mu Yu's golden skyline, Might Guy's golden skyline is a small witch meeting a big witch. If it was Mu Yu's golden skyline, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen could survive. Although surprised, Mizuno Tsuki-han's qualities as a strong man are still there. He immediately wanted to use the instant body technique to transfer his position and then run away. However, Miyu had already expected his idea. Mizuno Tsuki-han was forced back by the wind blade released by Miyu's shadow clone just as he wanted to retreat. Mizuno Tsuki-han, who failed to get away in the first time, completely lost the qualification to escape because Miyu had come in front of him. Ice escape a Hayamado no. With no hope of escaping, Mizuno Tsuki-han made a last effort to create an ice wall in front of himself. Crack! Miyu's finger pierced the ice wall and pierced Mizuno Tsuki-han's body to finish him off. It's not that no one wanted to stop Miyu, but they couldn't stop Miyu who was bursting at full speed. How could it be, Lord Han actually? Mizuno Tsuki-han's subordinates couldn't help but be a little distracted when they saw this scene. Although Mizuno Tsuki-han had many problems, his strength was indeed strong enough. They didn't expect Mizuno Tsuki-han to be killed so easily by Miyu. You have to practice harder. This kind of power is the real golden skyline. Might Guy burned with the desire to practice. Compared to Miyu's golden skyline, his golden skyline is much less powerful. Both his body and the proficiency of his moves need to be strengthened. This move is really powerful. It's probably the most powerful physical technique in the ninja world. I just don't know which one is more powerful than the strongest spear of the third generation Reikage. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The physical technique of the third generation Reikage belongs to the Thunder Escape Ninjutsu. The third generation Reikage's Hell Stab enjoys the reputation of the strongest spear in the ninja world, but Kakashi thinks that the Golden Skyline may not be worse than the Hell Stab. Thinking of this, Kakashi had a headache. How can he fight the next civil war? If Might Guy's 6 gates and rock-breathing chakram mode are normalized, I'm afraid they will have to fight together to have a chance to win. Go to hell. At this last moment, Tonko Yiren finally made a move. He seized the opportunity when Miyu's arm pierced the ice wall and suddenly jumped up and chopped at Miyu's neck. Swoosh! Miyu's body disappeared on the spot, and Tonko Yiren's big knife chopped the ice wall fiercely, stirring up a burst of ice chips. The next moment, Miyu suddenly appeared next to Tonko Yiren with a kunao in his hand, and stabbed the kunao into Tonko Yiren's heart. Tonko Yiren looked at Miyu in confusion, and finally fell down with doubts. He never figured out why Miyu could move to his side instantly until his death, when there was obviously no flying thunder god kunao here. Sometimes dead people are quite useful. Miyu glanced at Mizuno Tsuki-han, who was also dead. When he killed Mizuno Tsuki-han, he left the flying thunder god spell on Mizuno Tsuki-han. King T-Fenjia watched Miyu kill Mizuno Tsuki-han and then killed Tonko Yiren like killing a chicken, and couldn't help but touch his back, only to find that his clothes were actually wet with sweat. Without hesitation, King T-Fenjia turned around and ran. At this moment, he had no desire to fight. King T-Fenjia believed that he still had hope of survival. Although he couldn't run faster than Miyu, he could run faster than other mist ninjas. King T-Fenjia wanted the method was very good, but unfortunately he met Miyu. When the Kirigakuer found something wrong and wanted to retreat, the 2 shadow clones blocked the position and killed the fleeing Kirigakuer, while King T-Fenjia was caught up by Miyu's body and hit by the Raise Nan in the chest and died directly. After killing all the enemies, Miyu quickly cleaned up the battlefield and put the bodies of the ninja swordsman and Mizuno Tsuki-kin into the scroll. Miyu was not going to hide this battle as before. First, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Mizuno Tsuki-kin were both heavyweights in the East Coast battlefield, and Konoha would pay much attention to them. Second, Miyu's apparent strength was not low, and he did not need to restrain and hide like before, so that his achievements could be spread out to increase his reputation. A ninja who obviously has strong strength but keeps a low profile all the time will make people pay more attention. Miyu's hiding is not mindless and low-key, he wants to hide in accordance with his identity, strength, and personality, so that he will not be discovered. After finishing the cleaning, Miyu rushed back to the camp with his disciples. His current strength was not enough to ignore everything on the battlefield. After all, no matter how powerful the skills were, they still needed chakra to use. After returning to the camp, Mu Yu checked the panel and found that some disciples' life mission rewards had been settled. Chapter 431 Disciples' Gold Coin Burst. Name: Hitaki Kakashi. Life mission: the real power lies in protection. Main goal: protect your companions and everything you care about. Mission progress: 100%, remaining trigger times: 4. To Mu Yu's surprise, Kakashi's life mission progress was directly maxed out, making him the first disciple with a full life mission progress. However, considering that Kakashi's life mission is only settled once at 50%, Mu Yu thinks it is reasonable. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi successfully protects his companions with a desperate burst, and obtains progress rewards, medium sword training experience, lightning attribute chakra nature change, mastery level, sword-related skill extraction scroll, mastery level. Sword-related skill extraction scroll: sword-related skills will definitely appear. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi successfully protects his companions with a desperate burst, and obtains progress rewards, item upgrade scroll, lightning attribute skill extraction scrolls plus, mastery level. Item upgrade scroll, can be used to upgrade some of the physical rewards awarded by the system. It turns out that there are S-end level lottery scrolls. Looking at the reward of 100% progress, Mu Yu was a little surprised. It was the first time he got a scroll of this level. Since there is S+, will there be SS or SSS? Mu Yu thought curiously. Mu Yu thinks it is still possible, after all, there are double S potentials. However, even if there is, it must be difficult to obtain, otherwise it would not take so long to get an S-end level extraction scroll. Since there is already a mastery level lightning attribute chakra property change, the mastery level property change of the progress reward has become 3000 proficiency points, which has given Mu Yu a lot of lightning escape practice experience in his mind. After receiving the reward, Kakashi's life mission progress was reset to 0. Next, Mu Yu did not rush to use the extraction scroll, but looked at the life missions of other disciples. This time, it was not only Kakashi's mission progress that changed. Name: Might Guy. Life mission: towards the strongest physical skills. Main goal: to become a top ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that they can become strong even if they are not good at ninjutsu. Task progress: 28%. Might Guy's mission progress span is not as good as Kakashi's, but it has also increased significantly. Not only has it triggered a settlement reward, but it is also close to the next settlement. Disciple Might Guy's strength and reputation have increased. He has walked a short distance on the road to being the strongest in physical skills and obtained progress rewards, moderate physical fitness improvement, fist and foot related skill extraction scrolls, mastery level, evening elephant, mastery level. Might Guy's progress reward is also quite good. Although the improvement of the physical fitness by moderate physical fitness is not obvious, it is reasonable to compare with Obito's 20% reward, which is only 1,400 chakras. Moreover, it is more difficult to obtain physical rewards than chakras. The fist and foot related skill extraction scrolls should be related to Might Guy's main physical skills, just like Kakashi's reward is a sword related extraction scroll. In addition to Kakashi and Might Guy, Obito's life mission progress has also changed a little, but the increase is not too obvious, and it has not reached the level of settlement progress rewards. Mu Yu estimates that this incident will increase a little more after it is spread out. After all, reputation can also increase the chance of becoming Hokage. Then Mu Yu clicked on the item upgrade scroll. He didn't get many physical rewards from the system, but there were some. The more common ones were consumables such as Kunao Shuriken and secret medicine for cultivation, and then there were black-framed glasses and six-path staff. After clicking OK, a list of optional upgrades appeared on the panel. There were only 3 options: Kunao Shuriken and black-framed glasses. Mu thought about it for a while and used it on black-framed glasses. If he could choose the six-path staff, he would definitely choose the six-path staff. The six-path staff itself is hard enough and has the ability to destroy ninjutsu. It is the strongest weapon in his hand at present. But compared to strengthening Kunao Shuriken, it is obviously better to strengthen black-framed glasses. Click according to the improvement of skill enhancement. Enhancement will not directly change the quality, but will only become stronger on the current basis. Enhancing ordinary Kunao Shuriken may not be as good as asking a ninja tool master to make Kunao Shuriken with good materials. Although black-framed glasses do not have the ability to attack, they are also special props with special effects, allowing Mu to use the Byakugan without scruples. Item enhancement scroll has been used. Black-framed glasses have been enhanced successfully. Black-framed glasses can hide the big changes in the whole body, increase intellectual temperament to a certain extent, and will never fall off or be damaged unless you take it off on your own initiative. From the head to the whole body, it is much more convenient to use the transformation. Mu looked at the introduction of the enhanced black-framed glasses and showed a thoughtful expression. For Mu, the transformation skill is not actually a combat skill, because Mu's advantage over other ninjas is the high-level powerful skills on his body, and his combat power lies here. Mu has not seen anyone with perfect skills. The only one who has a perfect combination ninjutsu is Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Mu has 4 perfect skills, namely, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Armed Color Domineering, Thunder Breathing, and Water Breathing. These skills of his are not only highly proficient, but also localized from powerful means of other worlds. He has a lead in intelligence before the battle begins. Copying other people's skills cannot effectively improve Mu's upper limit of strength. After all, the transformation scan is still limited by one's own proficiency. The ability scan is not complete when the proficiency is too high. Ninjas with strong strength and much information consume extra chakra. There are too many disadvantages for real battles of the same level. He is not specialized in transformation. Mu only uses the auxiliary skills of transformation to enrich the means. For example, the secret technique of Inoshikajo. If Mu wants to torture someone, he can transform into Yamanaka Inoichi, which is very convenient. There is also Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, which can greatly enhance Mu's medical ability. After strengthening his black-framed glasses, Mu thought of a new use for his transformation skills, which was to use transformation to confuse his potential enemies. For example, his ice escape was not strong, and was even at the proficient level, but if he transformed into Mizuno Tsukihan to fight, his ice escape strength would be different. People who knew his previous ice escape level would think that he had practiced ice escape hard to become so strong, which would create the illusion that Mu attached great importance to ice escape, which was equivalent to giving a false information. In the case of the enemy being in the dark and me being in the light, Mu believed that this new use of transformation had certain strategic significance. Although he still had a few tricks left, because he had to teach his disciples, his own information would inevitably be exposed to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Transmitting false information could make Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu misunderstand him, and it would be easy to make mistakes when carrying out plans against him. After using the item enhancement scroll, Mu prepared to draw a lottery. Before starting, Mu washed his hands as before. Although it might not really be useful, it would make him feel more comfortable. Mu first used the scroll of fist and kick skills that exploded from Might Guy. After clicking to confirm, a huge turntable appeared in front of Mu, and he even saw some martial arts from martial arts novels in his previous life. The scroll of fist and kick skills has been consumed, and the skill is obtained 6 styles, mastery level. When the pointer was completely stable, a large number of various training experiences related to the 6 styles appeared in Mu's mind, but they were not the original version of One Piece, but localized in the ninja world, and required the use of chakra. Although the system classified the 6 styles into one skill, they are actually 6 physical skills, namely shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, and finger gun. Mu Yu had obtained the skilled level shaving before. Because of the general proficiency, Mu Yu rarely used it in battle, but this time he upgraded it. However, if we only talk about the instant body technique, Mu Yu still thinks that the water instant body technique is stronger, and the nature change is not in vain. However, for someone like Might Guy who has a very hard time learning ninjutsu, shaving is still a good choice. Moreover, with the blessing of rock breathing, Might Guy's physical skills are stronger than ordinary physical skills. For Mu Yu, the greatest significance of the 6 styles is that it can enhance the anti-air ability of his disciples. Although the moon step of the 6 styles cannot make people fly in the sky in the true sense, it can also make people walk in the air for a short time. The sword-related skill extraction scroll has been consumed, and the skill, Fire Thunder God, mastery level, is obtained. Fire Thunder God is a thunder-breathing move created by Agatsuma Zenitsu and Demon Slayer by combining other thunder-breathing sword types. It has both speed and power, and it is also very handsome. It is a very good move. Finally, Mu Yu looked at the Thunder Attribute Skill Extraction Scroll with a level of S+. This is the highest level extraction scroll he has obtained so far. Without hesitating for too long, Mu Yu quickly clicked to extract. No matter how good the extraction scroll is, it is useless if it is not extracted. Thunder Attribute Skill Extraction Scrolls and has been consumed, and the skill, Wuxiang's Sword, mastery level, has been obtained. The moment the extraction was completed, a huge amount of training experience appeared in Mu Yu's mind, including various sword training experience and thunder attribute property change experience. The content was so much that Mu Yu felt like he had been concentrating on practicing the Thunder Blade technique for hundreds of years. Not to mention the skill itself, the byproducts brought by the skill alone have made Mu Yu very satisfied. Not only did he have all kinds of sword experience, but his Thunder Attribute Chakra property change even increased his proficiency by another 1000 points. Now Mu Yu's Thunder Attribute Chakra property change proficiency has reached 5000 points, although it is lower than Feng Shui, which is more expensive. It's still a little short of the mastery level of the system benefits, but it's ahead of most ninjas in the ninja world. After a brief memory sorting, Mu Yu went to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the battlefield commander and the highest-ranking ninja on the battlefield. In addition to the relationship with the root, Mu Yu had to report this incident to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, just now my disciples' team had an encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. With the help of Might Guy, they killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost among the 7 ninja swordsmen and repelled the rest of the members. Mu Yu said straight to the point. Orochimaru was surprised and showed a thoughtful look. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that all the team of Mu Yu's disciples were Chunin, and they were all Chunin who had just been promoted not long ago, and there was no ninja over 10 years old. As for Might Guy, Orochimaru didn't know him directly, but based on the surname, he could judge that he was related to Might Guy. Because of the previous new team formation, Orochimaru had a little impression of their team, but he did not expect that they would have the strength to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a team of 7 outstanding mist-hidden ninja jonins. It seems that a group of extraordinary geniuses have appeared in Konoha. Orochimaru praised. Although it was unreasonable for a team of 7 Chunin to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, Orochimaru still believed it because the person who reported it was Mu Yu. Mu Yu had no reason to make up such a lie to fool him, unless Mu Yu's brain was abnormal, but according to Orochimaru's observation, Mu Yu was not only normal, but also a very smart person. When the 7 ninja swordsmen retreated, I rushed to the scene to stop them from retreating, but at this time, Mizuno Tsuki-han also arrived at the scene with a mist-hidden ninja team, and the injured Biwajozo and Karari Kushimaru retreated under their cover. Mu Yu continued to report. Since he was not going to hide it this time, he would tell the whole process. Mizuno Tsuki-han. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. This was not a simple character. Together with the 7 ninja swordsmen, Myu and his disciples fought a small battle between the elite with Kirigakuer. Except for the retreating Biwajozo and Kurisan Kushimaru, all the other Kirigakuer were killed on the spot by me, and 5 ninja swords were seized. At the end, Myu told his total results. Looking at Myu with a calm face, Orochimaru was a little curious about Myu's battle process. According to Myu's report, the battle just happened, and Myu had no scars on his body, which means that Myu killed Mizuno Tsuki-han, 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and multiple Kirigakuer without any injuries. Such combat power was somewhat beyond Orochimaru's expectations. His expectation for Myu was just to win Mizuno Tsuki-han or Hojiki Zangetsu. Myu, you really gave me a big surprise. Orochimaru said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Although this sudden encounter will affect Orochimaru's layout of Kirigakuer, in general, this is a great achievement that Konoha newspaper can publish a separate issue of. Orochimaru can get a lot of credit just by adding a sentence like under the leadership of Orochimaru. I really want to talk to you about some specific details, but now we need to hold an emergency combat meeting. Orochimaru stood up. This encounter has a great impact on the entire battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire. Kirigakuer lost a strong man like Mizuno Tsuki-han and lost 5 elite ninja swordsmen, 7 people. It can be said that the loss is heavy. In this case, Orochimaru's strategy of luring the enemy is difficult to work, so Orochimaru has to change the big combat strategy and take the initiative to force Kirigakuer to fight. Chapter 432 10,000 Years of Genin? Elite Jonin. This time, Orochimaru did not summon all Konoha Jonin, but only summoned several Jonin who held important positions on the current battlefield. For small matters, hold a big meeting, and for big matters, hold a small meeting. Since the decision of the meeting will affect the final direction of the entire battlefield, the content of the meeting itself is confidential. In addition to Myu, Orochimaru only invited 5 Konoha Jonin to attend this important confidential meeting. These 5 Jonin are Hinata Hisashi, who is the leader of the perception team, and all members of Ino Shikacha. It is worth mentioning that Nara Shikaku is the deputy commander of the team, and the last Jonin is the leader of the medical team responsible for logistics and medical care. Just today, the team of Myu-kun, Might Dai, and Myu-kun's disciples had an encounter with Mizuno Tsuki-kan and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mizuno Tsuki-kan, Mori Shinpeki, Tonko Yabajan, Kurakurega, King T Fenjiu, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and other mist-hidden mountain Jonin were killed on the spot. Among them, Zigwashin Puffer Ghost was killed by Myu-kun's disciples, and the rest of the ninjas were killed by Myu-kun. Orochimaru did not keep the secret and directly told the results of Myu and his team. Orochimaru did not use any exaggerated description or rhetoric to embellish, but simply described Myu's victory in a straightforward manner. All the ninjas in the tent, except Orochimaru and Myu, had their pupils contracted and their faces showed an expression of shock that was difficult to conceal. That is to say, it was the commander of the army, Orochimaru, who said this. If it were any other ninja, they would probably doubt the authenticity of this statement. Nothing else, the content was too horrifying. It was like suddenly knowing that one's side had destroyed the opponent's elite troops during the war, and having a dreamlike happiness. For a smart man like Nara Shikaku, this feeling was particularly obvious, because he clearly did not make any combat arrangements, but Myu created such a victory. Fighting a war is not about being strong, otherwise each village would not have to send so many ninjas, but send a few. A top-notch warrior will be enough. Even if you are strong, you still need to find someone. If you don't find someone, you can't kill the opponent no matter how strong you are. This involves other things related to the war. It's really a battle that takes both strength and luck into account. Nara Shikaku sighed in his heart. It was Myu's luck to directly meet the 7 ninja swordsmen and Mizuno Tsuki-han who didn't bring many ninjas, and it was Myu's strength to defeat them. Both are indispensable. If one is missing, it would be impossible to create such a result, and it might even be a loss for Konoha. It seems that we have to re-evaluate Hanyu Muyu's strength. His strength is probably not much worse than that of Lord Orochimaru. Maybe he can hold back Kyujira Yagura on the battlefield. Narashikaku subconsciously thought of the tactical arrangement. Although there is some information about Muyu, there is a lot of uncertainty between ninjas. At the beginning, Narashikaku didn't know whether Muyu could beat Mizuno Tsukihan or Kitten Zangetsu. However, judging from Muyu's latest record, Muyu is definitely much stronger than Mizuno Tsukihan and the others, otherwise it would be impossible for him to fight Mizuno Tsukihan and take away 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time, so Narashikaku estimated that Muyu's combat power was slightly inferior to top-level masters such as Orochimaru and Yagura. What a scary record! Yamanaka Inoichi looked at Muyu with some surprise. In terms of age, Muyu is his junior, but he may never be able to surpass Muyu's record in his lifetime. After all, the secret techniques of their Yamanaka clan are more auxiliary, and basically there will be no ninjas who are very strong in single combat. Let alone him alone, Yamanaka Inoichi believes that their generation of Inoshikacho combined may not be able to do it. As for their strength, Yamanaka Inoichi is still very confident. If they work together to temporarily hold back Mizuno Tsukihan or Hojiki Zangetsu, it's okay, but if they want to win, that's too much. If a few more members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are added, they will definitely die miserably. Of course, it is difficult for Orochimaru to achieve such a level of results in an encounter. Orochimaru is not weak, but it is difficult to encounter such a situation. Great! Akimichi Choza gave Muyu a thumbs up. He did not associate the results of Muyu's encounter with the impact on the entire battlefield. He just felt that Muyu, who could defeat so many strong men, was very strong. Hyuga Hisashi looked at Muyu with admiration. Although he had no impression of Muyu before today, it did not prevent Hyuga Hisashi from admiring Muyu now. The ninja world has always been a place where the strong are respected. Muyu not only showed great strength, but also made great contributions to Konoha. It is difficult for Hyuga Hisashi not to admire Muyu. If he had the strength of Muyu, perhaps the Hyuga family could achieve some changes. Orochimaru was not surprised by the surprised expressions of the ninjas present. You know, this was information that even he could not help but be surprised by. Before discussing the next battle plan, I would like to ask Muyu-kun how many of your disciples can still exert their full combat power, and what level of power Might Dai can exert in the next battle. Orochimaru looked at Muyu and asked. It was not only Muyu who performed amazingly in this encounter, but also Muyu's disciples, and Might Dai's performance was very scary. They were all Chunin, but they fought back the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on without a significant difference in numbers and even killed one of them. If Muyu's disciples were not injured, it means that Orochimaru has a team that can rival the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Narashikaku showed a thoughtful expression. Originally, he did not pay too much attention to Might Dai and the team of Muyu's disciples in Orochimaru's words. As the deputy commander of the team, Narashikaku had already memorized the teams with strong combat capabilities, and the team where Kakashi and his team were was obviously not among them. If Narashikaku remembers correctly, Might Dai seemed to be a 10,000-year-old genin with a bad reputation in Konoha village. But according to Orochimaru's special question, maybe Kakashi, Might Dai, and others played a lot in the battle, and they were not just pendants that were carried away. The other senior ninjas looked at Orochimaru with some confusion, not quite understanding why Orochimaru mentioned Kakashi, Might Dai, and others. It's okay for those who don't know Might Dai, but it's even more strange for those who know Might Dai. After all, who would know that a 10,000-year-old genin actually mastered the terrifying forbidden technique of 8 gates? Although they were confused, no one interrupted them. Just listen honestly when you don't understand. Shisui, Obito, and Nohara Rin should be able to recover their combat effectiveness in about 10 days of recuperation. Kakashi's case is more serious and needs at least 3 weeks of recuperation. Kai's case is the most serious and he can't participate in the battle for at least 1.5 months. I plan to send Kai back to Konoha for recuperation. Miyu thought for a while and answered. Although Obito, Nohara-rin, and Shisui looked miserable, they were basically just external injuries, and recovered quickly with the help of medical ninjutsu. Kakashi was different. Although he didn't look injured, when he used Thunderbolt flash speed at the end, Kakashi squeezed his body's strength like the markings in the original Demon Slayer, which put a lot of pressure on his body, so he needed to recuperate for a longer time. Not to mention Might Guy. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is a forbidden technique with powerful side effects. Might Guy also forcibly opened the 6 gates that he couldn't bear, and at the same time superimposed the rock-breathing chakra mode, the pressure on his body directly pulled full. If it weren't for the good effect of rock breathing and Might Guy's hard work, a real ordinary Chunin's physique would definitely not be able to withstand such terrible pressure, and every punch in the battle would break bones. The fact that they were able to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen this time was actually an extraordinary burst, and they don't usually have such strength. Miyu explained briefly. This time it was mainly Might Guy who was in C, but Might Guy had to practice for a while before he could transform the gains between life and death this time. As for Senior Dai, he can block 2 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time with his full burst, but the burst time cannot be too long. If Might Dai opens the death gate, he can beat the entire 7 ninja swordsmen by himself, but this extreme method of the death gate cannot be used as a normal combat force. After listening to Miyu's explanation, Narashikaku was shocked again. The development of this encounter was completely different from what he imagined. He thought that Miyu had not been assigned a combat mission and went out with the disciples, and then met Mizuno Tsuki-han with the 7 ninja swordsmen. The two sides fought a battle. Miyu killed Mizuno Tsuki-han and other mist ninjas, and Miyu's disciples killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon who was injured by Miyu. Biwajozo and Kurishan Kushimaru took advantage of the chaos and ran away and were not caught. This is the most reasonable battle process that Narashikaku has based on the final battle result described by Orochimaru. But according to what Miyu said just now, the correct process should be that Miyu's disciples' team went on a mission, and they were unlucky and encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen broke out in a battle. Miyu's disciples and Might Dai broke out and gained a certain advantage, killing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon and repelling the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this time, Miyu and Mizuno Tsuki-han arrived together, and then there was the amazing result behind. After the reasoning, Narashikaku was really a little bit overwhelmed. There were so many strong people on his side of the battlefield, but he didn't know. This is the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. The ninja team that can fight him head-on is strong enough even if there are factors of extraordinary burst. Might Dai. Narashikaku silently recited this name in his heart. He planned to take time to meet this ninja after the meeting. He really didn't expect that this legendary 10,000-year-old genin actually had the strength to match 2 7 ninja swordsmen. The expressions of the other ninjas were also surprised and confused. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed in his heart that the young are formidable, even Miyu's disciples have such strength. Miyu himself is only 20 years old, how old can his disciples be? That 10,000-year-old genin actually has such strength. The squad leader of the medical class was very shocked. Although Might Dai has been promoted to Chunin for some time, because his previous deeds have been widely circulated, the ninjas who know Might Dai still have the first impression of Might Dai as a 10,000-year-old genin. However, the medical class leader believed that the situation would change after the encounter was spread. When talking about Might Dai in the future, everyone would first think of him as a Chunin who fought against 7 ninjas in the battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Is that so? I see. Orochimaru nodded and gave up the idea of letting Kakashi and the others form an elite assassination team. According to the intelligence provided by Miyu, the main combat force of the team is Might Dai, followed by Kakashi, and then the others. Since the strongest Might Guy and Kakashi have to rest for such a long time, it will be difficult to use them in the next war. Orochimaru's initial battle plan was to use Konoha's previous weakness in the East Coast battlefield to disguise and actively expose the location of the camp to attract Kirigakuer to launch a large-scale attack. But Kirigakuer is not stupid. They will definitely not fall for Orochimaru's strategy of luring the enemy after losing multiple elite ninjas in one breath. Because the premise of Orochimaru's plan is that Kirigakuer thinks that Konoha's ninja forces in the East Coast battlefield are very weak, and they can gather troops to eliminate a large number of Konoha's living forces in one go to wear down Konoha's overall strength. Now Muyu not only killed Mizuno Tsuki-han, the head of the Snow Clan, a well-known strongman on Kirigakuer's side, but also killed Kirigakuer's signature assassination team, the 7 ninja swordsmen, into 2 ninja swordsmen. In this case, Kirigakuer cannot think that Konoha is weak. So Orochimaru's latest plan is the ultimate provocation, sending a large number of forces to hunt Kirigakuer ninjas as much as possible to find the base camp of Kirigakuer ninjas, forcing Kirigakuer to fight with Konoha. If there is a team that can match the 7 ninja swordsmen, Orochimaru will of course send them to the battlefield to hunt Kirigakuer without hesitation. It is inevitable to get injured after such a big battle. I will report your merits to the top management. Orochimaru did not show regret but comforted Muyu instead. After all, it is not a desperate situation now. Orochimaru cannot let the unrecovered ninja go to the battlefield to fight. Since he cannot use it, he might as well say a few nice words to win some favor from Muyu. Although Orochimaru looks very cold and difficult to approach, it does not mean that Orochimaru does not know the so-called art of controlling people. It is just that in most cases, there are few ninjas who can match Orochimaru's skills in controlling people. And Muyu is just the ninja that Orochimaru needs to spend his time thinking about. Not only is he strong enough to do things well, but he is also a root ninja. He is simply an ideal subordinate of Orochimaru. Orochimaru is already thinking about how to dig Muyu to his side. If he wants to become a Hokage, an excellent confidant is indispensable. Muyu is not his person at present. He can only be regarded as a helper that Shimura Danzo temporarily lends to him. Although he has in-depth cooperation with Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru is very clear about this. He does not want to be restricted too much by Danzo Shimura after becoming Hokage. Cooperation is fine, but if Danzo Shimura still wants to be on an equal footing with him after he becomes Hokage, then that would be wishful thinking. Orochimaru has great confidence in poaching people. Shimura Danzo is very familiar with the tricks played by the root ninja. After all, Orochimaru is also a high-level member of the root. Orochimaru believes that he only needs to help Muyu discover the true face of Shimura Danzo, who is devoted to Konoha, and then show his personal charm, and Muyu will have a high chance to switch to his side. Next, Orochimaru and Narashikage formally discussed the specific plan of the battle. Most of the discussion was between the two of them, and the rest of the people just added various details. Chapter 433 Mysterious Strong Man. After returning to the camp, the more seriously injured Biwajozo directly sought medical ninja treatment, while the less seriously injured Kurisan Kushimaru reported the mission situation before Gaji Yagura. When we were on the mission, we encountered a powerful Konoha team. The other side had one more person than us. We fought hard but were defeated in the end. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was killed during the battle. Kurisan Kushimaru said in a deep voice. Kirigakuer is a ninja village with cruel rules, so Kurisan Kushimaru had to use the art of language to reduce the impact of their mission failure. In a sense, Kurisan Kushimaru did not lie. Kakashi did have one more person than them, although not everyone in Kakashi's team played a big role. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost did not sacrifice in vain. Several ninjas in the Konoha team were also seriously injured by us. However, since our side suffered more casualties, in order not to affect the battle situation, we finally chose to retreat, but at this time a ninja who mastered ice escape stopped us. Fortunately, Lord Han also came to support us. Because Biwajozo and I were seriously injured, we retreated back to the camp in advance, and the rest of the ninja swordsmen worked with Lord Han to deal with the Konoha ninjas. Kurisan Kushimaru briefly recounted the whole process of the battle. Kurian Kushimaru thought that this mission should not be a big problem. Although a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was lost, the loss on the Konoha side was definitely greater. You know, that is a genius team that can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they don't die, their future strength is visible to the naked eye. Which ninjas are in the powerful Konoha team? Inoshikajo. Kyuji Yayagura thought for a while and asked. The 7 ninja swordsmen who are fully dispatched are a big card of Kirigakuer. There are very few Konoha teams that can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen on the East Coast battlefield. Kyuji Yayagura believes that only Inoshikajo or Orochimaru can lead the team. But if Orochimaru leads the team, the battle will not be a lose-lose situation, so Kyuji Yayagura directly asked Inoshikajo. Kurihane Kushimaru's face under the mask was a little embarrassed, but he still honestly told the ranking of Kakashi and others. There are Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito and other Konoha super geniuses. Although Shisui's performance was also amazing, Kyuji Yayagura didn't know Shisui's name. Kurihane Kushimaru's face flashed a look of surprise. This can't be said to be slightly different from what he imagined, but it can only be said to have nothing to do with it. As one of the top leaders of Kirigakuer, Yagura Kyujira is familiar with these 3 names. He has read the report of the master leading the team to participate in the Chunin exam and knows that these 3 are geniuses who appeared in the Chunin exam of Konoha, and even defeated several young geniuses specially found by Kirigakuer. You mean you lost to several Konoha ninjas who have just become Chunin for less than 2 years? Yagura Kyujira's eyes became sharp. Yagura Kyujira knew that Kakashi and the others were geniuses, but this was not the reason for the failure of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You must know that the 7 ninja swordsmen are already famous ninjas, and genius is just their previous stage. Feeling the strong pressure from Yagura Kyujira, Kurishi Kushimaru couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Unlike their debut as a group, Yagura Kyujira is a real strong man who can shock the ninja world and has a great chance of becoming the 4th generation Mizukage. Lord Yagura, our intelligence is behind. They are much stronger now than they were during the Chunin exam, especially Might Guy. Might Guy has mastered a powerful physical technique called Golden Skyline. He only used it twice in battle. The first time, he severely injured the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. He was able to recover his combat power after Samehada's treatment. The second time, he smashed the beheading sword and almost killed Biwajozo. Kurisan Kushimaru explained with a stiff face. Although he could fool around with lies, the bodies had to be recovered after the battle. If he found that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's memory was different from what he said, he would really be in trouble. So Kurisan Kushimaru could only try his best to explain with facts. Not all of them are genius ninjas. There is also a middle-aged physical technique ninja. If he hadn't blocked the Tsuya Ito and Kurakurega, we would have been able to kill Might Guy and the others. Kuro Tachibana Yagura showed a thoughtful expression. Although the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen was infuriating, the information revealed in it was terrifying when you think about it carefully. Several 10-year-old genius ninjas actually have the ability to compete with the 7 ninja swordsmen. They are like this at the age of 10, so what will happen when they grow up? But if Mizuno Tsuki-kin is here, they should not be able to leave. Thinking of this, Yagura calmed down. No matter how promising the future is, it is still a matter of the future. As long as they are all killed before the future arrives and they have no future, the problem will be solved. Although Mizuno Tsuki-kin is not good at doing things, Yagura still recognizes Mizuno Tsuki-kin's strength. If he is not smart, how could he stay in Kirigakuer for so long and become the patriarch of the ninja clan if his strength is not strong enough? After asking some details, Yagura sent Kurisan Kushimaru to be treated, and then sent Kirigakuer to check the situation at the battle site. However, when Yagura sent after the intelligence personnel he sent came back, he got a piece of information that he had never expected. Lord Han is missing, and Lord Zigwishan Puffer Ghost and 5 other ninja swordsmen are missing. There are only corpses of village ninjas on the battlefield. Intelligence Kirigaku reported in a low voice. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Kyujiya's face, because he knew Kyujiya would be very angry now. Mizuno Tsuki-han is missing. Kyujiya looked at Intelligence Kirigaku expressionlessly, and his tightly clenched fists showed that his heart was not as calm as he looked on the surface. Intelligence Kirigaku nodded. There are traces of Lord Han's ice escape on the battlefield, and there are a lot of broken ice on the ground. Kyujiya asked Intelligence Kirigaku to retreat with a stern face. Mizuno Tsuki-han, you are a waste who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Kyujiya couldn't help cursing in his heart. Missing is just a nicer way of saying it. There are only 2 possibilities for missing on the battlefield. The first possibility is that he has become a deserter and defected, and the second possibility is that he has been killed or captured by the enemy. With Mizuno Tsuki-kan's identity, of course he would not defect. He is the patriarch of the ninja clan and one of the vested interests of the ninja village. Mizuno Tsuki-kan has no reason to defect. If he did not defect, then he was killed or captured. With Mizuno Tsuki-kan's strength, it should not be possible to capture him alive, so in the heart of Kyujuyagura, Mizuno Tsuki-kan is already dead. Kyujuyagura is really in a difficult situation, because it is not only Mizuno Tsuki-kan who died, but also 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen lost 5 and 2, which is basically equivalent to being useless. The remaining 2 can only be used as stronger jonin. The dead Mizuno Tsuki-kan plus the 7 ninja swordsmen who are only in name only, which means that they, Kirigaku, have lost 2 big cards at once. This is very disadvantageous to us. Who is the ninja who killed Mizuno Tsuki-kan? Is there a strong man who uses ice escape in Konoha? Kyujuyagura's expression became gloomy. He now wanted to revive Mizuno Tsuki-han and beat him up, and he also wanted to send away the remaining Biwajozo and Kurisan Kushimaru so that the 7 ninja swordsmen could go down together. Although it was just a simple encounter, it destroyed all the advantages of Kirigaku in the Land of Fire, and even put them in a considerable disadvantage. The death of Mizuno Tsuki-han was not just a simple loss of a strong man. Mizuno Tsuki-han had many arrangements of Kirigaku in his mind, including the location of the camp, the supply route, and the battle plan. Because of Mizuno Tsuki-han's death, Gojo Yagura must immediately change all the arrangements of Kirigaku in the East Coast battlefield. This is not a small project. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura in the tent, Kirigaku who was guarding outside couldn't help but sweat, and mourned for the people who provoked Gojo Yagura for 0.1 second in their hearts. Although Kyujuyagura really wanted to kill people to vent his anger, he knew that this was not the time to punish his subordinates. Kyujuyagura quickly ordered to adjust the strategy and summoned Biwajozo and Kurikaku Shimaru to ask for details. Kyujuyagura must first know who the ninja who killed Mizuno Tsuki-han was. If it was Orochimaru or Ino Shikacha, it would be fine, but if it was not them, it meant that a new Konoha strongman had come to the battlefield. I didn't see what he looked like, I only saw the ice escape ninjutsu he released. Biwajozo shook his head and said. Kurikushimaru also nodded. They left too early. Kyujuyagura's face darkened, and he struggled not to put his fist on their faces. Ace assassination team? Waste team. Kurikushimaru looked at Kyujuyagura who was so angry that he was very confused. He didn't understand who had offended this battlefield commander. He was fine not long ago. What happened? Kuroki Rega and the others haven't come back yet. Biwajozo suddenly remembered something. It's rare for ninjas to have a day and night battle. It's been a while since they left the battlefield, so the battle should have ended. They can't come back. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all be killed by Konoha ninjas. Kyujuyagura said coldly. You are lucky. You escaped death because of your injuries. Kyujuyagura did not hide the sarcasm in his words. He was really angry. With such a loss, he didn't even know who the opponent was. How could he fight? Just the information of ice escape could not locate any Konoha strongman, because there was no Konoha strongman known to use ice escape. Biwajozo and Kurishi Kushimaru looked at each other, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. They never expected that Mizuno Tsukihan and the others would die. What kind of strength would it take to kill them all? Could it be that Orochimaru would also appear later? Are there any other geniuses worth noting in that genius team? Asked Kyujuyagura. Since Mizuno Tsukihan died, those genius ninjas are likely to have survived. Kyujuyagura had to update their information and raise their priority. There is also an Uchiha ninja younger than Uchiha Obito who is also a genius. Kurikaku Shimaru quickly drew a sketch of Shisui based on his memory and handed it to Kyujuyagura. After accepting the sketch, Kyujuyagura asked a few more questions. Seeing that he could not get much useful information from the two, he asked them to retreat and recuperate. Kuro Tachibana quickly adjusted the layout of Kirigakure and reported the latest intelligence to Kirigakure. He was running out of combat power, and if he wanted to continue to succeed on the battlefield on the East Coast, he could only ask Kirigakure for support. Otherwise, the living space would be gradually squeezed by the Konoha ninja troops until they were driven out of the land of fire. Tachibana believed that Kirigakure had to send reinforcements to continue fighting Konoha, because this was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Normally, if they encountered a failure of this level, they would usually prepare to return to their homeland, but Kirigakure's opponent was Konoha, which was being surrounded and beaten. Now Konoha was in a state of multi-front warfare. If Kirigakure retreated, Konoha would not be able to pursue, let alone counter-invade the land of water on the sea. That is to say, Kirigakure could go to war without any scruples, and even if they lost to Konoha, they would not have to worry about being asked for compensation. If Konoha really dared to ask Kirigakure to continue to consume with him, it would see if Konoha could consume 3 large ninja villages. Hokage Building, Conference Room. At this time, all the 4 top leaders of Konoha gathered in the conference room. This Hanyu Muyu actually killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen while fighting Mizuno Tsuki-kan. I'm afraid that even if Minato came, he couldn't do better. Mizuto Kato-yan exclaimed. They were discussing the latest battle report sent from the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee with a smile. Although he knew Muyu's strength, he didn't expect Muyu to create such a dazzling result in a short time. Hiruzen, if you had sent Muyu to the battlefield as I said, the war situation would definitely be much better than it is now. At this time, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but say something to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had long wanted Muyu to help Orochimaru make achievements, but was always rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Muyu is an excellent root member trained by me. I know very well where he can play a role. Shimura Danzo emphasized. Mizuto Kato-yan and Udaten Koharu looked at Shimura Danzo with some surprise. They didn't expect Muyu to be trained by Shimura Danzo. First of all, Muyu was not fit to go to the battlefield at that time. Secondly, Muyu's current strength mainly depends on his own efforts, not your training. Did you teach him the combination ninjutsu, Danzo? Or did you teach him the Flying Thunder God technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. He taught Muyu ninjutsu but never said that he trained Muyu. Shimura Danzo said that he trained Muyu and it was just a flattery. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Muyu's talent was good enough and he worked hard enough, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave him enough resources, which is why Muyu is what she is today. As for the route, it was purely to restrict Muyu's development, otherwise how could Muyu grow faster after leaving the route? Muyu laid a solid foundation in the route. Shimura Danzo said stubbornly. Of course, he knew that Muyu's current strength had nothing to do with the route, and it was only after Sarutobi Hiruzen trained her that her strength soared. However, he must have a share of the credit for training Muyu. After all, Miyu was still his root ninja, although it was trained in violation of regulations. Seeing Shimura Danzo say this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute. After all, when Miyu first came out of the root, she was also an elite among the Jonin. After a brief exchange of words, they continued the meeting to discuss whether to spread Miyu's deeds to increase morale or to temporarily conceal Miyu as a surprise soldier. Chapter 434 War Merit Rewards. I think this battle can be widely publicized, just like the last time Namikaze Minato tied with the AB combination. Shimura Danzo was the first to express his thoughts. It can not only make the village's ninjas more confident about the future of the war, but also deter our hostile ninja villages. Miyu is a ninja of the root. Shimura Danzo believes that it is more beneficial for Miyu to gain greater fame and gain higher status and more power in Konoha. After all, he is the leader of the root organization that Miyu respects the most. Can Miyu refuse the arrangements he ordered? It is true that it can increase morale, but can these increases in morale really compare to the role played by Hanyu Miyu as a surprise soldier? Udaten Koharu expressed a different opinion. You should know that this time he killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and also killed Mizuno Tsuki-kan. If there are a few more such results, Konoha will not worry about not being able to win the war. Udaten Koharu believes that Konoha not only cannot help Miyu spread his achievements, but also has to let the ninjas below keep secrets, leaving Miyu as a killer hiding in the dark. Have you not been on the battlefield for too long? Such results cannot be created by strength. Shimura Danzo said bluntly. Although they are both insulting people, Shimura Danzo's insults to Udaten Koharu and to Sarutobi Hiruzen are somewhat different. The main reason why Shimura Danzo insulted Sarutobi Hiruzen was because Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression of him made him feel unhappy. The reason why he insulted Udaten Koharu was because Shimura Danzo knew this old classmate too well. Udaten Koharu, like him, is a ninja who is dedicated to Konoha. As long as the starting point is towards Konoha or the final result is beneficial to Konoha, Udaten Koharu will not care about the details. His more intense words made it easier for Udaten Koharu to understand his sincerity towards Konoha. After thinking about it carefully, Udaten Koharu did not refute what Shimura Danzo said. She had indeed not been on the battlefield for quite a long time. After all, she was promoted to a high-ranking official of Konoha after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. A powerful ninja village like Konoha rarely needs high-ranking officials to go out. Looking at Udaten Koharu's reaction, Shimura Danzo nodded silently in his heart. If he could deal with Udaten Koharu, he would be the same as dealing with Mito Kado-en. These two usually advance and retreat together. In fact, Shimura Danzo did not think highly of the two of them, although they were great. All of them can be regarded as disciples of the second Hokage, but in Shimura Danzo's eyes, there is only Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the ninja of the same level as him. The fact is just as he thought. After becoming the top leaders of Konoha, Mito Kado-en and Udaten Koharu rarely have their own opinions. If they just have no opinions, it's fine. They are still Sarutobi Hiruzen's yes men, which makes Shimura Danzo very unhappy. Because it means that he is isolated and helpless during the high-level meeting. However, Shimura Danzo knows that this is not because of his incompetence, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage, and he is just the Hokage's assistant. If the identities are reversed, then Udaten Koharu and Mito Kado-en would be his yes men. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't speak. According to the personalities of Udaten Koharu and Mito Kado-en, even if they acquiesce at this moment, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen gives a logical reason to oppose, they will immediately support Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion is very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak immediately after sensing Shimura Danzo's gaze, but took a deep breath from his pipe and exhaled wisps of white smoke. Whether to publicize the results of the war was not a question worth thinking about for too long by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was thinking about other issues, one of which was the strength of the current Konoha Hokage candidates. The weakest candidate at present was Tsunade, who did not go to the front line to participate in the war, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya were currently evenly matched. When Jiraiya won a great victory in the battlefield of Grass Country, his voice was ahead of all other candidates, but as Orochimaru made contributions in the battlefield of Hot Spring Country, he gradually caught up with Jiraiya. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the current Hokage, had the absolute right to choose the next Hokage, he could not ignore the voices in Konoha. Because the first Hokage was elected by all Konoha ninjas, if Sarutobi Hiruzen chose someone who no one recognized as the Hokage, it might cause some damage to the dignity of the Hokage. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a person who does not know the importance of the matter. If he thinks that the person with a high voice is not suitable to be the Hokage, he will appoint the person who suits the Hokage in his mind even if it will damage the dignity of the Hokage. Jiraiya, why don't you want to be the Hokage? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. If Jiraiya is willing to be the Hokage, he won't have to think so much. He has already arranged the way for Jiraiya, but Jiraiya is unwilling to go. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, it is difficult for him to understand Jiraiya's choice. This is the position of Konoha's Hokage, with supreme power. Although the Hokage is nominally one level lower than the daimyo of the Land of Fire, in fact, the two are on an equal footing. The daimyo of the Land of Fire cannot order the Hokage to do something he doesn't want to do. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Muyu. If Muyu was born 5 or 6 years earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hesitate to accept Muyu as his apprentice and train Muyu in the direction of Hokage. Muyu is Sarutobi Hiruzen's ideal apprentice. Like him, he has a talent for ninjutsu that is far beyond ordinary people. He is gentle and humble, has a deep understanding of the will of fire, and even has unparalleled teaching ability. He is simply an enhanced version of his youth. Thinking about Muyu's personality, and then thinking about the personalities of his 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that it is really annoying to compare with others. After Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out white smoke, he took down his pipe. Even if we conceal the information, such a record is difficult to replicate. Moreover, 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen have escaped. The Kirigakuer will soon know about this. In this case, it is meaningless to conceal it deliberately. Let's mobilize our forces to publicize this victory. Muyu's achievements on the battlefield have far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. When he fought with the Sand Village hero Yekeng before, he asked Muyu to conceal it once because he took into account the face of the Sand Village. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not going to wrong Muyu again. Muyu's current fame is too inconsistent with his strength. After Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kadoen also agreed, and Shimura Danzo showed a satisfied smile on his face. How should this Might Dai be rewarded? Let him be promoted to a Jonin? But he doesn't seem to know ninjutsu. It seems a bit against the rules to let someone who doesn't know ninjutsu become a Jonin. Mito Kadoen said after taking a look at the information in his hand. Konoha is very strict in selecting Jonin. In peacetime, Jonin not only have to have achievements that meet the requirements for promotion, but also have to pass various tests to complete the promotion. Those who fail to pass the test must continue to study until they pass the test before they can be promoted. Although it is not so strict during the war, Might Dai is not partial to one subject, but only knows one subject. This is unprecedented in Konoha, so Mito Kadoen said it is against the rules. Then let him be a special Jonin. Anyway, he is only good at physical skills, and it has not been long since he was promoted to Chunin. This is already considered a special promotion. Koharu Yuditen looked at Might Dai's information and said. It means that this time the contribution is really not small, otherwise Koharu Yuditen would not want to promote Might Dai. Obviously mastering such a powerful forbidden technique, but not using it for a long time to disguise himself as a 10,000-year-old ninja, she can see that this is a ninja without the will of fire. Shimura Danzo closed his mouth and did not speak. It was none of his business what Might Dai was promoted to. Rules are dead. Konoha has changed the rules from the beginning to now. Whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, they are all part of the ninja's strength. Might Tai can fight 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This strength is enough to become a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed the opposite opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Might Tai and had contacted him. Might Tai had a brief fight with him once, so Sarutobi Hiruzen roughly knew what kind of person Might Tai was. He believed that with the character shown by Might Tai, there was no problem for him to become a jonin of Konoha. And Might Tai did make a great contribution this time. If it weren't for Might Tai's timely support, Kakashi and his team would not have been able to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, nor would they have been able to hold on until Miyu arrived, and there would have been no great victory this time. Hiruzen, you have a point. Sometimes you really can't follow the rules rigidly. Mito Kato-en showed an expression of agreement. Then promote to jonin. Udaten Koharu also changed his words. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but flash a look of disdain in his eyes. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who refuted his opinion, he would have to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Might Tai is promoted to jonin, how should Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy be dealt with? Mito Kato-en spoke again. Among the few people, except Hatake Kakashi, most of them have only been promoted to chunin in the past 2 years. Among them, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu and Uchiha Shisui were promoted to chunin this year. If Kakashi and others are also promoted to jonin, it will be a bit scary. Konoha will have several young jonin. Shisui is even only 8 years old this year. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a thoughtful expression and then said, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy will undergo a jonin inspection after returning to the village. They can be promoted to jonin after passing. Nohara Rin will be promoted directly to special jonin. The rest will remain unchanged for the time being. It is very simple that Ebisu and Shiranui Genma are not on the promotion list. Although they have worked hard, they are basically just playing soy sauce in battle and do not have the strength to be promoted to jonin. It is a terrible thing that a ninja's strength does not match his ninja level. It will not only affect the reputation of the ninja village, but also make it easier for ninjas to die in missions. Although Uchiha Shisui is strong enough, his achievements are not good. He has done too few missions to meet the requirements of jonin. The difference between Nohara Rin and Obito is also a matter of strength. Nohara Rin's current strength is not enough to serve as a jonin, but her outstanding medical ability and achievements are enough to be directly promoted to a special jonin. Mitaman and Udaten Koharu both showed their approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken all aspects into consideration. After the meeting, Miyu visited the injured disciples. This time, every disciple was injured, it was just a matter of severity. Teacher Miyu. Obito waved happily after seeing Miyu. Shisui was not as passionate as Obito and also sat up to greet Miyu. Kakashi sat up slightly and greeted Miyu softly. Because of his serious injury, Might Guy could only slightly raise his head to find Miyu's position and then greet Miyu with a weak voice. Are you all right? Miyu smiled warmly, then walked to the disciples and checked their bodies again. This time, Miyu transformed into Tsunade to check on several people, and then treated the disciples. Due to wearing black-framed glasses, none of the disciples noticed the changes in Miyu, and they only felt that their bodies had recovered a little under Miyu's treatment. Teacher Miyu's medical ninjutsu has improved a lot. Kakashi, who was receiving treatment, was a little surprised. As the disciples became stronger and stronger, injuries during practice and combat were inevitable. Most of the time, it was Miyu who treated them, and Nohara Rin was only responsible for assistance, so Kakashi was clear about Miyu's level of medical ninjutsu. In a certain period of time, Miyu's medical ninjutsu made rapid progress. According to Miyu himself, it was the result of learning from Tsunade. This time, Miyu's progress was obvious, and even Kakashi, a ninja who didn't know medical ninjutsu, could notice it. Teacher Miyu is worthy of being a genius who developed the armed color and breathing method. Kakashi attributed the progress to Miyu's talent and hard work. He did not deny that Tsunade had contributed to this, but he thought that it was mainly because Miyu was good enough. Otherwise, if Tsunade opened a medical ninja training class, wouldn't she be able to train a bunch of medical ninjas at the level of Tsunade? Teacher Miyu, when can we recover? Obito couldn't help asking. Although he showed his ability against the 7 ninja swordsmen, it happened to be the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost that he killed in cooperation with Kakashi. Obito wanted to suppress Kakashi, so he wanted to recover as soon as possible and continue to fight. You, Shisui and Xiaolin can recover in 10 days, Kakashi will need 3 weeks, and Kai will need 1.5 months. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Although Tsunade's medical ability is very strong, in order to prevent the students' health from being exposed, Miyu is still prepared to let them rest for a while. It takes so long. Might Guy's eyes widened. You can do rehabilitation exercises after half a month of rest, just don't be too radical. Miyu added. Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too uncomfortable for him if he could not practice for such a long time. It would be even more uncomfortable if Kakashi and others took the opportunity to surpass him. The battle on the battlefield will become more intense. I plan to send you back to Konoha. Who of you wants to go back with you? Miyu looked at the other disciples. After all, Kirigakure has invaded the land of Fire Country. As long as Kirigakure does not retreat, Orochimaru will definitely fight Kirigakure with his ninja troops. Miyu created such a Orochimaru will definitely not miss this opportunity. The intensity of the war on the East Coast battlefield will continue to increase. Chapter 435 Promotion. Several disciples looked at each other and wanted to see each other's thoughts from each other's expressions. I'll go back too. Kakashi said after a moment of silence. It takes too long for him to recover. If there is a sudden change on the battlefield and he is not fully recovered at that time, he may become a burden. Kakashi thinks it is better to return to Konoha to recuperate than to stay on the tense battlefield. A good environment can recover faster, and when he recovers completely, he can continue to perform tasks on the battlefield. Ah! Kakashi, you have to go back too. Obito scratched his hair with both hands. He wanted to stay on the battlefield, but if Kakashi returned to Konoha, it would be meaningless for him to stay on the battlefield. Because he wanted to compete with Kakashi on the battlefield and suppress Kakashi in performance. If Kakashi left, who would he compete with? By then, even if he performs well, Kakashi can say that he can do better. I need to rest for 3 weeks. It would be more comfortable to go back to Konoha. Resting on the battlefield will even limit my movements. Kakashi replied calmly. If there is a choice, it is definitely better to go back to Konoha. War is not a joke. Teacher Miyu, is Xiaolin going back? Obito thought for a while and asked Miyu. Since Kakashi is not going to stay on the battlefield, Obito has lost most of his interest in the battlefield. After all, with his current strength, he cannot end the war. There is not much difference between him and him. Obito is going to decide whether to stay or go based on Nohara Rin's choice. If Nohara Rin decides to stay, he will also stay on the battlefield to protect Nohara Rin. If Nohara Rin returns to Konoha, then Obito will also choose to return to Konoha. I will ask her later. Miyu replied. Because of her gender, Nohara Rin is not recuperating in the same tent with Obito and others. Since there are more disciples here, Miyu will ask Obito and others first. If Xiaolin goes back, I will go back. Obito nodded. If Nohara Rin also left, it would be meaningless for him to stay on the battlefield. Kakashi glanced at Obito and was a little speechless. He was too indecisive. I want to stay on the battlefield. Shisui said his thoughts after a long thought. He used to be the leader among the disciples for a long time, but with the rapid improvement of Obito's actual combat strength after the internship, Shisui was surpassed silently. Shisui was very unwilling. He didn't want to fail in the civil war of the disciples. He wanted to regain the title of Mu Yu's strongest disciple. Therefore, Shisui wanted to hone himself through this war and make up for the lack of actual combat. After the 10-day recuperation period, Shisui will take the initiative to ask Mu Yu to go out to perform tasks. In addition to honing himself, Shisui has another idea, which is to complete more war tasks to increase his qualifications. He is only a chunin now, and a genius chunin is only a chunin. Chunin cannot stir up trouble among Uchiha. If he wants to make his words more important after the clan meeting, he has to upgrade his ninja level, and the battlefield is a good place to make achievements. No problem. Mu Yu nodded and agreed. Except for Might Guy, who was forced to return to Konoha, Mu Yu would not stop others from staying on the battlefield. As for Might Guy, Mu Yu was mainly worried that something would happen that forced him to fight, causing Might Guy to force his injured body to fight and leave incurable sequelae. Although the 8 gates of the ninjutsu is very powerful, it is also very dangerous, and Might Guy can also use the breath of rock in a superimposed manner. The breathing method will not cause harm to the body under normal circumstances, but overdrawing strength in extreme cases is also very dangerous. Then Mu Yu went to Nohara Lin and asked the same question. Are Kakashi and the others going back? Nohara Lin did not answer Mu Yu's question immediately, but asked about Kakashi and the others first. After Mu Yu told him the truth, Nohara Lin thought for a while and gave the answer, I want to go back to Konoha. Nohara Rin's idea was simple. Kakashi must have been seriously injured if he needed so much time to recover. If she went back with him, she might be able to use her treatment to help Kakashi recover better. At the same time, she could also use this time to organize her recent gains and learn new knowledge from Tsunade. After asking all the disciples, Mu Yu did not arrange for them to go back immediately. She planned to let them rest for a few days before arranging shadow clones to send them back. After all, they had just come back from the battlefield and were too seriously injured. If they set off now, they could only arrange for people to carry them all the way back, at least to let them recover some mobility. Mu Yu did not stay busy with the disciples for too long. He soon went to complete the task assigned to him by Orochimaru. Yamanaka Inoichi checked the memories of the dead Mizuno Tsuki-han and the 5 ninja swordsmen. The arrangement of Kirigakure was basically exposed. Even if Kirigakure reacted quickly, it would not be possible to complete all the adjustments instantly. Mu Yu and their task was to compete with Kirigakure in speed and overturn all the places where Kirigakure did not have time to adjust. However, in this battle, Mu Yu did not use his real strengths, but transformed into Mizuno Tsuki-han and used Ice Escape. Ice Escape, Violent Pheasant Mouth. Mu Yu waved his hand and created a huge ice bird that flew out. The ice bird rushed towards Mu Yu at a high speed and froze all the mist hiders in the path. The ice escape he used now was not his own ice escape with a proficiency of 1000 points at the proficiency level, but Mizuno Tsuki-han's ice escape with a proficiency of 3600 points at the mastery level. The gap between beginners and masters is much larger than the gap between beginners and masters. Ice Escape, Freezing Ray. For those who dodged the ice bird's attack, Mu Yu added another freezing ray to freeze them. Although he transformed into Mizuno Tsuki-han, Mu Yu tried not to use the opponent's ice escape ninjutsu. He didn't have the Sharingan, and it was a bit beyond common sense to copy ninjutsu with pure talent. Such a strong ice escape, how could there be such a strong ice escape ninjutsu among the Konoha ninjas? The Kirigakure ninjas who were attacked were dumbfounded. There is no saying that the blood limit is unique to each ninja village. For example, the magnetic escape ninjas of Sand Village and Cloud Village have them, but they have never heard of ice escape ninjutsu outside Kirigakure, and their strength is so strong. A Kirigakure ninja swallowed his saliva as he looked at his companions who were being frozen rapidly. Why do I feel that this person's ice escape is stronger than Lord Han? In a sense, he was right, because Mu Yu had more chakra than Mizuno Tsuki-han, and even if they were equally proficient in nature changes, Mu Yu would be stronger. Ice Escape was really good at bullying weak ones, and Miyu quickly froze all the Kirigakure that he was responsible for. When Miyu went to the next location, he failed to successfully catch the Kirigakure, and the Kirigakure shrank rapidly. Kurotachi Yagura, he is a good opponent. After coordinating the results of everyone's battle, Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised. Although Kyujo Yagura reacted quickly, it was still a successful action, which effectively hit the Kirigakure's power on the east coast of the Land of Fire. If there is no external influence next, Kyujo Yagura will lose, and it is only a matter of time before Orochimaru wins. The other jonin in the meeting room also showed excited expressions, and winning the battle was also of great benefit to them. From now on, Miyu-kun will serve as the deputy commander of the army. When the meeting was about to end, Orochimaru announced Miyu's new position in the army. This was the decision made by the Konoha high-level officials after their reply. However, this does not mean that Narashikaku's deputy commander will be withdrawn, but that they will all serve as deputy commanders. This is a relatively common thing in Konoha, with one main position and multiple deputy positions. Miyu, Jonin, congratulations! A jonin who knew Miyu congratulated Miyu. Although the commander of the ninja army is a temporary position during the war, it has an extraordinary status, which shows that Miyu is valued by the Konoha high-level officials. Miyu responded modestly with a smile, without any fluctuations in his heart. In his opinion, this is not an important matter, it only represents a signal that he can't go back to Konoha recently. At least he has to wait until the Kirigakure withdraws before he can return to Konoha with the ninja army. Before serving as the deputy commander, Miyu actually did not have any position. There are many reasons why he was able to attend the small meeting held by Orochimaru, unlike other people who hold important positions in the ninja army. Miyu thought there were two reasons for the change in position. One was that he had made great contributions, and the other was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had changed his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen might have initially planned to recall him to Konoha when the situation on the battlefield improved, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen expected him to solve the Kirigakure problem. Orochimaru stopped Miyu as before and strolled with her near the camp. However, this time, Orochimaru did not talk to Miyu about personal matters, but informed Miyu of the rewards from the Konoha high level for this encounter. If your 3 disciples pass the assessment, they can become the youngest jonin in Konoha's history. Orochimaru looked at Miyu and said with a faint smile. Konoha's requirements for jonin were too strict. No matter how talented they were, no one could be promoted to jonin at the age of 10. Some people had enough strength but insufficient achievements, and a very small number of them met both conditions but were still lacking in other aspects. Miyu's eyes flickered, curious about whether the disciples would get rewards if they became jonin. Genin and chunin had them, so it stands to reason that jonin should also have them. Based on my understanding of the examination, it shouldn't be difficult for your 3 disciples to pass the examination. Orochimaru thought Miyu was worried that the disciples would not be able to pass the examination, so he spoke. Obito and Kakashi both have the strength to block one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Might Guy can fight 3 with 1 when he bursts out. It is basically a foregone conclusion that they will pass the examination. Orochimaru, you overestimate them. Only one of them should be able to pass the examination. Miyu smiled and shook her head. There is no need to worry about Obito's strength, but promotion to jonin is not just about strength. When examining other contents, Obito and Might Guy may not be as good as experienced chunins. The only person who can pass the jonin examination steadily is Kakashi. Kakashi is a true hexagonal warrior who can do everything, but he is not durable enough in battle. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be late, maybe 2:30 to 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Staying up late is not good. Chapter 436, Thunder Blade Technique Not Losing to the Golden Skyline. When Miyu brought the reward news, the expressions of the disciples were different. At this time, the disciples had recovered under Miyu's full treatment. Even Might Guy, who was the most seriously injured, could get out of bed and move around. They were walking together to digest their food. I'm going to become a Jonin. Obito couldn't help but jump up excitedly. Except for the Hokage, the Jonin is already the highest ninja level in Konoha. In a sense, he is only one step away from the Hokage. You have to know that the teachers in the ninja school are also Chunins. If he becomes a Jonin, it means that Obito's achievements in ninja have surpassed them. Obito imagined the reactions of the ninja school teachers who looked down on him before after he became a Jonin. They must have dropped their jaws in surprised expression. During the last period of time at the ninja school, Obito always enjoyed the respectful gazes of others, but more often he was despised. He never forgot the time when he was the last in the Uchiha school. However, Obito did not want to take revenge on the students and teachers who looked down on him before. He would only cherish the present more and be grateful to Miyu who brought him changes. Kakashi looked indifferent and did not take this reward too seriously. For Kakashi, the ninja level is not important. The few uses of this thing are that he can taunt Obito after passing it. And this is also within Kakashi's expectations. He became a Chunin at the age of 6. With his current mission resume, there is nothing wrong with becoming a Jonin. Jounin, it is a solid step towards the goal. Might Guy showed a passionate expression. Might Guy's initial expectation for him was to become an excellent ninja. Excellence or not is generated through comparison and is relative. Due to Konoha's high requirements for Jonin, every Jonin of Konoha can be called excellent. When Shisui heard that Kakashi and the other 3 had the opportunity to become Jonin, he was more determined to stay on the battlefield and make merit. If he wanted to be promoted, he had to earn more merits. Time flies so fast. Now it seems that graduation was just yesterday, but now everyone has the hope of becoming a Jonin, and is getting further and further away from becoming a ninja who can stand on their own. Nohara Rin said with a smile. She is the only one who directly became a special Jonin, but Nohara Rin had no objection to this arrangement, but was very satisfied. Because she knows her own strength very well. With her strength, she is not enough to be a formal Jonin. Even if she is given the opportunity to participate in the examination, she will definitely not pass. She is much stronger than ordinary Chunin, but a little weaker than a real Jonin. However, her medical ninjutsu can be comparable to that of a real medical Jonin under Tsunade's training. This is because we didn't graduate for long. Obito complained. They graduated at the age of 9, and it has been less than 2 years now. It also proves that we are really excellent. I have never heard of any ninja who can become a Jonin within 2 years of graduation. Obito couldn't help showing a proud look. Obito thought of something and immediately changed his words and asked Miyu, "Teacher Miyu, why did Xiaolin become a special Jonin directly instead of participating in the formal Jonin examination with us?" He was worried that what he said just now might cause misunderstandings from Nohara Rin. After all, Nohara Rin's arrangement was different from theirs. This is an arrangement based on your performance in battle and your resume. Miyu explained briefly. He thought there was nothing wrong with this arrangement, and it was considered to take care of Nohara Rin. Is that so? Obito scratched his head and didn't quite understand. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, "Don't think that Xiaolin's reward is worse than yours. You may not be able to pass the examination. By then, Xiaolin's ninja level will be higher than yours." In fact, Kakashi had already been lenient. In his opinion, Obito was not uncertain, but definitely impossible to pass the Jonin examination. Although Kakashi had never participated in the Jonin examination, he had heard from others that the Jonin examination was an all-round examination, and strength was only one of the examinations. With Obito's theoretical level, Kakashi had no doubt that Obito would fail in the theoretical examination. Only Miyu could save Obito, but Miyu was too busy to tutor Obito now. Miyu had to fight on the battlefield. How is that possible? Kakashi, don't think that you can always win the Chunin examination after winning once. I will definitely pass the examination and become a jonin. Obito said disapprovingly. He didn't think he would fail in the examination. The ninja school graduation examination was considered a genin examination. He took first place. He entered the semifinals in the Chunin examination, but fell to the despicable Kakashi, who was a Chunin but participated in the Chunin examination. Otherwise, he would have had a chance of first place. So Obito didn't think he would fail to pass the Jonin examination. He even thought he could get a good score. Set a small goal, perform better than Kakashi in the Jonin examination this time. Obito thought confidently. Kakashi smiled but didn't tell Obito the cruel truth. Obito didn't have many happy moments. Kakashi could already see Obito's face, which looked reluctant, but he had to obey him because of his ninja level. After telling the good news, Miyu made a simple arrangement for the training plan for several people. Kakashi, when you return to Konoha, put aside other training and concentrate on practicing the nature change of lightning chakra and swordsmanship. Miyu urged. The Wuxiang sword seems to be just a simple swing, but it actually contains very complex lightning chakra nature change skills and a high level of swordsmanship. The ultimate level of lightning escape swordsmanship is not enough to describe this sword. It is the ultimate of ultimates. Now Miyu wants to teach Kakashi but can't. Even if he is blessed with both teaching and enlightenment, he can't learn it. So Miyu hopes that Kakashi will strengthen these two aspects as soon as possible, and then start learning Wuxiang's sword. Although Kakashi's chakra is probably only enough for one sword, this sword is enough to create miracles in many cases. Wuxiang's sword has a very high upper limit. Miyu is deeply impressed. With his more than 5,000 proficiency in thunder, the Wuxiang Yudao feels far from reaching its end when using the attribute change. Miyu thinks that when his lightning attribute chakra changes to the perfect level, his sword experience will be as rich as his current physical skills, and the power of Wuxiang Yudao will be very terrifying. Not only Kakashi needs to practice, but Miyu also needs to practice swordsmanship, because he basically gets system rewards in this aspect, and this reward is only given by Kakashi's life mission, so his level is also average. Due to the insufficient realm, even if Miyu has the next development idea of Wuxiang Yudao, he can't put it into action. This is not because Miyu has extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but the world where this skill comes from has given the future direction, from Wuxiang Yudao without thoughts to the dream of abandoning Wuxiang and carrying dreams. Kakashi's eyes flashed a light. Generally, when Miyu makes such special requests, he wants to teach new things, and it will be a very strong and special new ability. After all, if it is not strong, there is no need for special requirements. When you meet the learning requirements, I will teach you a lightning sword technique that is no worse than the golden skyline. Miyu made a teaching preview to mobilize Kakashi's motivation to practice. Kakashi's eyes condensed. The lightning sword technique was no less than the golden skyline. Now he had to work hard. Although the thunderbolt flash speed was very strong, Kakashi felt that it was still a little bit worse than Might Guy's golden skyline. Now Miyu was finally going to teach him stronger abilities. How many ninjutsu and taijutsu has Miyu developed? Kakashi sighed at Miyu's terrifying talent again. He, a genius who has been praised since childhood, is nothing compared to Miyu. Miyu developed a bunch of super advanced ninjutsu and taijutsu at the age of only 20, including the breath method, which is a heaven-defying secret method. Even the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, who developed a large number of forbidden ninjutsu, was not so exaggerated. It was not a problem of the number of ninjutsu, but a problem of age. Miyu should have accumulated knowledge at this age. Is there a fire-style ninjutsu that is not inferior to Golden Skyline? Obito couldn't sit still after hearing this. He had suffered enough from Golden Skyline. What if there was another lightning-style sword technique version of Golden Skyline? No. Miyu shook her head and replied. Fire-style ninjutsu is a system that has never existed in the ninja world. Yu was able to develop a few moves thanks to his own physical skills and rich knowledge of fire-style ninjutsu. It would be difficult for Yu to develop a fire-style ninjutsu that is similar to Golden Skyline, unless he studies nothing but fire-style ninjutsu. Yu felt that this level of hope was not as good as Obito's stronger Kusanagi-ryu ancient martial arts. Things like teaching and returning are uncontrollable, but the rewards for life tasks are basically related to the disciples. Obito's face was full of uncontrollable disappointment. Shisui also felt a strange taste in his heart. Although the fire-style ninjutsu taught by Yu was also very strong, it was not as amazing as the fire-style ninjutsu of Golden Skyline. The breathing method is qualified, but everyone is practicing the breathing method, which is a condition that everyone has in common. The Golden Skyline is only suitable for Might Guy to practice. My dear friend, I am looking forward to the day when you succeed in practicing. Might Guy laughed excitedly. He is very much looking forward to the moment when he can not lose to the Golden Skyline's lightning sword technique and collide with his Golden Skyline. This is simply too youthful. We must continue to work hard to catch up. Nohara-Lin encouraged herself in her heart. In terms of practice, Nohara-Lin is basically the last one. She has no chance with various super high-level ninjutsu. There is no other reason, but her own ninja quality is not enough. For example, Yu's self-improved super high-level water escape super explosive water rush wave. Yu once used this move to easily kill dozens of snow ninjas in seconds. But if you want to learn the super explosive water rush wave, you must have a water breathing proficiency of at least 1500 proficiency in a mastery level of water attribute chakra property changes, and you must have a lot of chakra. Nohara-Lin does not meet any of the requirements, so it is obvious that she cannot learn it. Chapter 437 Fame. Finally here. Although the distance is shorter than the previous overseas mission, the time spent on the road is actually more. Obito complained while looking at the extremely tall Konoha gate in front of him. In the past, they always traveled on the road in an exercise posture. This time, due to the serious injury, they could not travel at full speed as usual, and the speed was much slower. Kakashi felt relieved instantly when looking at the Konoha gate. He may not have contributed the most on the battlefield, but he was definitely the one who consumed the most energy. He believed that as the vice-captain, he had the responsibility to bring all the team members back safely. He carefully thought about every action and consumed a lot of energy. Akai, do you want to go home first, or go directly to the hospital with me? Kakashi looked at Might Guy and asked after entering Konoha. Although Yu used the shadow clone to escort them, the shadow clone had limited chakra. If it was used to use medical ninjutsu on Might Guy, he would not be able to maintain himself, so Might Guy still had to go to the Konoha hospital to recuperate. The same was true for Kakashi, but he only needed to be hospitalized for a week. Let's go to the hospital directly. My father is still on the battlefield. There is no one at home now. Might Guy answered quickly. Kakashi nodded and prepared to go to Konoha hospital with Might Guy. Let's go together. You can check your body without being hospitalized. Nohara-Rin said. Obito, what do you think? After saying that, Nohara-Rin looked at Obito. Looking at Nohara-Rin's gentle eyes, Obito nodded subconsciously. Nohara-Rin clapped her palms lightly, her face he smiled brightly. Great, everyone thinks alike. Obito realized it late and remembered that he was going to go home to tell his grandmother that he was safe. But Obito finally shut up when he saw the bright smile on Nohara-Rin's face. It wouldn't take long to go to the hospital together. Then the four of them went to Konoha hospital together. Hey, you are Hitaki Kakashi? The Konoha Little White Fang. The ninja who was handling the hospitalization procedures for Kakashi looked at Kakashi's face and then looked at the newspaper next to him with a surprised expression. A strange expression appeared on Kakashi's face. What the hell is Konoha Little White Fang? It sounds too stupid. It's so funny. What kind of weird title is Konoha Little White Fang? Is it because Kakashi you are not tall enough? Obito laughed loudly. I am indeed Hatake Kakashi, but not Konoha Little White Fang. Kakashi ignored Obito and answered the question of the hospital ninja calmly. Because of Obito's voice, the hospital ninja found that Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, and Nohara Rin in the report were all here. You just came back from the front line, right? Now your deeds on the battlefield have been published in the Konoha newspaper and have spread all over Konoha. Everyone says that Kakashi can become the next Konoha White Fang. The hospital ninja said with a smile. If the protagonist of the latest issue of Konoha newspaper is Miyu, then Kakashi is an important supporting role. In addition, Kakashi's father's identity, the discussion is even higher than Might Guy, second only to Miyu. Although Konoha White Fang eventually committed suicide due to mission failure and left a huge stain, this is a strong man who made a name for himself after all. Little Konoha White Fang does not contain any irony, but is purely optimistic about Kakashi's future. After all, Kakashi has killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon at the age of 10, even if it is not a single kill, it is an achievement that is enough to be proud of. Your taste in choosing titles is really bad. Kakashi said bluntly. He could tell that the words of the hospital ninja were not sarcastic, but Kakashi still felt that this was not a good title. After a series of things, Kakashi has actually let go of a lot of things now, and has let go of his past self and his deceased father, but this does not mean that Kakashi will like to be called Little White Fang. He does not need to become anyone. If he insists on saying that his goal is to surpass Konoha White Fang as Hatake Kakashi, rather than becoming the next Konoha White Fang. Indeed, Lord White Fang did not have such a record when he was 10 years old. It is indeed inappropriate to use Konoha Little White Fang as a title. The hospital ninja did not feel embarrassed, but continued to follow Kakashi's words. After all, this title was not given by him, so Kakashi was not scolding him. By the way, since you are back, is Lord Miyu also back? The hospital ninja could not help asking. As soon as the latest issue of Konoha News was released, Miyu instantly became the most discussed ninja in Konoha and even the Land of Fire, suppressing Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Although Miyu is not a nobody in Konoha, he is not as strong as the Yellow Flash in the public's impression. This record caused a great shock. No, please complete the formalities as soon as possible. Kakashi reminded. There is a limit to slacking off. It is a bit inappropriate to chat openly during working hours. The hospital ninja remembered that he was still at work. He looked around with a guilty conscience and quickly helped Might Guy and Kakashi complete the hospitalization procedures. Please give me the newspaper as compensation for the work error. After completing the formalities, Kakashi stretched out his hand. Please don't report it. The hospital ninja gave the newspaper to Kakashi very honestly. He had already read it, so it didn't matter. A newspaper was not worth much. Let me see, let me see. As soon as Kakashi got the newspaper, Obito couldn't help but put his head close to it to see the content. My fire escape is so cool, the title must be very domineering. Words such as Flame Demon, Fire God, and Konoha's Fire Tiger appeared in Obito's mind. What are you thinking about? How could the village's official newspaper staff give you a title? Kakashi speechlessly pushed the head that came up to him away. Let alone giving a title, titles generally don't appear in Konoha newspapers, unless the title is highly recognized. His title of Konoha Little White Fang is definitely not given by Konoha newspapers, it should be the result of idle people chatting. Then how do you have a title, although it doesn't sound good? Obito asked puzzled. First of all, I didn't admit that this is my title, and secondly, having a title doesn't mean it was given by the village. Kakashi explained. After arriving at the ward, Kakashi sat on the bed and opened the newspaper, and Obito and others looked at the newspaper curiously. Might Guy and Nohara Rin were also curious about how their thrilling battle would be described. Defending the country, the East Coast battlefield achieved an unprecedented victory, and the Kirigakure ninja troops suffered heavy losses. Kakashi saw the conspicuous large characters on the headline at first glance. Obviously, the content of this newspaper was about the war on the battlefield where they were. The brutal and vicious Kirigakure ninja took advantage of the lack of strength on the East Coast defense line to invade the east coast of the Land of Fire. At first, our ninjas had to fall into a disadvantage due to various reasons, but under the leadership of the commander of the troops, Orochimaru, the situation on the East Coast battlefield improved and gradually turned from inferior to superior. In this process, the excellent ninja of Konoha, Hanyumwyu, played an indispensable role. He killed many strong men of Kirigakure like a sharp knife. We have obtained important intelligence. The front page basically does not have Kakashi and his friends, it is all about Myu and Orochimaru, or photos on the battlefield. Kakashi, who often reads the Konoha newspaper, was not surprised. The Konoha newspaper has always been like this. The good pages are about important people and well-known strong people, and only in the back will there be other people in the incident. Why don't we see our names? It's okay for Myu, but why are there so many names of Orochimaru? Obito couldn't help but complain. Osaka was obviously not involved in this encounter, so he didn't understand why Orochimaru's name appeared. What's more, under the leadership of Orochimaru, he had never spoken to Orochimaru. Kakashi glanced outside, and then signaled Might Guy, who was closer to the door, to close the door with his eyes. There are only 2 beds in this ward, and the only worry is whether it will be heard by people outside. Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and the commander of the ninja troops on the East Coast battlefield. Don't say such things next time. Kakashi shook his head and said. Kakashi certainly knew the reason. Orochimaru was the commander of the battlefield after all. No matter what kind of merits they made, they couldn't get around him. But Kakashi knew that if he said it, Obito would probably not understand, so he told him not to say it. With Obito's identity and status, it was quite disrespectful to discuss Orochimaru in this way. If Orochimaru's subordinates heard it, they would beat Obito up. Obito was not right. Isn't Uncle Toad also one of the 3 ninjas? He doesn't have so many things. Obito didn't understand. He once complained about Jiraiya in person on the battlefield of Kusagakure. Kakashi hesitated to speak. Obito did offend Jiraiya, but Jiraiya obviously didn't take it to heart, so there was no problem. But people are different. Even if he didn't know Orochimaru, Kakashi felt that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were very different just by looking at their faces and auras. Don't say it if I tell you not to. Just treat it as the order of the vice-captain. Kakashi thought for a while and said. We are not on the battlefield and not on a mission now, so your position as vice-captain is useless. Obito thought Kakashi was using chicken feathers as a token of authority. If you don't want to be assigned to do odd jobs in the next mission, you'd better listen to me more. Kakashi threatened without any concealment. Kakashi, you will regret it. Obito's face darkened. He had no doubt that Kakashi would really do this, after all, their team's combat power was mostly overflowing. I am the vice-captain. Kakashi said that he had the power to do whatever he wanted. Obito was obedient now and continued to read the newspaper quietly. When they read the second half, they saw the report about them in a relatively marginal position. In the newspaper, Kakashi and his team were described as genius ninjas with a firm will of fire despite their young age. Even when they encountered powerful enemies like the 7 ninja swordsmen, they did not abandon their companions and fought bloody battles to protect the village. When Myu did not arrive, they joined forces with Might Guy to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen on the spot. Although Kakashi and his entire team were on the Konoha newspaper, there was a slight difference in the length of the description. Among them, Might Guy had the most, followed by Obito and Kakashi who joined forces to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, then Shisui and Nohara Rin was mentioned less. As for Ebisu and Shiranui Genma, they were only mentioned by name without any personal description. Now no one should dare to look down on my father anymore. Might Guy felt a sense of pride as he watched his father's description. Might Guy's description was only slightly shorter than his. It's too little, it feels like the mission process is very brief. Obito looked at his newspaper's praise for himself and felt a little reluctant. If you were the one who killed Mizuno Tsuki-kan and 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you would have more space. Kakashi said lightly. There is only so much space on a newspaper, and it is a miracle for them to get so much space with their current status. One day I will let the best position of Konoha newspaper be to describe my deeds. Obito said excitedly. He didn't believe that he couldn't make the headlines of Konoha newspaper after becoming Hokage and ending the war. I hope your plan is not to become a writer for Konoha newspaper and secretly replace the content. Kakashi put the newspaper away. Nohara-rin smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Kakashi, don't underestimate Obito too much, even he can't do such a thing. Although Nohara-rin was speaking for him, Obito felt strange. That's right, he probably wanted to become Hokage and be in the newspaper. Kakashi said as he lay on the bed. Obito was shocked. Could there be a ninjutsu that can see through people's hearts? As if he could see through Obito's inner thoughts, Kakashi said bluntly, you are too easy to understand. Obito scratched his hair. Kakashi could guess what Obito was thinking, because Obito's inner thoughts were all written on his face, and it was hard for Kakashi not to know. Finally, Obito fled from the hospital. It would be great if there was a ninjutsu that could see through people's hearts. Obito couldn't help thinking on the way home. People's minds are really hard to figure out, especially girls. Obito often couldn't figure out what Nohara-rin was thinking. If there was a ninjutsu that could see through her inner thoughts, he would make Nohara-rin happy every day. Grandma, I'm back! Obito shouted with full energy after returning home. When Grandma heard this familiar voice, she slowly walked to the entrance, and smiled with relief when she saw Obito's face. Are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat. After taking a closer look at Obito, Grandma walked to the kitchen. Hehe, it's true. Obito smiled and accepted Grandma's kindness. Although Muyu's cooking is delicious, he will miss Grandma's cooking if he doesn't eat it for a while. Obito in our family has made progress. Yesterday, the clan leader came to the door and gave you some things as a reward, saying that you are an excellent Uchiha. There was a touch of pride in Grandma's words. Obito was raised by her alone since he was a child. Although she didn't read the newspaper and didn't know what Obito did, it must be a good thing. Besides, the clan leader also said that if you come back, you can go find him. Chapter 438 Well-known strong. What does clan leader Fugaku want me for? Obito stretched and asked casually while lying on the chair. Obito was not familiar with Uchiha Fugaku. Compared with Uchiha Fugaku, he had more exchanges with Uchiha Yashiro. Of course, compared with Uchiha Yashiro, Obito did not have a good impression of Uchiha Yashiro and kept persuading him to join the police department. It's not a bad thing anyway. It seems that there is a reward for you. Grandma replied. Then I'll go there after dinner. Hearing that there is a reward, Obito became a little interested. It is impossible to join the police force, but the reward of Uchiha can be collected. After all, Uchiha still has many advanced fire escapes. Is this enough to eat? Grandma put the food on the table and looked at Obito with a loving look and asked. Enough, enough, I may not be able to eat all this. Obito nodded quickly for fear that Grandma would bring out more dishes. There is a kind of love that makes Grandma think you are not full. If Obito had not practiced breathing techniques to become stronger, he might not be able to eat so much. After eating, Obito took the initiative to wash the dishes and then went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. However, Obito forgot one thing. When he was not on a mission, he had nothing to do and could move around freely. Uchiha Fugaku, as the captain of the police force, needed to go to work. So Obito, who went early, did not see Uchiha Fugaku, but saw Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikoto. "Obito, are you here to play with Itachi?" Uchiha Mikoto did not know the purpose of Obito's visit. Obito shook his head. "My grandma said that the chief of the Fugaku clan wants to see me. He should still be working in the police department now, and he will be back in about half an hour. How about you sit and wait for a while? I'll make you some tea." Uchiha Mikoto looked at the time and replied. "Half an hour? Then I'll wait here for a while, but there's no need to make tea, I'm not thirsty now." Obito thought for a while and said that he was willing to wait for half an hour. After all, this was a reward. Since he had nothing to do, Obito decided to use this half an hour to guide Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, you must become a good person in the future, not a bad person." Obito walked to the side of Uchiha Itachi, who was in a daze in the yard, and suddenly said. Uchiha Itachi looked at Obito with a puzzled look. "What kind of person can be called a good person? What kind of person can be called a bad person? Why must you be a good person?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes were full of confusion. Obito scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A good person is someone who often helps others, and a bad person is someone who often bullies others. Because bad people are hated by everyone, we should be good people. Obito tried to explain. That means the person who helps the old lady across the street is a good person, and the person who steals the old lady's lollipop is a bad person. Uchiha Itachi looked thoughtful. "You can say that." Obito nodded in agreement. He was undoubtedly a real good person who often helped the elderly. Then if you help the old lady across the street and then steal her lollipop, is that a good person or a bad person? Uchiha Itachi combined the two in his mind and got a new question. This. Obito scratched his hair with both hands, speechless for a while. If you say he is a good person, this person stole something. If you say he is a bad person, but he helped the old lady across the street. Ahem, this question doesn't count. Most people wouldn't do that. Obito coughed twice and tried to fool around with reality. He really didn't know how to answer. Uchiha Itachi looked at Obito quietly, as if he really wanted to hear Obito's answer to this question. If there was a chance, Obito wouldn't mind becoming a learned person in the eyes of his fellow juniors, but he really couldn't say it, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Uchiha Fugaku, who finally came back early, broke the calm. "Obito, did you just come back from the battlefield today?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled and greeted Obito. Obito looked at Uchiha Fugaku with gratitude as if he had been pardoned. "Well, everyone was injured in the last mission, so Teacher Muyu asked us to go back to Konoha to recuperate for a while. After all, it was such a fierce battle. If you are injured, you must rest well. Health is the most important thing," Uchiha Fugaku said with concern. This time Obito and Shisui gave Uchiha the Wave clan earned enough face, and the reputation of the two geniuses spread throughout Konoha. "I'm fine, it's mainly because the other teammates were seriously injured," Obito answered honestly. "That's good." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and took Obito to the living room. "Misaki, help me get the red scroll in the bedroom." Uchiha Fugaku instructed Uchiha Misaki, who came over with tea. "Obito, you have excellent talent in fire escape, but in addition to your own efforts, it is also a good choice to learn from the experience of predecessors. I have some fire escape training techniques of the Uchiha clan leaders of all generations. Take them back and take a look." Uchiha Fugaku turned his head and looked at Obito and said with a smile. "It's a training technique." Obito was a little disappointed. He thought it would be an advanced fire escape ninjutsu. He felt that the training skills were not as good as the advanced fire escape technique, because he was the worst at reading books and materials, and it would be difficult for him to study these things alone. "Obito, do you have any fire escape ninjutsu you want to learn?" Uchiha Fugaku asked, and with Obito's current performance, Uchiha Fugaku would try his best to meet Obito's growth needs. Because Uchiha Fugaku really saw the hope of Uchiha's revival in Uchiha Obito. It is difficult for an Uchiha to become a Hokage. First of all, it is indispensable to have strength. Although the Uchiha clan's Sharingan gives them a considerable advantage over ordinary ninjas, this degree of advantage is nothing among those Hokage candidates, because every ninja who has the opportunity to become a Hokage is a true genius. After the talent and strength pass the test, it is the identity. If there is an identity related to the Hokage, such as the Hokage disciple or the Hokage apprentice or the Hokage guard, then the chance of becoming a Hokage is greater. Finally, it is reputation. Hokage will not be an unknown ninja. Greater reputation can also increase the chances of becoming Hokage. In terms of strength, with Obito's talent, he will surely become a strong man like the three ninjas. There is no problem in this aspect. Then Obito's teacher after graduation is Jiraiya's disciple Namikaze Minato, a pure Hokage. Obito's other teacher Hanyum is the vice principal of the ninja school and a strong Hokage. There is no problem with his identity. In terms of reputation, Obito, as a young Chunin, is famous in Konoha and has exceeded the accumulation required for his current age. Obito, who is only 10 years old, has gone a long way in the three major elements of becoming Hokage. It is no wonder that Uchiha Fugaku is optimistic about Obito. I want to learn advanced fire escape ninjutsu. Obito replied with a smile. Obito never has too many ninjutsu. It is different to have no ninjutsu and not learn it. Then come again tomorrow night. I'll look for a fire ninjutsu that suits you in the clan tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku said after a moment's hesitation. He was not reluctant to give up the ninjutsu, but worried that Obito would not be able to digest it. Hehe, then I'll trouble you, clan leader Fugaku. Obito scratched his head and smiled to thank Uchiha Fugaku. This is the meaning of the clan. Just keep working hard to grow. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and handed Obito the scroll that Uchiha Mikoto brought. Although he was not very interested, it was something he got for free after all, so Obito still accepted it happily. After achieving his goal, Obito did not stay for long. He was worried that Uchiha Itachi would ask the question that would freeze his brain again. Itachi, you need to learn more from Obito. Looking at Obito's back as he left, Uchiha Fugaku said, touching Uchiha Itachi's head with an expectant tone. In addition to Obito, Shisui's performance is also very good. If his son Uchiha Itachi can be as good as Obito, then this is really a great era of revival for Uchiha. Learn from Obito. Uchiha Itachi recalled the conversation with Obito just now and fell into deep thought. If there is a choice, he still wants to learn from Shisui. Obito doesn't look very smart. Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Office. First, there was a yellow flash that could tie the ab combination, and now there is a Hanyum who defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen and killed Mizuno Tsuki-kan. The number of geniuses in Konoha is really enviable. Onaki put down the information in his hand and his expression became more and more solemn. Iwagakure has done a good job in recuperation. The ninja power in the village has been greatly developed. Now Iwagakure can easily form a ninja force of more than 10,000 people. On the surface, Iwagakure village is thriving, but only Onoki, the third generation of Iwagakure, knows that Iwagakure has a big hidden danger. That is, the top powerhouses of Iwagakure are in short supply. Among the tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas, only Huang-tu can barely satisfy Onoki. The others have no potential to become top powerhouses. This makes Onoki a little worried. The reason why the 5 major ninja villages are the 5 major ninja villages is that they have both top powerhouses who can dominate the ninja world and many middle and lower ninjas who can crush small ninja villages in all directions. There are still some old guys like him in Iwagakure now, but if Iwagakure is still like this in more than 20 years, then the top combat power of Iwagakure will suffer a great loss. Onoki really envies Konoha. From the ninja village era to now, Konoha has produced too many geniuses. Obviously, Konoha does not have as many ninjas as Iwagakure. We still have to find a way to weaken Konoha first. Even if there is a chance in Kumagakure, we have to let it go. Onaki thinks Konoha is too strong. If we don't weaken Konoha first, we can't play. If the stalemate continues, Konoha will always be the strongest. Since the ideal of Ninja Master Kazuki is peace, if we find a way to cause a conflict between Konoha and the Land of Rain, maybe we can let the ninja sect fight against Konoha. Onaki saw the report submitted by Huangtu and thought of a plan to make enemies for Konoha. Although the ninja sect is not very powerful, the strong men in the ninja sect should not be underestimated. The ninja master Kazuki who can defeat Hanzo is definitely a top-level strong man. His single-person combat ability may be second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu, who has been in the black market for decades, should not be underestimated. Even if he can't beat the three ninjas, he won't be much worse. Although Nagato is not well known in the ninja world, according to Huangtu's report, Nagato is not an ordinary ninja. His strength may not be inferior to Kakuzu, and his methods are very strange. With these three strong men, Onoki feels that the ninja clan will definitely give Konoha a big setback. The Sand Village. After completing the mission, Yaking looked through the latest Ninja World War situation. Konoha won a big victory. Hanyumiho killed Mizuno Tsuki Han, Kurakurega. Seeing this familiar name, a golden figure quickly condensed in Yaking's mind. It's normal if it's him. Yaking sighed after recalling the battle a few months ago. Although there was a lack of information, Muyu did defeat her in just a few moves. If Muyu had the intention to kill at that time, she could even kill her directly. At that time, Yaking had a hunch that he would soon hear about Muyu at some point. Such a strong man could not remain unknown forever. As she expected, a few months later, Muyu became famous in the ninja world on the battlefield and became a rising star in the ninja world. The Kirigakure suffered so much from Konoha, and they probably won't dare to trouble Sand Village in the short term. Yaking thought. The Kirigakure had shown great interest in the chaotic Sand Village before, and Yaking was very wary of Kirigakure. The current situation of Sand Village is really not good. Because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage, they experienced a wave of internal strife and consumed a wave of manpower in the village. Later, the news leaked and the Cloud Village took advantage of the fire. Even Yaking, the hero of Sand Village, thinks that Sand Village is currently the weakest among the 5 major ninja villages. If there hadn't been a civil war caused by the position of Kazekage, Sand Village wouldn't have fallen to this point. Yaking hates those who let Sand Village fall into internal consumption for power. Cloud Village. After seeing Muyu's record and the results of the battlefield on the east coast of Konoha's Land of Fire, the Third Raikage convened a think tank for a meeting. Not only the big ninja villages in the quagmire of war, this encounter with extraordinary results quickly spread throughout the ninja world. All the small ninja villages and ninja forces in the ninja world knew that a new young strongman named Hanyumiho appeared in Konoha. The morale of the ninjas in various battlefields of Konoha was greatly boosted, and they believed that they were destined to win. And the hostile ninja villages of Konoha tried their best to investigate Muyu's information. Although Konoha promoted Muyu's achievements, most ninjas only knew that Muyu was very strong, and did not know what Muyu's abilities were. Only the Kirigakure who were fighting with Muyu knew a considerable part of Muyu's information. From the battle process with Muyu, they knew that Muyu was good at ice escape, fire and wind combination ninjutsu, and flying thunder god. Only those who knew Muyu's information understood how difficult Muyu was. He could bomb with combination ninjutsu from a distance, and kill instantly with flying thunder god at a close distance. Due to the hostile relationship, Kirigakure was very happy to sell multiple copies of Muyu's information directly. P.S. It has been hot and cold recently, which is a bit hard to bear. Everyone, please keep warm. Zaiju is already sick. When she gets up, she swallows like a knife. Fortunately, the dizziness is not very serious. It is not a problem to write 4,000 words, but it will take more time. Chapter 439 War Ninjutsu. Water Country. Mist Village, Mizukage Building Conference Room. The usual smile of the third Mizukage disappeared, replaced by a slightly cold solemnity. 5 ninja swordsmen 7+1 Mizuno Tsuki-kin, lost so much power, but they couldn't even kill a Konoha genius. Am I too tolerant of Yagura in normal times? Such a big operational mistake has occurred. The third Mizukage threw the information sent to him on the conference table with a slap and said with a cold face. There was silence in the conference room. No one answered, and no one made a sound. This time, the Mist Village troops on the east coast suffered heavy losses. No one wanted to speak for Kyujo Yagura under the anger of the third Mizukage at this time. About a minute and a half later, the third Mizukage swept his eyes over all the high-ranking members of Kirigakuer. At this time, the master sitting on the right of the third Mizukage spoke up. Yakura did make a mistake, but the defeat on the battlefield this time cannot be entirely attributed to Yakura. After all, no one expected that Konoha actually had a strong man who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Both Konoha and Hanyumwyu hid too deeply. The master sighed. It stands to reason that ninjas with bloodline limits are the most difficult to hide. After all, ninjas with bloodline limits are extremely rare in the ninja world. Those who are slightly stronger can basically make a name for themselves. This is the outrageous point of Myu. He has both the Ice Escape bloodline limit and the rare space-time secret technique of Flying Thunder God, but he has never been well known. According to the level Myu showed, any one of these two abilities would be enough to make Myu a noteworthy object. However, the result was that Kirigakuer spent a lot of effort to obtain the information about Myu's Flying Thunder God, and the battle that killed Mizuno Tsuki-han was not even exposed, because Myu not only took away the bodies of important people, but also destroyed the bodies of other ninjas, making it impossible for Kirigakuer to investigate at the beginning. In fact, Yagura has tried to remedy the situation. If Yagura had not adjusted in time, I am afraid our troops would have suffered greater losses. After saying Myu, the sinister Yuanshi pointed out Yagura's efforts. It's not that Kirigakuer ninjas are not good, but that Konoha ninjas are too cunning. This is what he should do as a troop commander. The third Mizukage's expression eased a little but still with a cold look. Seeing this, the Yuanshi nodded in his heart, and the play of reprimanding Kyuji Yagura was temporarily finished with the third Mizukage. Although the third Mizukage looked very angry, the master knew that he was just pretending. After all, Kirigakuer suffered a great loss this time. If he didn't scold him, it would be the turn of other senior officials to discuss how to punish Yagura. Now that the third Mizukage had finished scolding him and looked like he had calmed down for the time being, it would be difficult for other senior officials to talk more about Yagura's mistakes. If the third Mizukage was really disappointed with Yagura, then it would not be as simple as scolding him. It was because of this that the master stood up to speak for Yagura. The master was optimistic about Yagura, but it was impossible for him to conflict with the third Mizukage for Yagura. It was not that the master was afraid of the third Mizukage. With his status, he would not do so. The master was already the elder of Kirigakuer before the third Mizukage became Mizukage. The master was worried that this would give the third Mizukage a wrong signal, and he wanted to interfere with the selection of the fourth Mizukage. If this kind of thing leads to internal strife in Kirigakuer, it is a situation that the master does not want to see. Now Yagura wants the village to reinforce and continue to wrestle with Konoha's troops. What do you think about this? The third Mizukage looked at the Kirigakuer high-level officials and said. The third Mizukage is inclined to the idea of Yagura Kujutsu, and continue to wear down Konoha's strength and consume Konoha. However, now that Yagura Kujutsu has suffered a defeat, he can't make a direct decision, which will make him appear arbitrary. I think it is feasible. The stronger Konoha is, the more other ninja villages will be afraid of Konoha. With such a powerful Konoha, other ninja villages will be more cautious even if they go to war with each other, and be careful of the powerful Konoha. The squad leader of the Kirigakure senior ninja class thought for a while and said, "The three major ninja villages are not wholeheartedly beating Konoha, such as Kumigakure. At this time, Kumigakure, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure are all in a state of war. Therefore, the leader of the Mist Village Senior Ninja Squad approved of the overall plan of Yagura Kujira, believing that this was a good opportunity for Mist Village to become famous. Defeating Konoha would allow Mist Village to reach an unprecedented peak and gain huge fame and fortune. It's okay to continue the battle, but in the current situation, I'm afraid that only sending Jinchuriki to the battlefield as a trump card can defeat the Konoha ninja troops." The Mist Village senior executive with a bandage on the lower half of his face said in a deep voice. "In fact, it would be better to let the third Mizukage go to the battlefield, but as the leader of the ninja village, the third Mizukage cannot go to the battlefield casually. And the consultant's initiative to suggest that the Mizukage go to the battlefield is somewhat contrary to the heavens. Jinchuriki." The third Mizukage fell into thought. There are two-tailed beasts in their Mist Village, one is the three-tailed beast and the other is the six-tailed beast. At present, the two human pillars are not in a very good state, especially the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Disciple Uchiha Obito's strength is improved, his reputation is increased, his qualifications are increased, and his probability of becoming a Hokage is slightly increased. He gets progress rewards, Chakra plus 1500, Fire Attribute Skill Extraction Scroll AS, Mastery Level, Fire Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. Fire Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll can upgrade any mastered fire escape ninjutsu to mastery level. If the ninjutsu is already mastery level, the effect is converted into an increase of 3000 points of proficiency. After a period of fermentation, Obito's life mission progress has increased slightly again, and the progress reward has been successfully refreshed again. Miyu opened the panel and took a look at Obito's total progress. Name, Uchiha Obito. Life mission, it is not the people who become Hokage who can be recognized by everyone, but the people who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. Main goal, become the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Mission progress, 31%. Except for the special life mission of Kakashi, after this encounter, Obito's life mission progress is still the first, 2 percentage points higher than the second Might Guy, and he is the only disciple who has triggered the life mission progress reward 3 times. After watching Obito, Miyu glanced at Shisui again. Shisui is the disciple who has not triggered a life mission reward so far. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Life mission, Uchiha and Konoha. Main goal, eliminate the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress, 3%. Miyu knows what caused this. Obito and others' life missions basically do not require them to do anything special, and normal growth can produce progress. For example, Obito's life mission of becoming Hokage, as a Hokage, the more talented he is, the more missions he completes on the battlefield, and his life missions will continue to increase, but training and execution missions are what every ninja should do. Even Obito can win this mission without any effort. If Minato Namikaze becomes the 4th Hokage as in the original work, Miyu estimates that Obito's life mission can increase by more than 8 percentage points at once. There is still a difference between the Hokage's apprentice and the Hokage's disciple, not to mention the superposition of the two. Shisui's life mission is different. Shisui must interfere with the decisions of the Uchiha clan to make more progress, but Shisui, a child under 10 years old, obviously cannot do this, so the progress has been slow. It should be better after Shisui makes a name for himself on the battlefield. Miyu thought in his heart. After all, Naruto is a world with extraordinary power. The strong are respected here. Although there is also a saying that the younger generation should respect the older generation, this is not necessary if the strength is sufficient. If Shisui kills his own name on the battlefield, then even if he is young, those Uchiha ninjas will not underestimate Shisui. The Uchiha clan pays more attention to the strength of ninjas than ordinary ninjas. Close Shisui's life task panel. Miyu starts to check the rewards of Obito's progress settlement. Chakra is amazing, this is never too much. The extraction of scrolls is more targeted than the 20 progress settlement, and it has become a fire attribute skill extraction, and you will definitely get fire attribute related skills. The mastery level fire escape ninjutsu has become a ninjutsu mastery scroll limited to fire escape, which is more flexible to use. Miyu likes this very much. If you get more, you can get a perfect skill. Since there is no fire escape ninjutsu that you want to improve, Miyu skips the fire attribute ninjutsu mastery scroll and washes his hands to prepare for the exciting lottery. Fire attribute skill extraction scroll AS has been consumed, and the skill is obtained Sunny Day. With the end of the extraction, a large number of related training memories poured into Miyu's mind, and he instantly became extremely proficient in the fire escape ninjutsu called Sunny Day. It's actually a weather skill of Pokemon. Miyu quickly remembered the relevant introduction of this skill in the Pokemon game. After using Sunny Day, the weather on the field can be changed to Sunny Day, which lasts for 5 rounds. Sunny Day can make fire skills cause 1.5 times the damage, while water skills can only cause 0.5 times the damage. Miyu used Flying Thunder God to leave the Konoha camp and go to an uninhabited place to test his skills. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Miyu first condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames. The blazing flames formed a huge fireball and smashed it into the ground in front of Miyu, creating a black charred pit. Sunny Day. Then Miyu condensed chakra on his palm, and a very dazzling ball of light gradually appeared on his palm. When Miyu threw the ball of light into the sky, the sunlight around him 50 meters away instantly became strong. After using Sunny Day, Miyu could clearly feel the surroundings getting hot. He condensed chakra in his throat again, and accurately condensed the same chakra as the last great fireball and spit out a huge fireball again. Boom! The huge fireball hit the ground, creating a charred hole that was larger than the previous one. Then Miyu used the instant body technique to move out of the range of Sunny Sky, and found that the area did not change because of his departure, and it still maintained the state of Sunny Sky. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Miyu used water escape outside Sunny Sky, and a large amount of water flowed around Miyu and finally formed a water dragon that continuously broke many trees. When Miyu entered the range of Sunny Sky and used water escape, he could feel that he needed to use more chakra to ensure the power of water escape in the range of Sunny Sky before he used it. The basic effect of ninjutsu is similar to the effect of game skills, but the effect is not as fixed as the game skills. Miyu came to the conclusion after testing the water and fire ninjutsu once. In the game, no matter what level or what Pokemon uses Sunny Sky, the final effect of Sunny Sky will not change, it is still 1.5 fire and 0.5 water, even if Groudon comes. But real ninjutsu will definitely not be as rigid as in games, otherwise there is no point in practicing. The effect of Sunny Day, which is localized into ninjutsu in the ninja world, will be determined by the proficiency of ninjutsu and the amount of chakra used. The higher the proficiency, the more chakra is used, and the larger the range of Sunny Day, the stronger the amplification effect of fire style, and the stronger the weakening effect of water style. Miyu tried to walk farther and use more chakra to release Sunny Day. After comparison, it was found that the ratio of chakra consumption to the increase in the power of fire style was not as good as that of flame-breathing chakra mode. If it is a one-on-one battle, it is the best choice to directly use flame-breathing to enhance fire style if the enemy is not a water-style ninja. It is better to use Sunny Day if the enemy is a water-style ninja. Miyu calculated the cost-effectiveness of the two. In general, the flame-breathing chakra mode is more versatile and can deal with various situations, but Sunny Day is more targeted. However, only children can choose multiple-choice questions, while adults can choose to have both. These two are not in conflict at all. Miyu can use Sunny Day first, then enter the flame-breathing chakra mode and then use fire release. Of course, Mu would not do this under normal circumstances, because it really consumes chakra. Both sunny day and flame-breathing chakra modes consume a lot of chakra. Just now, Mu consumed 40,000 chakra points and only used sunny day, which covered a range of 200 meters, and it only lasted 5 minutes. But this skill is really suitable to be used now. Mu quickly thought that this skill is more suitable for war. If only one ninja can get the bonus, it is not worth wasting so much chakra. If all 100 fire ninjas get the bonus of sunny day, the combined improvement of all people can kill the flame-breathing chakra mode. Mu can only say that it is too coincidental. It happens to be the battlefield of Mist Hidden Village, and most of the enemies are using water ninjutsu. If he has a sunny day covering the battlefield, it may turn the evenly matched situation into a one-sided one. Mu once again realized the value of the S-level extraction scroll. There is really no garbage skill. If the effect of sunny day is spread, the Mist Hidden Village may send ninjas to chase him like crazy, and Konoha may form a fire ninja unit specifically for him. After all, this is a direct group buff. Chapter 440 The Unkind Uchiha. After Shisui recovered from his injury, Mu arranged Shisui to a new team because Obito and the others had returned to Konoha. Shisui had no objection to this. His current strength was indeed not enough to go it alone on the battlefield. You are Uchiha Shisui who wants to join our team. My name is Takagi Shinji. I am the captain of this team. I am a special ninja and am mainly good at fire escape. Takagi Shinji took the initiative to introduce himself after seeing Shisui coming. Even if Shisui only joined temporarily, self-introduction is an indispensable part. This is not for the sense of ceremony, but it is more convenient for them to fight on the battlefield if they have a basic understanding of each other. Even if they cannot cooperate perfectly, they cannot cause negative impact on each other. Hearing that it was Uchiha Shisui, several of Takagi Shinji's disciples looked at Shisui with curiosity. This name has been well known to them recently. The Konoha ninjas in the rear knew the results of Kakashi and his team's battle. Takagi Shinji's disciples were in the battlefield where the encounter took place, so they naturally knew more. The Konoha ninjas in the entire battlefield knew about Mu's strength and Kakashi's genius. So young, really 8 years old, how did he train to have the strength to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen at the age of 8? Could it be that the 7 ninja swordsmen are not as strong as the legend says, and this Uchiha Shisui doesn't look very strong either? Takagi Shinji's disciples couldn't help but murmur in their hearts after seeing Shisui. Because Shisui didn't look too special, it gave people the feeling that this child was quite quiet. I am Uchiha Shisui, the ninja level is Chunin, and I am good at fire escape and illusion. After Takagi Shinji finished his self-introduction, Shisui immediately introduced himself and briefly revealed the ninjutsu he was good at. Takagi Shinji nodded, and then looked at his 3 disciples. I'm Kenji Kobayashi, I'm a Chunin, and I can use wind escape ninjutsu. My name is Toru Yusuji, I'm a Chunin, and I'm good at fire escape ninjutsu. I'm Yuaki Miyashita, I'm a Chunin, and I can use some basic medical ninjutsu. Takagi Shinji's disciples responded one after another. In order to better arrange tactics when performing tasks, I need to use a practice battle to understand your ability, but we still have to perform tasks later, so we'll stop here. Takagi Shinji thought for a while and said. Under normal circumstances, Takagi Shinji would definitely let his disciples go up for the test, but after all, he was the Uchiha genius who had recently become famous, so Takagi Shinji chose to respect him and go up himself. Don't say it, Takagi Shinji really didn't have the confidence to beat Shisui. After all, even if there were 8 of him, he would only run away when he met the 7 ninja swordsmen, but Shisui and his team won. Please advise. Shisui nodded and agreed, which was also his idea. Teacher Shinji, let me do it. If you watch from the side, you can observe more carefully. Yusugami Toru volunteered to stand up. He is usually the best one in the team, and he wants to fight with Shisui to see the gap between himself and the real genius. Even if he started training at the age of 3, he has been training for 5 years at most. I have been a ninja for more than 5 years, so I shouldn't lose too badly. Yusugami Toru thought to himself. Yusugami Toru has no confidence in winning, but thinks he can deal with it. Are you sure? Takagi Shinji did not agree. Takagi Shinji knows Yusugami Toru's level very well. He is still outstanding among the Chunin, but that's all. He is not in the same world as a super genius like Shisui. Well, it's rare to meet a genius like Shisui. I want to test my level. Yusugami Toru explained. Then you come. Takagi Shinji agreed to Yusugami Toru's request after thinking about it. He wanted to use Shisui's hand to knock this disciple who was a little bit arrogant. If you still have this mentality when performing a mission, it is easy to die in the mission. The battle begins. With Takagi Shinji's order, Shisui and Yusuji Toru both moved. Swish! Yusuji Toru took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag while running and shot it at Shisui. Shisui's expression did not change at all, and he also threw out a shuriken. Ding ding! The shuriken of the two collided and fell to the ground together. Even the basic skills are far superior to ordinary people. Takagi Shinji, who was watching, nodded in his heart. On the surface, the exchange of shuriken between the two sides seemed to be a draw, but Shisui waited for Yusuji Toru to finish his move before throwing the shuriken. In this case, Shisui was still perfect. Mei intercepted all the shurikens of Yusugami Toru, and his shuriken throwing skills were evident. Swoosh! When he was only 5 meters away from Shisui, Yusugami Toru suddenly burst out his chakra and used the instant body technique to appear on the side of Shisui and punched. Shisui seemed to have expected this, and he dodged the incoming fist with a slight turn of his body. The attack missed, and Yusugami Toru immediately took a step back and kicked Shisui with his legs, but Shisui also took a step back, and Yusugami Toru's attack missed again. Yusugami Toru stimulated his body to the limit and continued to attack, but he still couldn't touch the corner of Shisui's clothes. Fire escape, big fireball technique. Seeing that he had no physical skills, Yusugami Toru pulled away and used fire escape. Mr. Muyu's ninjutsu. Shisui was a little surprised. When Muyu's characteristic teaching nature changed, he developed 5D level ninjutsu, and later developed corresponding upgraded C-level ninjutsu, and the big fireball technique was one of them. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui also used fire style with seals, but in order to prevent hurting his teammates, Shisui deliberately reduced the use of chakra to weaken the power of the great fireball. It turns out that there is such a big gap between me and the real genius. After seeing the might of the great fireball released by Shisui, Yusugami Toru sighed inwardly. He has practiced fire style for a long time, and even if the fireballs have not collided, he can see that Shisui's fireball is much stronger than his. Boom! The two fireballs collided with each other, and Shisui's great fireball swallowed Yusugami Toru's big fireball without exception. Although the fighting spirit in his heart has been exhausted, the quality of a ninja still urges Yusugami Toru to dodge. Swoosh! At this moment, Shisui, who had not taken the initiative to attack, took action, holding a kunao and rushing up with the instant body technique. When Yusugami Toru reacted, the cold kunao was already against his neck. So fast! Yusugami Toru's pupils dilated and his face was full of surprise. He thought he could hold on for a while longer, but he didn't expect Shisui's instant body technique to be so fast. Shisui silently put away his kunao. This was a practice match that was just enough. In fact, if Shisui really used all his strength, he could instantly kill Yusugami Toru at the beginning, but in order to understand the strength of his teammates and give face to his new teammates, Shisui didn't start the fight until a few moves. Tetsu, you are a little overconfident. Kobayashi Kenji couldn't help but complain. On the surface, the two seemed to have fought back and forth for a few waves, but in fact, as soon as Shisui took the initiative to attack, Yusugami Toru was instantly defeated. This strength is really well deserved. Miyashita Yuki was surprised at the strength shown by Shisui. There is still a certain gap between hearing and seeing with your own eyes. The scene of an 8-year-old child beating a 16-year-old chunin is very shocking. At this moment, Yusugami Toru did not respond to his teammates' complaints. He only had one thought in his mind: this is 8 years old. He admitted that Shisui's fire escape was better than his. After all, he was a genius. Ninjutsu really depends on talent. But Shisui's physical skills were a bit beyond common sense. How could an 8-year-old body have such physical strength? Did he start practicing in his mother's womb? Yusuji Toru couldn't help thinking in his heart. Takagi Shinji's hand interrupted Yusuji Toru's thoughts. Now you know the strength of a true genius, you are still far away. Takagi Shinji patted the disciple who was a little drifting and said. After speaking, Takagi Shinji looked at Shisui without waiting for Yusuji Toru to reply. Shisui, do you want to rest before fighting or start now? This guy's level is too poor. I'm afraid you have been holding back your strength to prevent him from hurting him. Yusuji Toru fell too quickly, and Takagi Shinji had to personally take action to understand Shisui's ability. Then let's start now. Shisui agreed. Shisui didn't spend much energy fighting Yusuji Toru just now, so naturally he didn't need to rest before fighting again. Yusugami Toru touched his back and side, then walked to the side to watch the fight. After a fight, the only painful part was that the teacher slapped him at the end of the fight. It was really unbelievable. The teacher is a jonin after all, he shouldn't be like me. Yusugami Toru speculated on the outcome of the fight in his mind. Especially jonin is also a jonin, and there is a big gap between him and chunin. He thought that Takagi Shinji could let Shisui use his true strength. But something unexpected happened to Yusugami Toru. The overall rhythm of Shisui's fight with Takagi Shinji was almost the same as the fight just now. In terms of physical skills, Takagi Shinji still couldn't take any advantage of Shisui, and was even beaten back step by step. In terms of fire escape, Takagi Shinji was still suppressed by Shisui. The two used fire escape at the same time, and finally Takagi Shinji's fire escape was swallowed by Shisui's fire escape. Takagi Shinji's 3 disciples all looked at this scene in shock. The same type of ninjutsu can easily compare the strength of both sides, because there is no restraint relationship, the strong will win the weak, there is no surprise. The loss of Takagi Shinji in the ninjutsu battle proves that he is not as good as Shisui in the practice of fire escape. Teacher Shinji actually. Kobayashi Kenji stared at Takagi Shinji whose back was wet with sweat in amazement. As their instructor, Takagi Shinji is the jonin they have the most contact with. Seeing their teacher being beaten by an 8-year-old child and sweating profusely, the impact is simply too great. Fortunately, Shisui remembered the rule of stopping at the right time, and felt that he understood after almost doing it. He stopped on his own initiative, which saved the little face that Takagi Shinji had left. I don't know if it was because of excessive exercise or because the temperature of Shisui's fire escape was too high, Takagi Shinji's face turned slightly red. He is really as powerful as a monster. Takagi Shinji exhaled and thought. Although he thought Shisui would be very strong, after the actual fight, Takagi Shinji was still surprised by Shisui's strength. He was like facing a real jonin with good strength. Takagi Shinji, who had rich combat experience, could sense that Shisui had stopped because he would hurt him if he went all out. It's a good thing to have such a strong teammate. Takagi Shinji comforted himself in his heart. It was indeed a bit embarrassing this time. He just taught his disciples a lesson, but he was beaten up after he went up. In this way, Shisui joined Takagi Shinji's team and started a new mission career. Although they were all teammates, Shisui could clearly feel that he did not fit into the atmosphere of the team. The 3 team members all had a vague sense of alienation towards him. Shisui hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. He only felt this way when he went out with the elders of the Uchiha clan. After going to the ninja school, he spent most of his time practicing with Miyu. He basically stayed with Miyu and Miyu's disciples, so naturally this kind of thing would not happen. This feeling made Shisui a little uncomfortable. After all, he didn't do anything that was detrimental to everyone. Shisui probably guessed the reason, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Then Shisui didn't isolate the whole team because of the looming sense of alienation. He was still being himself. In a slightly dangerous mission, Shisui used the Sharingan to solve the sneak attack of the enemy, saving Kobayashi Kenji and Miyashita Yuki from injury. After this mission, the looming sense of alienation disappeared. Shisui, thank you so much. If you hadn't acted quickly enough, we would have had to lie in bed for a while. Kobayashi Kenji said gratefully. It seems that not all Uchiha are unkind, hiss. Miyashita Yuki smiled and elbowed the low-EQ Kobayashi Kenji, and said to Shisui with an apologetic look, sorry, Kenji is not very good at talking, Shisui, don't take it to heart. Through getting along with each other, we can know that Shisui is not a cold-blooded person, but according to Miyashita Yuki, Uchiha ninjas have a strong sense of family identity, and she is worried that Shisui will be unhappy about it. I don't care. Shisui shook his head and said. If someone really said bad things about the Uchiha clan, Shisui would be unhappy about it. But whether Kobayashi Kenji really said it was not certain. Based on Shisui's understanding of his own clan members, there are indeed some people who don't care about people other than Uchiha at all. Obviously Shisui guessed right. The reason why the team didn't accept him at the first time was not because he defeated Yusuji Toru and Takagi Shinji, but because of his surname Uchiha. Because he was an Uchiha ninja who joined the team temporarily, the three team members had a slight sense of alienation towards him at the beginning. Even Shisui thought that the captain, Takagi Shinji, might have felt the same way, but Takagi Shinji was older so he could hide it well. The image of the Uchiha clan among the public in Konoha must be changed. After deep thinking, Shisui realized the importance of a good reputation. Not all Uchiha clansmen can improve their relationships by proving their true character through actions like Shisui did. Many Uchiha clansmen have the arrogance of the strongest and most powerful families. If outsiders show alienation from the beginning, they will respond with a stronger sense of alienation. Even if they realize that the other party has misunderstood, they will be too proud to explain. Chapter 441 The Transparent World and the White Eyes. When Obito's injury was completely recovered, he began to practice with all his strength. Every day, except for eating and sleeping, he practiced. He was a little stimulated by Might Guy. When Might Guy forcefully opened the sixth gate and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, Obito could tell from Might Guy's aura that the gap between them was even bigger. Although this was a method that Might Guy was forced to use when he was pushed to the extreme, Obito knew that with Might Guy's diligence, he would soon transform this extreme burst method into his normal strength, which would generally take only a few months. Obito felt that even if he made another breakthrough in the next few months, he would probably still not be able to reach the strength of Might Guy's 6 gates superimposed on the rock-breathing chakra mode. Opening the 6 gates of the 8 gates can increase a lot of strength, and coupled with the rock-breathing chakra mode that can also greatly improve the body, the combination of the two makes Might Guy's body as terrifying as a non-human. So Obito worked harder. He didn't want to be left too far behind. At least he had to beat Kakashi in the Civil War. As for Might Guy, Obito first gave him the title of the strongest disciple for 1 year. It was not certain who would be stronger or weaker after 1 year. Obito's spontaneous hellish training was soon forced to end, because Kakashi's injuries were fully recovered, and they had to undergo the Jonin examination together. This caught Obito off guard. He thought that they would have to wait until Might Guy recovered and the three of them would be examined together. After being taken to the designated training ground by the examiners, Obito looked around and found that in addition to him and Kakashi, there were 2 other ninjas undergoing examination. Obito didn't know either of them, but through the white eyes of one of the ninjas, Obito knew that he was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Not only were they the ninjas undergoing examination, Obito also found that there was actually a Hyuga among the examiners, the ninja of the clan. Every official Konoha Jonin has both strength and wisdom. There are 2 main points for the Jonin examination. One is the level of ninjutsu and the other is theoretical knowledge. In the morning, the ninjutsu will be examined, and in the afternoon, the theoretical knowledge will be examined. Hyuga Hayashi calmly said the general arrangement of the examination. He is the practical examiner of this Jonin examination, responsible for examining the use of Chiyunin Taigen in actual combat by the Chiyunin. However, Hyuga Hayashi only has the right to score and evaluate, and cannot decide who will become a Jonin in the end. Nominally, there is only one person in Konoha who is qualified to be a Jonin, and that is the Hokage. Even special Jonins must be signed and sealed by the Hokage before they can be promoted. What? To become a Jonin, you have to take a theory test. You don't have to take a test paper, do you? Obito's expression became very ugly. He thought that to become a Jonin, you only need to have enough strength, but he didn't expect that theoretical knowledge would be examined. Yes, the examination will be conducted in the form of a written test at that time. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Although he was in charge of the practical part, he still knew that the theoretical part was to do the test paper. Obito's heart sank completely. He couldn't help but look at the ninjas next to him, but found that they were all very calm and did not have any emotions. Even if the questions are a bit difficult and I can't do them, I can use the Sharingan to copy them. Obito was infected by their calmness and became calm. After all, if he can't do it, can he not copy it? At that time, he can directly use the Sharingan to copy other people's actions. The examination of ninjutsu will be conducted in the form of simulated actual combat. You can use any means you can to attack the examiner. Try to use ninjutsu and genjutsu as much as possible without affecting your own combat effectiveness. This way, the final evaluation will be higher. Hinata Hayashi explained the rules for the examination and scoring. Konoha attaches great importance to the comprehensive strength of its own Jonin. Mastering multiple chakra nature changes is a big plus in the Jonin examination, and the balanced development of ninjutsu and genjutsu is also a big plus. On the contrary, if you are too biased, you may not be able to become a Jonin even if you perform well in the battle with the examiners. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. For example, ninjas from a family like the Hyuga family with a special bloodline limit can ignore most of the above rules. They only need to perform well in actual combat to pass the actual combat part. After all, it would be difficult for the Hyuga family to fully develop their ninjutsu and taigen. They would practice ninjutsu instead of the physical skills that have been passed down for thousands of years and are compatible with the bloodline limit. Next, those whose names I call out will step forward to be examined. The total combat time is 15 minutes. If you lose your combat ability before the combat time is up, a certain number of points will be deducted. The examiner who was acting as a referee next to him said, Hinata Aoba. After hearing his name, Hyuga Aoba quickly walked to the designated combat location and greeted Hyuga Hayashi with a respectful face, Master Clan Leader. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly. He was not unfamiliar with Hyuga Aoba. This was a Hyuga branch ninja with excellent talent, and the purity of the Byakugan was very high. The battle begins. Hinata Aoba immediately activated the chakra in his eyes to open his Byakugan, and the veins next to his eyes suddenly bulged under the effect of the chakra. Then Hinata Aoba gathered chakra in his feet and fists and rushed towards Hinata Hayashi. At this time, Hinata Hayashi had already opened his Byakugan and had a soft fist contest with the attacking Hinata Aoba. The soft fist is really a sinister physical technique. Obito, who was watching the battle, complained in his heart. Although the collision between Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Aoba did not seem fierce, as if there was not much power, Obito knew that being hit by a soft fist was no better than being hit by Might Guy's fist. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Hinata Kamen's soft fist made Obito suffer a lot, so he would not underestimate the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. Because it was an inspection, Hinata Hayashi did not use his real strength to fight, but only used his understanding of the soft fist to conduct the inspection and test the soft fist level of Hinata Aoba. After 15 minutes, the inspecting jonin announced the end of the battle. However, Hyuga Aoba did not leave, but prepared to watch the battle of others. Although they did not need to fight each other during the jonin inspection, Hyuga Aoba was very interested in the strength of Kakashi and Obito, and wanted to see how these two geniuses who had recently become famous in Konoha would perform. Genji Sakata. The inspecting jonin continued to read the name of the next ninja to be inspected. When Genji Sakata walked up, a Konoha jonin in the examiner team stepped forward and replaced Hyuga Hayashi. It turns out that not one examiner examines everyone. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. He was still wondering why there was no half-time break, otherwise if the examiner met a chunin like Might Guy, wouldn't the next person to be inspected by Might Guy be able to win easily? It doesn't feel very strong. After watching Genji Sakata's battle for a while, Obito had such an idea in his mind. He was not referring specifically to Genji Sakata who was being inspected, but felt that the strength of the examiner and the examinee was quite average. Obito was not familiar with the gentle fist and could not quite understand it, but he was very familiar with the fire style used by the examiner. The examiner's fire style was not as good as his. The battle is over. Let's rest for 20 minutes. 15 minutes later, the examiner shouted on time. Due to the war, there are not many jonin in Konoha village, and most of them have their own defense tasks, so there are only 3 jonin in this inspection. The referee is a special jonin, who is not qualified to be an actual combat examiner, so the examiners can only fight in rotation. Kakashi, do you also think that the examiner is not very strong? Bored Obito whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Obito lightly. Which examiner do you mean, the Hyuga clan leader or the Mimura jonin? Obito was surprised, it sounded like Kakashi knew both of them. Where did you know them? Obito couldn't help asking, he was curious about where Kakashi got the information. It's okay for those well-known strong ones in the past, but Hyuga Hayashi and Mimura Yejuan are not as strong as Yekeng and Mizuno Uehan. I'm curious why you don't know. The Byakugan is a bloodline limit as famous as the Sharingan. In addition, Mimura Hamagaki is also a well-known jonin in Konoha and has been on the Konoha newspaper. Kakashi replied speechlessly. He is not the intelligence Kakashi, but Obito is really Kenji. Kakashi usually only knows about the famous jonins from other villages, such as the Sand Village hero Hagura and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Kakashi knows more about the jonins of the original village. After all, there are not many jonins in a ninja village, and even fewer if the scope is set to formal jonin. Obito smiled awkwardly. If no one related to him was on the newspaper, he would hardly be interested in reading the newspaper. It was too boring. I'm talking about that Mimura Hamagaki. I feel that his fire escape is not as strong as mine. Obito continued the previous topic. Although Obito didn't know anyone, there were only 2 actual combat examiners, one of whom had a white eye. Obito could use the process of elimination to know that the jonin who used fire style was the Mimura jonin mentioned by Kakashi. 2 reasons. First, Mimura jonin was fighting for the purpose of inspection and did not use his full strength. Kakashi explained. Second, you don't think your fire style is weak, do you? Although Obito often lost miserably in civil wars, this does not mean that Obito's fire style is weak, but that others are more powerful overall. Kakashi believes that if the blessing of the flame-breathing chakram mode is taken into account, there are very few people in Konoha who can surpass Obito in fire style. Of course, this only calculates the power of fire style when used at full strength, not actual combat ability, and does not mean that Obito has become a strong fire style in Konoha village, because Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode will soon be exhausted when he uses fire style with full strength. Hehe, do you mean that my fire style is also considered strong and excellent among the Jonin? Obito showed a proud smile on his face. It is not easy to get a compliment from Kakashi. Obito could not think of a scene where Kakashi praised him. This made Obito feel a little flattered. Even Kakashi praised him, which meant that his fire escape was really strong. It's just that Mu teacher taught well. If it weren't for Mu teacher's breath of fire, how could your fire escape have that kind of power? Kakashi immediately added when he saw Obito was a little swollen. Of course I know this, so I am very grateful to Mu teacher. Obito admitted it generously. Before Mu appeared, he was the last one in Uchiha. After becoming Mu's disciple, he gradually became the current Uchiha genius. In addition, your fire escape is strong, but your brain drags it down. Otherwise, your overall strength should be stronger, and you won't lose so many times. Kakashi felt that it was not enough and added another knife. Kakashi understood Obito too well. He said that Obito's ninja talent was not good, and Obito just smiled and passed it by. He really wanted to be red hot when he said that Obito's brain was not good. Obito's face froze, and his cheeks gradually turned red, as if a warning echoed in the void. Damn Kakashi! Obito roared in his heart. If he was not in the Jonin examination, he would have wanted to gather chakra to give Kakashi a flaming fist in the face. Kakashi's words just now were too cruel. Not only did they mock his IQ, but they also reminded Obito of the memory of losing the civil war and taking the test paper. It was painful. The break is over, Hatake Kakashi is ready to fight. The referee Jonin read out Kakashi's name. Kakashi walked quickly to the battle site, and Hyuga Hayashi from the examiner team also walked forward. I wonder how the transparent world compares to the Byakugan. Kakashi thought in his heart as he looked at Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes. The Byakugan can see through, and the transparent world can also see through, but both have other special effects, so it can only be said that some abilities are similar. Hinata Aoba and Sakata Genji both quickly turned their eyes to the battlefield, curious about how Kakashi, the little white fang, would perform. The battle begins. After hearing the referee's shout, Kakashi immediately concentrated his breathing and entered the state of the transparent world. In fact, the rules of the Jonin examination are somewhat disadvantageous to Kakashi and others, because they are better at fast-paced battles and using powerful bursts to unexpectedly solve opponents. 15 minutes is a bit long for them. But Kakashi knows very well that this is a simulated actual combat. He doesn't need to think about the fastest and most labor-saving way to kill the opponent. What he has to do is to show all his excellence. Kakashi's high consumption is different from Obito's high consumption. Obito consumes chakra too quickly because of the flame-breathing chakra mode, while Kakashi consumes a lot of chakra because the lightning attribute chakra activates the body, not because the transparent world consumes a lot. If Kakashi uses the extreme thunderbolt flash speed, his chakra is actually enough. Since the opponent is very the ninja of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi did not open his Byakugan immediately. But after exchanging two moves with Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi's face changed slightly, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. In the past, he always saw through the enemy's attack, made the enemy's attack miss, and seized the opportunity to hit the enemy, but just now the opposite happened. The palm strike he swung at Kakashi missed, and Kakashi's fist hit him firmly. It can't be that Kakashi, a 10-year-old boy, has more experience in physical skills than him. Hyuga Hayashi, who didn't believe in evil, did not open his Byakugan and tried again. Konoha Whirlwind. Kakashi used the whirlwind kick to kick Hyuga Hayashi back 3 meters. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet, and Hyuga Aoba stared at this scene in amazement. Chapter 442, Senior Ninja Inspection. What's going on? The clan leader actually. Hyuga Aoba was a little unbelievable. The Hyuga clan's strength is greatly affected by not opening the Byakugan, but Kakashi did not use any special moves. Such a basic physical skill collision should not make Hyuga Hayashi lose. As expected of a genius who has fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield, Hayashi is too arrogant this time. Mimura Yejuan thought as he looked at the battlefield. The dignified Hyuga clan leader was suppressed by a 10-year-old chunin in physical skills. No one would believe this news. It sounds too fake. Use soft fists and hit Kakashi's face hard. Obito silently cheered for Hyuga Hayashi in his heart. He hoped that the Hyuga clan leader could show the powerful strength of the clan leader to beat Kakashi violently. As if he heard Obito's voice, Hyuga Hayashi gathered chakra in his eyes. After opening the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes suddenly popped up, and his momentum changed. One time may be accidental, but several fights made Hyuga Hayashi understand that Kakashi is not simple. If he does not open the Byakugan, it may not be the examinee who loses the ability to fight in advance, but he, the examiner. However, what surprised Hyuga Hayashi was that after he opened the Byakugan, ordinary physical skills still could not do anything to Kakashi. Kakashi was like an old ninja who had experienced thousands of battles and accurately predicted all of Hyuga Hayashi's attacks. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan also saw through Kakashi's movements, and the two of them were deadlocked for a while. In fact, at this time, Hyuga Hayashi had already given Kakashi's physical skills a full score in his heart, because Kakashi's performance was even better than that of Hyuga Aoba with Byakugan, which was really rare. Soft Fist Technique 8 trigrams 64 palms. After a little thought, Hyuga Hayashi gathered chakra and took a stance to prepare to use the Hyuga clan's main family secret technique. His colleagues and family juniors were watching, and he had to get back the face he had just lost. Soft Fist is a secret physical skill passed down by the Hyuga family for thousands of years, and it is a physical skill that all Hyuga clan ninjas must learn. But in fact, the branch family only learns the most basic part of Soft Fist. Above that, there are advanced moves that can only be learned by the main family, and 8 diagrams 64 palms is one of them. Flash. Kakashi, who realized that Hyuga Hayashi was ready to take real action, did not hesitate and immediately converted all the chakra condensed on his legs into lightning chakra to activate cells and strengthen his body. At the moment when Hyuga Hayashi waved his palm, he turned into a flash of lightning and left the attack range of 8 diagrams 64 palms, making Hyuga Hayashi's attack hit the air. What a fast lightning body! Hyuga Hayashi suppressed the unexpected chakra bursts in his heart and chased after him. Just as the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Kakashi, who was running, suddenly braked, suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade and turned back to swing at Hyuga Hayashi who was chasing him. Hyuga Hayashi's expression did not change. He braked and stuck in a place where Kakashi could not swing. He had seen through Kakashi's attack based on the changes in Kakashi's body muscles. Sizzle. A large amount of lightning attribute chakra flowed into the white fang short blade along Kakashi's palm and gradually extended a lightning blade. 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. Hyuga Hayashi, who felt the crisis, immediately used the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan, turning into a constantly rotating chakra ball to block the attacking blade. Kakashi was not disappointed when his attack was blocked again. After all, his opponent was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. It would be abnormal if he could easily succeed. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi retreated violently, condensed chakra in his mouth, and spit out a lightning spear towards Hyuga Hayashi. Pseudo-darkness requires a lot of chakra. Kakashi rarely uses it in real combat because it is not as cost-effective as lightning release sword technique. But this is a simulated actual combat. The purpose of the battle is not to win, but to pass the exam, so Kakashi uses the advanced lightning escape technique of Sudoan to show his level of lightning escape ninjutsu. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Facing the fierce lightning spear, Hinata Hayashi immediately burst out chakra and used his most powerful physical technique. 8 trigrams empty wall palm is actually a combined physical technique. When two people release 8 trigrams empty wall palm at the same time, it becomes 8 trigrams empty wall palm, but Hinata Hayashi has practiced 8 trigrams empty wall palm very skillfully. Coupled with the powerful chakra on his body, Hinata Hayashi can perform 8 trigrams empty wall palm alone. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying shock wave was generated, and the trees around Hinata Hayashi were overwhelmed by this terrifying impact. The strong wind caused by the powerful impact made the trees in the training ground rustle. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Kakashi immediately used the instant body technique to move. The next moment, the shock wave defeated the lightning spear and hit the ground where Kakashi had just stood, creating a hole. Now I want 8 is still difficult for a person to defeat a jonin of this level. Kai should have a chance. Kakashi thought as he looked at the damage caused by Hyuga Hayashi's physical skills. For Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi is a very difficult opponent. With his high purity and high proficiency Byakugan and his soft fists that are both offensive and defensive, Hyuga Hayashi seems to have no flaws. Kakashi completely gave up the idea of defeating the examiner to end the battle, and took the test in the way of ordinary candidates, trying to show his abilities in all aspects. Physical skills, lightning ninjutsu, lightning swordsmanship, earth ninjutsu, illusion, Kakashi used all the abilities he had mastered in these 15 minutes. If it's him, maybe he can be better than Lord White Fang. Maimura Yejuan admired in his heart. He is an old senior jonin, who became a jonin during the Second Ninja World War. Maimura Yejuan once saw the scene of White Fang harvesting enemies on the battlefield. Because of the great shock, he still can't forget it to this day. When Maimura Yejuan saw White Fang holding a short blade and slaughtering the enemy ninja troops like cutting melons and vegetables, he knew what a true genius was. Maimura Yejuan was also praised as a genius, but since then he thought that he could only be regarded as a talent at best, far from a genius. But even White Fang, who gave Maimura Yejuan a great shock, is still not as good as Kakashi now. At least Maimura Yejuan has never heard that White Fang can fight back and forth with Konoha's outstanding jonin at the age of 10. Uchiha Obito. The referee jonin read out the name of the last candidate. Maimura Yejuan put away the thoughts in his mind and walked into the battlefield to prepare for the battle inspection. Hinata Hayashi gave him a reminder that he should never be careless in the face of these extraordinary geniuses, otherwise he might lose face. Finally it's my turn. Obito stretched his body and walked into the field. At this time, Obito was a little anxious. He wanted to finish early and go back to read. It's not difficult for him to cheat with the Sharingan, but Obito will still try his best to work hard first. Cheating is the last resort. Although it may seem a little late to read books at this time, Obito feels that he has accumulated some experience in doing test papers. If he reads some books temporarily, he may just pass the test. If the candidate loses the ability to fight before 15 minutes, he will lose points. If the candidate defeats the examiner before 15 minutes, should the battle be ended normally or what? Obito asked directly. According to common sense, it is definitely a plus point for candidates to defeat the examiner. Just in case, Obito still asked a question. If they didn't fail in theory but failed in actual combat, Obito would be really angry. It will be a high score. Maimura Yejuan replied with a faint smile. There has been no case of candidates defeating examiners in the Jonin examination. After all, the Jonins who are qualified to become Jonin examination examiners are not ordinary Jonins. If they have the strength to defeat them, they should have become Jonins long ago. Then you have to be careful, uncle. My flame is very strong. Obito felt that Maimura Yejuan's attitude was good, so he kindly reminded him. After all, you are a genius. Maimura Yejuan did not disagree, but wrote it down. The battle begins. The referee Jonin shouted. Flame breathing, full concentration. Obito quickly concentrated his breathing, and then retreated while condensing chakra in his throat to release fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape, great fireball technique. A large amount of high-temperature flames spewed out of Obito's mouth and quickly formed a huge fireball 5 meters high, smashing towards Mimura Yejuan. Swish, swish, swish. Then Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and quickly threw out shuriken to block Mimura Yejuan's dodging position, forcing Mimura Yejuan to take his fireball. After all, Mimura Yejuan was an experienced old ninja. He held a kunao to block part of the shuriken and used the trees next to him to block part of it. After a few moves, he escaped from Obito's attack network. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Mimura Yejuan jumped onto the tree with his toes, jumped back and forth on different trees, and spit out a large number of fist-sized fireballs towards Obito. Because he was attacking from high to low, the fireballs formed a fire net from different angles, and even Obito with the Sharingan could not dodge it completely. After receiving this information, Obito gave up dodging directly. He was better at attacking than defending and dodging. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A large amount of chakra was converted into fire attribute chakra in Obito's throat in one breath and then turned into high-temperature flames and spit out by Obito. The flames that were spit out continuously soon formed a small sea of fire. Under Obito's control, the sea of fire was divided into 3 fire dragons that rose up like a wall of fire in front of him to block all the incoming fireballs. The control of this fire style is indeed quite good. Mimura Yejuan nodded in his heart. It was not easy to control a high-level attack fire style like this. And the power is not ordinary. When the fire dragon attacked, Miyakun Yejuan found that Obito's flames were very hot. But this alone is not enough to defeat me. Miyakun Yejuan released a large amount of chakra that had been condensed. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A huge and thick earth wall suddenly rose in front of Miyakun Yejuan, blocking all the incoming flames. Although the surface became charred, it still stood firm. In addition to fire escape, Miyakun Yejuan he is also good at earth escape. When fighting, Mimura Yejuan usually likes to use fire escape for attack and earth escape for defense. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Mimura Yejuan jumped onto the earth flow wall and formed a seal to spit out a fire dragon at Obito. Obito was also familiar with this ninjutsu. This was the first fire escape ninjutsu he and Miyu learned. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Obito finally chose to use the same ninjutsu to test Mimura Yejuan's fire escape level. The same nature changes and the same ninjutsu are used against each other. If you lose, there is no excuse, it's just that your strength is not good enough. Boom! The 2 fire dragons collided with each other and caused a violent explosion. The dazzling red light bloomed, and finally the 2 fire dragons disappeared at the same time, leaving only a charred ground. These 2 people are worthy of being the geniuses who killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon together. They are too strong. Sakata Genji couldn't help but sighed when he saw this. The result of this ninjutsu competition almost proved that Obito's fire escape is not worse than Mimura Yejuan. Although Mimura Yejuan is not a jonin known for his strength, he is an experienced old jonin after all. Genji Sakata feels that Obito has passed the actual combat assessment here. He must have a high score if he has performed to this extent. Uncle's fire escape is not weak, but I still have a final trick. Obito was happy when he saw the fire dragon die together. Mimura Yejuan's fire escape level is similar to his full concentration state, so it must be inferior to his fire escape in the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito silently operated the flame breathing to the limit and entered the flame breathing chakra mode. The chakra in his body was constantly consumed and turned into strength to strengthen his body. After entering the flame breathing chakra mode, Obito rushed directly to Mimura Yejuan without any defense. Mimura Yejuan looked at Obito who was full of flaws and felt something was wrong. Based on Obito's performance just now, he should not do such an irrational thing. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Obito did not make any hand seals, but just thought about it and the chakra in his throat was instantly transformed into flames and spit out by Obito. Swish! At the same time, Obito's hands were not idle, and he threw out shuriken at an extremely tricky angle. No seal release, using ninjutsu while throwing shuriken. Maimura Yejuan was shocked. He had never seen such a cool operation in his 20-year ninja career. Not only did he not make any hand seals, but he could also use shuriken while using ninjutsu. You know, using ninjutsu requires the mind to control the chakra in the body. Maimura Yejuan really doesn't understand how Obito can complete this operation, and he can distract himself from thinking about throwing shuriken while using ninjutsu. Obito's throwing of shuriken is not an ordinary one, which can be done with just a hand. Obito used the Uchiha special shuriken throwing technique, which requires brain power. The unprepared Maimura Yejuan was beaten by Obito and was in a mess. Fortunately, Maimura Yejuan had enough experience and adjusted in time and only suffered a little skin injury. Use the flame-breathing chakra mode. Kakashi saw Obito's current state at a glance. If Kakashi mastered the lightning-breathing chakra mode, he would not use it in the Jonin examination, because once used, there are only two possibilities: either he lost his combat ability 15 minutes ago, or defeated the examiner. Ordinary performance can pass the exam more steadily. However, their opponents are different. Kakashi thinks Obito has a good chance. Maimura Yejuan is older than Hinata Hayashi, but not as strong as Hinata Hayashi. Chapter 443 You are the challenger. Obito, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, gave Maimura Yejuan a very unusual feeling. Before entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito's performance was still genius, but it was still within the tolerance range of Maimura Yejuan. After Obito activated the flame-breathing chakra mode, Maimura Yejuan had an illusion that he was the candidate and Obito was the examiner. It was no wonder that Maimura Yejuan had such an outrageous idea, because Obito's means were beyond his cognition. After releasing the Phoenix Fire, he still had the energy to block his dodge space with shuriken. Obito could even attach the flame to his body and use the fire ninjutsu that Maimura Yejuan had never seen before. Fire style, Flame Fist. Under Maimura Yejuan's puzzled eyes, Obito rushed up with a lot of flames on his fist, and then broke the big tree next to Maimura Yejuan with one punch. At this time, Maimura Yejuan had no way to use fire style to offset Obito's fire style. The two released a fireball together, but Obito's fireball swallowed Maimura Yejuan's fireball like a broken bamboo and continued to hit Maimura Yejuan, and Maimura Yejuan, who failed in the fight, could only dodge in embarrassment. What's going on? Didn't he use his full strength before? Maimura Yejuan was very confused. It was clear that their fire escape was evenly matched just now, but Obito's fire escape suddenly became stronger. I don't have much chakra left. I have to use my full strength next time. Seeing that Maimura Yejuan could still resist stubbornly, Obito decided to use his maximum strength of fire escape. After all, Maimura Yejuan was not an ordinary jonin. If he continued to consume, he would really lose his combat effectiveness due to insufficient chakra. Uncle, be careful next time. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Obito kindly reminded him before making a move. He was not very skilled in this move and could not control it like the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Maimura Yejuan's face suddenly changed. He was so strong and still not at full strength. Who was the Chunin and who was the examinee? Fire Escape, Great Flame Ring, Entei. Obito burst out all his chakra and raised his hands. Circles of flames were in Obito. A spiral sea of fire appeared at a very fast speed under his feet. Then the flames of the sea of fire on the ground quickly rushed to Obito's hands to form a fireball. The fireball continued to expand and eventually became a super fireball with a height of over 10 meters, which looked extremely terrifying. Obito would like to call the Great Flame Ring and the Entei the Super Fireball and the Fireball Max. This fire escape has nothing else to do, but the firepower is enough and the power is strong enough. The dazzling flames emitted by the huge fireball illuminated the examination area and made everything turn red. Maimura Yejuan and the audience ninjas looked at the terrifying fireball with shock. How can I practice the nature change to this level in such a short time? Sakata Genji felt an extremely strong sense of frustration in his heart. Compared with Obito, his ninjutsu that he had practiced for more than 10 years seemed like a joke. Such a strong fire escape ninjutsu. If it were me, I would probably be burned to death directly. Hinata Kingyu imagined himself fighting with Obito and found that he had no chance of winning at all. It can only be said that there are differences between candidates. Some candidates are examined by the examiners, while some candidates examine the examiners. It all depends on this one ninjutsu. Kakashi stared at the battlefield. After releasing the Entei, Obito's chakra was basically consumed. If he failed to defeat Maimura Yejuan, then Obito would end the battle in the way that he lost his combat ability 15 minutes ago. No wonder he told me to be careful. Looking at the exaggerated super fireball, Maimura Yejuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The scalding heat waves that came like waves seemed to silently tell that this fireball was not just a larger fireball. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Maimura Yejuan first gathered a large amount of chakra to change the nature of the earth attribute to control the ground, creating a tall and thick earth wall. Then Maimura Yejuan retreated quickly. He had no confidence in his earth flow wall, and did not think that only an earth flow wall could block this terrifying huge fireball. Although Miyakun Yejuan tried to overestimate the power of Yandi, when the huge fireball came, Miyakun Yejuan found that he had underestimated it a little. Boom! The moment the fireball touched the earth flow wall, a violent explosion appeared, followed by a roar, and mud and stones flew and dust filled the air. Maimura Yejuan never thought that an earth flow wall could block the attack, but he also didn't expect that the earth flow wall he exerted with all his strength would break at the touch, just like a piece of tofu that would become shattered when it was squeezed. Maimura Yejuan's face became very ugly, and the fireball that broke through the earth flow wall continued to hit him. With the size of Yandi, Miyakun Yejuan knew that he would never escape Yandi's attack range without careful calculation. Hayashi Jonin, it's our turn to take action, otherwise Yejuan may be seriously injured. The referee Jonin said to Hyaga Hayashi while condensing chakra. There are not many Jonin in Konoha at the moment, and it would be a mess if a Jonin was seriously injured because of an exam. Hyaga Hayashi nodded, and he stretched out his hands in preparation for the 8 trigrams void wall palm. Water style, water array wall. The referee Jonin formed a seal and spit out a stream of water to weaken the terrifying fire of Entei. Earth style, earth stream wall. Kakashi also helped to condense chakra and raise an earth wall to help resist the fireball. With the combined efforts of the three, Maimura Yejuan successfully escaped from danger and avoided being severely injured by Entei. After releasing Entei, Obito was panting heavily. At present, his chakra was only enough to release Entei once, and with the chakra consumed before, he was basically drained. Uncle, what should we do now? We won't have to continue fighting for 15 minutes, right? Obito adjusted his breathing and asked Maimura Yejuan. Obito is really in trouble now. If he fights again, he can only lie down for Maimura Yejuan to see. The battle ended early, you win. Miyakun Yejuan sighed and said with a melancholy face. Even other examiners and referees intervened in the battle, how could it continue to fight? Miyakun Yejuan was not so shameless. As an examiner, he was defeated by a 10-year-old Chunin candidate. At this moment, Miyakun Yejuan was in a very complicated mood. Fortunately, the Jonin examination was not like the Chunin exam, where there were a lot of people watching, otherwise he would be a bit ashamed to stay in the ninja circle. Great! Can we go back now? Obito excitedly punched. The battle was a great success, and his Jonin road took a big step forward. Well, you can all go back. You can come back to take the written test at 2 p.m. Miyakon Yejuan nodded. Hearing Miyakon Yejuan's affirmative answer, Obito rushed home and started his own review. It's too late to start worrying now. Kakashi looked at Obito running at full speed and was a little speechless. Although he had never participated in the Jonin examination, Kakashi knew without thinking that the difficulty was definitely not comparable to the written test of the Chunin examination. The answer is very simple, because Jonin and Chunin are completely different concepts, and the distance between Chunin and Jonin is several times greater than that between ninja school students and Chunin. Normal ninja school students can basically be promoted to Chunin within 8 years after graduation, but most Chunin cannot become Jonin in 18 years, even if they are special Jonin. Even if I can't pass the examination successfully, it's not a loss. I have seen the strength of a true genius. Sakata Genji thought. Obito and Kakashi are so talented that he can't catch up. He is almost a generation older than them, but the gap in strength is so big, how can he catch up? If I can learn Kaiten and Hachikoku, Hinata Aoba recalled the battle between Kakashi and Hinata Hayashi, with a hint of desire in his eyes. Although the effect of soft fist to cut off chakra is strong, it is very disadvantageous to have no long-range attack means in the battle, and because the branch family has a caged bird, their Byakugan actually has a very small blind spot, and the absolute defense Kaiten can make up for this deficiency to a large extent. After returning home, Obito locked himself in the room and immersed himself in reading. Of course, Obito could not really immerse himself in it, he was just forcing himself to read and remember. For him, reading is not a good thing, it is a boring process, which requires great patience to endure. The only books that Obito could immerse himself in were ninja novels. He particularly liked those ninja novels in which the protagonist was an ordinary person or a loser without ninja talent who fought back to become the savior of the ninja world. There were many classic plots in those novels, such as finding ancient secrets that others could not find in the library, and the worn-out ninja tools found in the ninja tool shop were the ninja tools of the legendary Six-Path Sage. In the end, it was essential to defeat the villain and save the princess. But saving the princess is usually in the middle stage, and the next step is to save the world. I have saved the princess before, so when will it be my turn to save the world? It feels like the world is like a huge ninja novel. Obito thought of ninja novels while reading. No, I'm reviewing the book. Obito came back to his senses and scratched his hair with both hands. Obito was a little confused about himself. How could his mind turn to ninja novels when he was reading ninja tactics? Obito shook his head as if he wanted to shake all the distracting thoughts out of his head and then concentrate on reviewing. When the alarm clock set by Obito rang, Obito stood up with a confident look on his face. After several hours of study, he was now terribly confident. Obito, do your best in the exam. Grandma said to Obito, who was about to go out, with a smile. You will pass. Obito patted his chest and answered confidently. He reviewed again with the Sharingan, and he was so stable. After the exam, you can play with Xylan more often, and practice and study in moderation. Your body is getting worse and worse. I don't know if I can see you have your own children before I die. After saying that, Grandma sighed. Obito's face instantly turned red. If you want to have a child, you have to do that kind of thing with Xylan. It's really too desirable. No, it's really too unhealthy. Grandma, you think too much. I'm only 10 years old. Besides, Grandma, you will definitely live 100 years. Obito replied with a red face. Grandma, let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to take the exam. Obito was worried that Grandma would say something that would make him blush again, so he ran away. The location of the written test was also in the training ground in the morning, but it was not outdoors, but in a wooden house that looked very ordinary. Next, the person whose name is called will follow his examiner. The written test part is separate, and each of you will take the test in a different single room," the examiner said after Obito and others entered the wooden house. Ah! After hearing the rules, Obito was dumbfounded. It turned out that everyone had a single room. Wouldn't that mean his Sharingan would be useless? Obito used to think that the Sharingan was far superior to the Byakugan, but now he really hopes that he can have a pair of Byakugan because the Byakugan can see through things. Uchiha Obito, do you have any questions? The examiner asked when he saw Obito's puzzled face. No, I'm just a little surprised. One person per room is a bit of a waste of space. Obito thought for a while and said. Well, Hatake Kakashi, step out. The examiner looked at his manual list and said. Kakashi, who heard his name, followed the examiner to his own examination room. Hinata Aoba. Uchiha Obito. The other examiners also read out the students they needed to examine and took them to the corresponding examination rooms. Fortunately, I went home to review. If I only relied on the Sharingan, I would definitely not pass this time. Obito was glad that he had worked hard today. When Obito saw the test paper, he couldn't help sweating on his forehead. It was a bit difficult. You are a Jonin, leading a team to carry out a confidential S-level mission. Although you have successfully obtained the confidential documents required for the mission, you are trapped in the enemy's encirclement. Please plan the best route of action and breakthrough tactics according to the map of Figure 1 and explain the reasons. Obito glanced at the map and pondered for a while, but he didn't write anything. This map is a bit complicated and he can't understand it. Forget it, Teacher Miyu said that you can skip what you don't know how to do, so as not to waste time. Obito recalled Miyu's words and gave up the first question and jumped to the second question. There are two tasks, A and B, which are now completed by two ninja teams A and B respectively. On sunny days, it takes 12 days for Ninja Team A to complete the task, and 15 days for Ninja Team B to complete it. On rainy days, the work efficiency of Ninja Team A is 50%, and the work efficiency of Ninja Team B is 25%. Finally, the two ninja teams start working at the same time and complete the two projects. How many sunny days are there in the days when the tasks are completed? When Obito saw the second question, his eyes blurred. This was exactly the math he was least good at. If he was anxious, he might beat the Jonin, but he couldn't do math no matter how anxious he was. Obito jumped decisively to when he saw the next question, he was immediately numb. Compared with the others, the second question was the simplest math question. When Obito skipped 5 questions in a row and saw the sixth question, which was a history question, he showed an excited expression. He knew this too well. Obito had never felt that history questions could be so cute. He wished that the whole test paper would become history questions. Happy times are always short. After finishing the history questions, Obito's heart sank as he looked at the questions behind. This exam was not easy. Miyu Immortal, please give me the supreme wisdom to answer questions. Obito closed his eyes and clasped his hands together to pray devoutly. Examinees, please don't make strange movements and take the exam seriously. The examiner knocked on the table to interrupt the prayer. Chapter 444 Kakashi's Jonin Reward. Senior, can I hand in the paper early if I'm done? Kakashi asked the examiner after checking his paper completely. Although he had to wait for Obito to finish after going out, he wanted to be free after all, so Kakashi decided to hand in the paper early. So fast, no need to check again. The examiner walked to Kakashi's side with some surprise and looked at Kakashi's test paper. The examiner was even more surprised when he saw that Kakashi answered several familiar questions to the point and answered them well. As an experienced examiner, he knew very well that for a young genius, the biggest obstacle to becoming a Jonin was never strength, but the written test. Because strong strength does not necessarily mean good theoretical learning. If Konoha did not have a mechanism for promotion to Jonin in addition to the Jonin examination, he believed that Konoha would have 1/3 fewer Jonins now, or even more. Your Jonin examination is over. You can leave directly or wait outside for the exam to end. The examiner put away Kakashi's test paper and said. Kakashi nodded and walked out of the examination room to wait outside. Based on Kakashi's understanding of Obito, he should wait until the exam is over. Although Obito did not know much, he would not give up. Even if he could not do it, he would try until the time was up. The final result was as Kakashi expected. He did not see Obito walking out of the examination room until the exam time was over. However, Hinata Aoba and Sakata Genji also handed in their papers last, and Kakashi, who handed in his papers early, became an outlier. Obito walked out of the examination room with his head down, looking unhappy. It's over. If I don't pass the exam, won't Xylan's ninja level be higher than mine? Obito suddenly thought. In the notice issued, Nohara Rin did not need to take the exam, and was directly promoted to a special Jonin. If Obito passed the exam and became a formal Jonin, he would be one level higher than Nohara Rin. If he failed, his ninja level would be lower than Nohara Rin in the future. Obito thought about it more deeply and found a more terrifying thing. If Kakashi passed the exam, he would be the only Chunin in the Muyo class or the Minato class. Obito could already imagine what Kakashi would look like at that time. There is a waste in the team who didn't become a Jonin. I won't tell you who the waste is. Kakashi said with a weird look on his face. Born evil, little Hitaki, I will definitely kill you when I become stronger. Obito's blood pressure rose just by imagining it, and his Sharingan felt like it was about to pop out. Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked at Obito, who was walking towards him in a daze with an expression that was sometimes indignant and sometimes ecstatic. He had a feeling that Obito was thinking about something bad. The exam is over, are you still thinking about those questions? Kakashi interrupted Obito's thoughts. Obito showed a regretful expression. In his imagination, he had fast-forwarded to the point where he had practiced the breath of fire to the extreme and surpassed Muyu. He was interrupted just as he was about to beat Kakashi. How did you do in the exam? Do you think you can pass? Obito thought for a while and asked. Although Kakashi in his memory had never failed in a written test, this time it was a Jonin examination, involving a wide range of knowledge and difficult questions. Maybe Kakashi might fail. It's okay, I should be able to pass. Kakashi nodded calmly and replied. During the time Kakashi was in the hospital, he basically read all kinds of books. In addition, he already had a good amount of knowledge, so he was more than enough to deal with the Jonin exam. Haha, Kakashi, you really don't know how to be humble. Hearing Kakashi's confidence, Obito felt a little jealous. After all, the test paper is of average difficulty, and there shouldn't be anyone who can't pass it. Kakashi said with a hint of meaning. Hard, Obito's fist hardened. Although Kakashi's words did not contain any of his name, Obito felt that Kakashi was almost naming him. You're so awesome, then tell me how you did the test paper. Obito suppressed the idea of punching Kakashi's face and asked. I have to be angry, but I have to check the answers first. Although I think Kakashi is too arrogant, Obito still recognizes Kakashi's ability in written tests, and he must have more correct answers than him. The first question is like this and then. Kakashi did not hide anything and said all his answers and ideas for answering the questions. It would be fine if the answers were wrong, but Obito felt even worse after getting the answers, because he and Kakashi had different answers to many questions. There are 3 possible results. The first one is that Kakashi is right and wrong, the second one is that he is wrong and Kakashi is wrong, and the third one is that they are both wrong. Obito hoped for the second result, but his thinking brain told him that the first result was more likely. After the examinees left, the examiner immediately began to mark the papers. Today's geniuses really can't be underestimated. They are both good at literature and martial arts. The invigilator Kakashi the examiner couldn't help but sigh. It was hard for him to imagine how a 10-year-old child could balance training and learning theory. Not entirely. Uchiha Obito should not be able to be promoted. He was a mess in questions other than history. The examiner who was in charge of Obito's examination said with a smile. The examiner who had finished grading Kakashi stretched his head and took a look with some curiosity. If the written test is only this level, it seems that he may be promoted to a jonin by virtue of his military merits before completing the make-up exam. It is difficult to become a jonin without passing the jonin examination in peacetime, but it is different in wartime. In wartime, special circumstances are handled specially. If the military merits are sufficient, you can be promoted directly to a jonin. After the written test papers were graded, the examiners sent all the information to the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally decided the test results. Seeing Kakashi's information, Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee and smiled with relief. He had seen Kakashi's potential before, so when Kakashi was confused and depressed, he found Muyu Minato to help. Kakashi's achievements now also prove his vision. Although he is only 10 years old, Kakashi has surpassed many ninjas and is excellent enough. After nodding his head to affirm his vision, Sarutobi Hiruzen signed and stamped Kakashi's promotion documents. Obito lacks a lot in theory. Seeing Obito's test paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This result must not be passed. But his character is a good thing for Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather have more innocent Uchiha like Obito, so that there will be fewer conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha. After denying Obito, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hinata Aoba and Sakata Genji. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and denied Sakata Genji and then signed on Hinata Aoba's promotion list. In fact, to be honest, Hinata Aoba's strength is a little worse than Sakata Genji, but Hinata Aoba's strength is that the Byakugan has a strategic role, so the requirements can be lowered to a certain extent. After finishing his work, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately order the ninja to notify the results. It was almost time to get off work, so it would be better to notify them tomorrow morning. Before leaving get off work, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and found out Might Guy's information at the ninja school. Guy's grades are also very bad. Looking at the summary of Might Guy's ninja school career in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and exhaled white smoke. Before the 4th grade, Might Guy could not be described as bad, he was completely stupid. After the 4th grade, because of Muyu's tutoring, his grades improved a lot, but it was only limited to passing. The written test for the Jonin examination is not as kind as the ninja school. The written test of the ninja school only needs to reach half of the average score to pass, while the written test of the Jonin examination must reach more than 80% of the total score to pass. Should we lower the difficulty for Guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. If the difficulty remains unchanged, Might Guy will not be able to pass the Jonin examination, because his theory is as bad as Obito. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about this question was not because he liked Might Guy, but because Might Guy had made greater contributions. There were differences in the contributions of different ninjas to the same mission. The person who made the greatest contribution in this encounter was undoubtedly Muyu, who killed Mizuno Tsuki-han and 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a group of mist ninjas. The second was Might Guy. Without Might Guy's explosive Kakashi, they had no way of repelling the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they could not survive until Muyu arrived. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already let Might Guy go to a certain extent. If it weren't for his great contributions, Might Guy would not have been qualified to participate in the Jonin examination with his partiality. Might Guy mainly suffered from his age. If Might Guy was over 14 years old, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have directly promoted him to Jonin. 10 years old is too young. Unless the record is too amazing, such as Muyu, age will still have a certain degree of influence. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to wait and see Might Guy's results before making a decision. Jonin are qualified to lead the team to perform important tasks, and they cannot do without knowing anything. The next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the ninja to send out the notice. Those who successfully promoted need to go to the Hokage's office to get a new ninja certificate, while those who failed the exam only received a notice. Uchiha Obito, after investigation, it was found that you are excellent in strength but lack in theory, and you are not qualified to be promoted to Jonin at present. The notifying ninja said to Obito. Although he had expected it, Obito couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard about the failure. Jounin is an excellent ninja in the eyes of ordinary people. He wants his grandmother to be proud to tell other Uchiha that her grandson is already excellent at the age of 10. Study hard and you will have a chance. In the next 8 years, you can apply for a make-up exam every year. If you pass, you can become a formal Jonin. The notifying ninja reminded. The Jonin examination itself is a screening. Those who have no chance to become Jonin will not have the opportunity to be Jonin. Of course, Konoha will not give up the ninjas who have been selected through such a strict selection. They will give them many opportunities to retake the exam. If they pass, they can still become formal Jonin. Once a year. Obito scratched his hair and felt that the interval was too long. He was only 10 years old now, and a year was already 1/10 of his current life. Go find Mu teacher before the next exam. Obito felt that it was better to believe in the omnipotent Mu than to believe in his own learning ability. Did Kakashi pass? Obito couldn't help asking. Of course, his own failure can be ignored. It's a pity, but the success of his brother is even more maddening. I don't know about this, I'm only responsible for informing you. The informing ninja shook his head and replied. Obito was a little disappointed. The answer he wanted to hear most was that Kakashi didn't pass like him. Obito felt uncomfortable when he thought that Kakashi might become a Jonin first. Based on his understanding of Kakashi, Kakashi would definitely use the ninja level as an excuse to order him. In order to get the latest news, Obito chose to rush to Kakashi's house to ask clearly. Kakashi, are you home? Obito used concentrated breathing to strengthen his body and rushed to Kakashi's door and shouted. Obito knocked on the door a few more times, but still no one responded. Obito's heart sank. Oh no, he didn't really pass. Could he be in the Hokage building? Just as Obito thought, Kakashi was completing the promotion procedures in the Hokage's office in the Hokage building at this moment. From now on, you are an official Konoha Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed Kakashi his new ninja certificate. After Kakashi took the certificate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious. A higher ninja level not only represents greater rights, but also greater responsibilities and obligations. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. When necessary, Jonin will lead the team to perform more dangerous tasks and face more dangerous enemies. No matter how dangerous the task is, I will protect my companions and bring them back safely. Kakashi answered seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again. I am relieved that you have such awareness. If there are more juniors like you, Kakashi, I can rest assured in my old age. After completing the necessary procedures, Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office. He looked at the word Jonin marked on his new ninja certificate and shook his head. Kakashi, who became a Jonin, did not feel complacent, because he had seen too many powerful Jonin, such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Mu and Namikaze Minato. On the surface, they were of the same level, but in fact, the real gap between them was greater than that between ordinary Jonin and ninja school students. Not to mention others, Kakashi's father was also a Jonin, but now he could only barely see his father's back. After walking out of the Hokage building, Kakashi saw Obito, who looked around like a thief. Kakashi raised his mouth slightly and walked in front of Obito. How do you know that I have successfully promoted to Jonin? Obito? As the youngest Jonin in Konoha, Kakashi's topic in Konoha was once again ignited. When Hirako, who was doing human experiments in secret, heard the news, he almost lost control of his emotions and broke the equipment in the laboratory. A 10-year-old Jonin, he worked so hard to become a jonin, and these geniuses easily surpassed his efforts. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the jonin examination and was promoted to jonin. He received rewards, chakra plus 2400, weapon extraction scroll, a sword type, unknown Pokemon egg, only Hitaki Kakashi can hatch. Chapter 445, The Demon Sword That Absorbs Chakra. Obito failed after all. Seeing that only Kakashi's promotion reward popped up, Miyu had guessed that Obito had failed the jonin examination. Miyu had expected this. After all, Obito's theory was indeed a flaw. Although Miyu usually gave lectures to disciples, he basically only taught political history, and the scope of the jonin examination written test was too large. In Miyu's imagination, if Obito wanted to pass the written test of the jonin examination by his own ability, he had to study the theory seriously for a whole year under Miyu's guidance. With the potential threat of Uchiha Madara, Miyu would not let Obito abandon his strength training to study theory just for the promotion reward. It was really not worth it. Besides, there are many opportunities during war, and Obito does not necessarily need to be promoted to a jonin through the jonin assessment. Putting aside Obito's affairs, Miyu looked at Kakashi's promotion reward. 2,400 chakra points are nothing to say, an ordinary chunin usually has this much chakra. Miyu is a little bit unsure about the remaining two rewards. Miyu has never obtained the weapon extraction scroll, and does not know what kind of weapons can be extracted from it and how about the quality. Miyu knows a lot about Pokemon because he has played the game and watched the anime, but the system rewards unknown Pokemon eggs, and there are still big differences between Pokemon individuals. But even the most common Pokemon has more potential than most summoned beasts. Miyu thought. Except for the 3 holy places in Naruto, the upper limit of the other summoned beasts is generally very low, and only the special ones are more outstanding. As for Pokemon, if it is properly cultivated, even a giant Beedrill can compete with those so-called quasi-gods. Miyu washed his hands as usual and then drew the lottery. Weapon extraction scroll, swords used, weapon obtained, Great Blade 21 works of Inma. This sword. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. If he remembered correctly, in the One Piece world, this was a conscious demon sword that would absorb the user's haki without authorization. Ordinary people might die because of the haki being drained. Miyu estimated that the weapon would also be localized, otherwise this sword might be a little harder and nothing else. It worked. Because people in the Naruto world don't have the so-called haki, haki is a unique talent in the One Piece world. The armament haki used by Miyu and his friends is essentially the Yindun secret technique, which is very different from the native haki of One Piece. Miyu used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the camp and find an uninhabited place to test Yan-Mo. The Yan-Mo drawn out of the system is almost the same as the Yan-Mo in Miyu's impression. There are flower-shaped carvings on the purple scabbard, and the hilt looks like 3 rings put together. Miyu held the scabbard in his left hand and held the handle with his right hand and pulled Yan-Mo out violently. Swish! A flash of white light passed by, and a sharp sword with a cold light flowing on the blade appeared in Miyu's hand. Miyu could feel an inexplicable suction in his hand holding the handle, and his chakra was slowly sucked into Yan-Mo by this suction. In about a minute, Miyu lost 7,000 chakra points. Interesting, it turns into absorbing chakra. Miyu showed an interested expression and then tried his best to control chakra. Miyu's chakra control ability is very strong, and Yan-Mo can't absorb any chakra from Miyu in an instant. Yan-Mo seemed a little unconvinced. A stronger suction came from the handle of the knife, but still couldn't pull out any chakra from Miyu. Ignoring Yan-Mo who wanted to continue absorbing his chakra, Miyu held Yan-Mo and swung a knife at the tree in front. Swish! The white knife light flashed, and a black line appeared on the big tree in front of Miyu, and then it fell backwards at a high speed. Boom! The sound of a big tree falling to the ground was heard, not only the big tree in front of Miyu, but also the big trees not far from him were broken into 2 pieces. The strength is not bad, but it's a bit dangerous. Miyu looked at the destroyed forest and thought. Losing 7,000 chakras is nothing to him now, but many weak jonins usually have only 7,000 chakras, which means that Yan Mo can drain the chakra of a jonin in 1 minute. I took advantage of Miyu to test Yan Mo's chakra conductivity, which is very important in the ninja world. As Miyu injected lightning chakra into Yan Mo, a dazzling blue arc enveloped Yan Mo, and the slash made by Yan Mo turned into a lightning slash. Miyu did not stop, and soon tried to inject fire chakra into Yan Mo to ignite the flames of Yan Mo's blade. The chakra conductivity is quite good. Miyu nodded with satisfaction. Yan Mo is the best chakra sword he has ever seen. The data in all aspects are excellent. Even without using chakra enhancement, it is still a hard and sharp sword. Find a chance to give it to Kakashi. Miyu is not going to use Yan Mo himself. In terms of weapons, Miyu has the six-path staff. Although he has never used it, it is not because it is not useful or strong enough, but because Miyu has not encountered a battle where he must use the six-path staff. The strongest opponent Miyu has encountered now is Hanzo. Hanzo's best water escape cannot threaten him. Instead, Hanzo's poison is more threatening to him, and the six-path staff cannot deal with poison fog, so Miyu did not take it out. The six-path staff itself is very strong. First of all, the six-path staff has extremely terrifying hardness. Miyu's attacks made by spending tens of thousands of chakras cannot leave marks on the six-path staff. Then the six-path staff also has the special effect of destroying ninjutsu. As long as Miyu has not reached the six paths level, the six-path staff will be very useful to him. Finally, Miyu took out the Pokemon egg and took a look, trying to see if he could use his Byakugan to see what Pokemon was in the egg. Maybe because this is Kakashi's exclusive reward, and it didn't reach Kakashi's hands, Miyu didn't see anything. After checking without success, Miyu put the egg back into the system space, preparing to give it to Kakashi as a gift when he comes to the battlefield. After the combat meeting in the evening, Orochimaru talked with Miyu again. The recent performance of Kirigakure is a bit abnormal. Although it is still defending and avoiding fighting, there is a slight change compared to before. Maybe Kirigakure sent support. Orochimaru said his guess. If it is just an ordinary ninja unit, it will be fine. If there is a Jinchuriki among Kirigakure's reinforcements, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Even a ninja of Orochimaru's level can hardly defeat Jinchuriki in a head-on battle in a war. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball is too strong, which can cause devastating blows to both individuals and ninja units. Of course, if there is a chance, Orochimaru will do something dirty. The eight-tails Jinchuriki of Kumigakure was probably killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru is very clear about the characteristics of Jinchuriki. The tailed beast is not only the most powerful weapon of Jinchuriki, but also a sharp knife that can stab Jinchuriki himself. As long as the seal is released and the tailed beast is released, Jinchuriki will fall into a hopeless and deadly situation. Orochimaru almost didn't do anything when he killed Bubai. He just took advantage of Bubai's weak will to sneak into the hidden cloud village, and then used his special illusion secret medicine to paralyze Bubai's whole body and make him unable to move. Then he removed the seal on Bubai and separated the eight tails from it, and Bubai died directly. The ultimate weapons of the 5 major ninja villages are just a little difficult to deal with. It seems that you, Orochimaru, have already been sure of winning. Miyu noticed the strong confidence in Orochimaru's words. Obviously, Orochimaru didn't think he couldn't win, but he thought that the casualties might not look good if there were tailed beasts. Miyu, my confidence is in you. The role that Miyu can play on this battlefield is much greater than that of the so-called Jinchuriki. They power must be stronger. Orochimaru chuckled. With Miyu's ninjutsu and Miyu's own super strength, Miyu can play a role that is truly worth 1,000 troops. Even if Orochimaru is given a ninja army of 1,000 people to exchange for Miyu, Orochimaru will refuse without hesitation. Konoha, Uchiha Base. Obito got up early and prepared to go to the South Forest for training. Before, Obito was a little moved by his grandmother's words, and wanted to combine work and rest to reduce some training time to go to Nohara-lin to play, but after being stimulated by Kakashi, Obito abandoned this idea. Obito wanted to practice, he wanted to surpass Kakashi, and then look down at Kakashi, who was lying on the ground with the attitude of a winner, and say, "So what if I'm a jonin? I'm still stronger." So Obito not only did not reduce the time of practice, but even increased it. Now Obito is so young that even Might Guy would give him a thumbs up. When Obito passed by the streets of Konoha's main city, he saw a figure that surprised him. "Xiaolin, good morning, what a coincidence." Obito smiled and greeted Nohara-lin. Nohara-lin nodded and smiled and responded, "Good morning, Obito." "Obito, have you had breakfast? If not, I can treat you to breakfast today." "Thank you so much, I was just about to have breakfast." Obito, who had just finished breakfast, agreed without hesitation. Although he had eaten, the breakfast Nohara-rin invited could not be the same as an ordinary breakfast. Even if Obito had to eat 2 more servings, it would be fine. Nohara-rin took Obito to a breakfast shop where she had eaten before and thought the taste was good. It is normal to fail the exam. Most ninjas can't even pass the Chunin exam in one try. Nohara-rin comforted her after sitting down for a while. In fact, she came to find Obito on purpose because she knew about the Jonin exam. Kakashi passed but Obito didn't. Kakashi must have many years of Chunin experience, so he succeeded in one try. "Obito, if you keep working hard, you will definitely be promoted successfully." They look like they are of the same age, but Kakashi has much more ninja experience than them, because when they were in the 1st grade, Kakashi was a genin, and when they were in the 2nd grade, Kakashi was already a chunin. Obito was eating the breakfast that Nohara-rin invited him to, and he could hear the soothing voice of Nohara-rin in his ears, and he was instantly moved. Nohara-rin invited him to dinner specifically to comfort him. "Yeah, don't worry, Xiaolin, I will definitely not be depressed because of this. Kakashi just reads a little more books than me. I defeated the examiner during the practical test, and Kakashi could only wait until the end of the test time. The ninja who notified the results also said that my strength was enough, but I was a little bit short of the written test," Obito said with confidence. At this moment, it seemed that he was the winner, and Kakashi was the loser. "You defeated the examiner in the Jounin test, it's amazing." Nohara-rin crossed her fingers and praised with a smile. "Although I don't understand much because I didn't participate, normally the examiner of the Jounin examination must be strong, and he is strong if he can win. Hehe, it's just average. Xiaolin, you can do it if you practice more." Obito scratched his head a little embarrassed. "I still need to work harder, and my strength is still a long way from yours." Nohara-rin is self-aware of her own strength. She is still more of a supporting role at present. "Obito, do you have time in the afternoon? If you have time, can you come to the park, the one with cherry trees nearby?" Nohara-rin suddenly asked. Afternoon. Obito fell into thought. He originally planned to practice in the afternoon, but Nohara-rin asked him to go to the park. Could it be? Could it be the legendary date? A gleam flashed in Obito's eyes, and he became excited. Nohara-rin took the initiative to ask him out on a date. What a dreamlike thing it was! "Don't you have time?" Then Nohara-rin was interrupted by Obito before she finished. "Yes, I have time. I'm very free in the afternoon. I have time all afternoon," Obito answered quickly. If it was a date with Nohara-rin, Obito would have time all day. "Then let's meet at the cherry tree in the park at 2 o'clock in the afternoon," Nohara-rin said with a smile. "I will definitely be at the park on time at 2 o'clock. I won't be late," Obito said seriously. "Well, I believe you, Obito. Nohara-rin nodded and said goodbye to Obito. Looking at Nohara-rin's departing back, Obito couldn't help but smile foolishly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get promoted to Jonin to date Nohara-rin. In the following time, Obito couldn't help thinking about the date under the cherry tree in the afternoon, and he couldn't even concentrate on training. I need to take a shower and change clothes, otherwise I will smell of sweat. Should I bring a gift? Buy some flowers or give some snacks? Obito was in a dilemma. After thinking it over, Obito decided to buy snacks and buy roses for Nohara-rin when he confessed his love. Will I encounter a clerk who looks down on people when I go shopping? How should I deal with a gangster who likes to tease people? Obito frantically deduced the process of dating Nohara-rin. Wait, will Xylan call Kakashi as well? Obito's expression became serious. This was not because he was worrying too much, but because Nohara-rin usually called Kakashi when she asked him to go out and play together. Obito put his hands together and prayed silently. This was the day he least wanted to see Kakashi. Time passed quickly while Obito was thinking randomly. After Obito overcame difficulties and arrived on time, he found that Nohara-rin did not call Kakashi, but the situation was worse than that. Chapter 446 Pain Makes People Grow. Because he was worried about being late, Obito set out early and arrived under the cherry tree in the park. Holding the snacks carefully selected for Nohara-rin in his hand, Obito looked around expectantly. Unlike him who was often late, Nohara-rin was a very punctual person. Basically, she would arrive at the agreed time and would not let people wait too long. But today seemed a little different. Obito felt that when it was almost the agreed time, he still did not see Nohara-rin, but he vaguely saw the figures of several familiar people. Is this park famous recently? How come Asuma and Kurane are here? As the distance shortened, Obito confirmed that the friend he saw was the one he thought of. Akai is here too. Is he running past here? At this time, Obito found another green figure. Obito was a little surprised. In his impression, Might Guy should not have the leisure to visit such a park. What made Obito even more puzzled was that Might Guy and his friends were walking towards the cherry tree. What a coincidence, you are also visiting the park. Obito waved his hand and took the initiative to say hello with a smile. Since he didn't see Kakashi, Obito's mood was relatively stable and he was still optimistic about the next development. Visiting the park? No, Xylan asked me to come here because of something. Kurane shook her head and said. Obito's face froze instantly, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was not the date he imagined. Me too. Might Guy nodded, indicating that he was also one of the people invited by Nohara-rin. It seems that everyone was invited by Xylan. It's rare that they called us all here. Is there something important? Asuma touched his chin and speculated. Asuma turned his head and took a look, and found that they were all friends who knew each other, and there was no one they didn't know. Ahaha, that should be it. Obito scratched his head with his left hand and smiled awkwardly, and put the snacks in his right hand behind him without leaving a trace. Maybe he encountered some difficulties. Although Obito felt embarrassed and wanted to go underground at this time, he did not blame Nohara-rin in his heart, but worried about Nohara-rin. After all, Nohara-rin never said that she asked him to come for a date. It was Obito who thought that Nohara-rin wanted to date him. And Kakashi was not called, which means that I am still more trusted in Xylan's heart. Obito comforted himself in his heart. It was a blessing in disguise for Obito that Kakashi did not come. If Kakashi was at the scene, he would most likely see Obito's inner thoughts and then ridicule him. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. At this time, Nohara-rin's voice suddenly came. Obito looked towards the place where the voice came from and saw Nohara-rin running over with a stack of papers in her arms. It's only a few minutes, it's not considered late, Xylan, don't worry. Obito saw Nohara-rin was a little out of breath and said hurriedly. After hearing what Obito said, Nohara-rin slowed down and ran to everyone. It takes more time to make these than I thought, so I'm a little late. Nohara-rin took a breath and raised the paper in her hand to explain. You know, Nohara-rin has also practiced breathing for a long time. It's obvious that she has accelerated all the way to the limit to run like this. So that's the case. I was wondering why Xiaolin, who is always on time, is late this time. Obito said with a smile and looked at the culprit in Nohara-rin's hand that caused Nohara-rin to be late. Celebrating Kakashi's promotion to a senior ninja gift plan, confidential mission. Obito read out the big words on the poster like paper word by word in his mind. Looking at the carefully drawn Q version of Kakashi portrait on the beach, Obito was silent. For some reason, even the snacks in his right hand suddenly became extremely heavy, so heavy that Obito, a ninja who could break a tree with one punch, couldn't hold it. With a snap, the snacks Obito was holding fell to the ground. Obito didn't care about the snacks that fell on the ground. At this moment, his face felt hot and painful as if it was burned by flames, and the embarrassment in his heart reached its peak. He thought that the date between the two was actually a way for Nohara-rin to celebrate Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. He thought Kakashi was not invited because he was more trustworthy, but in fact it was because Nohara-rin wanted to give Kakashi a surprise. In order to make a good impression on Nohara-rin, he arrived early and specially selected snacks that girls like to eat. Nohara-rin was late because she was helping Kakashi draw a poster. It hurts too much. Obito stood in the sun, but for some reason he felt a chill and cramp in his bones. It was so heartbreaking to see the girl he liked working hard for other boys that Obito didn't even dare to look at Nohara-rin. He raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, feeling indescribable sadness. Obito, your things fell. Nohara-rin walked to Obito and picked up the bag of snacks. She heard the sound immediately, but she didn't expect Obito to not pick it up and instead stare blankly without knowing what was going on. Oh, thank you, Rin. Obito came back to his senses, subconsciously thanked. Really, you are about to become a Jonin, you can't be dazed like this when you are on a mission. Nohara-rin said helplessly. Yet. Obito's smile recovered a little. Nohara-rin was worried about him. Nohara-rin had him in her heart. By the way, are these snacks that you bought specially for everyone, Obito? Nohara-rin handed the snacks to Obito and asked casually. Obito was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Yeah, Xiaolin, you are right. Although it was bought specifically for Nohara-rin, it must not be given to Nohara-rin alone in this situation. Either everyone eats together, or no one gives it to her, otherwise it would be too weird. It's a bit impressive, Obito, you can be so careful. Nohara-rin covered her mouth with her little hand and was a little surprised. It was beyond her expectation that Obito could have this preparation. Obito has always been very careless. This time he not only didn't arrive late but also prepared snacks. People always make progress. Obito straightened his chest. No matter what, it was good to be praised by Nohara-rin. Obito distributed snacks to everyone. Seeing everyone eat the snacks carefully prepared for Nohara-rin, Obito felt inexplicably melancholy. It tastes really good. Obito, you are quite good at choosing snacks. Kurenai gave a good review. Obito felt as if his heart was pierced by a sharp arrow. How could it not taste good? He picked it specifically for Nohara-rin. What gift do you think is better for Kakashi? Nohara-rin talked about the business of this meeting. For Kakashi, I think we can give him a more practical gift. Kurenai thought about it and expressed her thoughts. Kakashi is a very practical person. Compared with some romantic gifts, Kakashi would prefer practical and usable gifts. It seems to be true. Kakashi gave me a secret medicine for training on my birthday before. Might Guy thought carefully and found that what Yui Kurenai said was right. Kakashi rarely did anything fancy. Why don't we all go find the most delicious tempura and give it to Kakashi together? It's practical enough to eat, but you will die if you don't eat. Obito said seriously, as if there was no personal emotion, all rational thinking. Nohara-rin looked at Obito helplessly. Obito, don't joke, Kakashi doesn't like tempura. Nohara-rin complained. Kakashi only eats tempura made by Muyu. I just want Kakashi to realize the deliciousness of tempura, but forget it. Muyu's tempura is already the best, and there can't be better. Obito forcefully explained. He said it casually in revenge, without expecting it to be adopted. However, if he was really recognized, Obito would still be very happy, because he felt that Kakashi's expression would be the same as his just now. After everyone discussed for a while, the idea of Kurenai was finally recognized, and Kakashi was given a more practical gift. After the disbandment, Obito did not leave with Nohara-rin, but followed Might Guy. Even if he hadn't, it was impossible for him to continue to stick to Nohara-rin in such a situation. Akai, how are you recovering recently? Obito asked. Might Guy smiled and raised his arm to show off the muscles on his arm. It's recovering steadily like a youth that keeps going up. That makes me feel relieved. Without Akai, you look a little lonely in Kakashi. Obito said deliberately. This is the bond between me and my best friend. Might Guy raised his thumb and laughed. I seem to have heard Kakashi say that he wants to fight you when you open the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode. Obito continued with a serious look. After all, I was really strong in that state, and my best friend wanted to challenge me to be stronger. Might Guy believed it directly. But I have to disappoint my best friend. I can't let him feel my peak combat power. Now I can only use the 5th gate and the rock-breathing chakra mode at most, and I can't open the 6th gate. Might Guy sighed. It was because his life was in danger that Might Guy forced to open the 6th gate. In ordinary sparring, Might Guy would definitely not force to use a higher gate, otherwise how could he practice after lying down for 2 months after a fight? I believe Kakashi will understand you. Obito couldn't help but smile. He had foreseen the scene of Kakashi being beaten by Might Guy. This was the 8 gates of ninjutsu plus the rock-breathing chakra mode. Even if only 5 gates were opened, Kakashi couldn't defeat him now. For my best friend's expectations, I will work harder in the future, and strive to let my best friend feel the power of the 6th gate and the rock-breathing chakra mode as soon as possible. Might Guy clenched his fists and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. That's right, that's it. Obito gave Might Guy a thumbs up. In Konoha, a sigh came from a secret underground laboratory. Failed again, is this direction wrong? Looking at the experimental data, Obito frowned. The talent of a ninja should be in the body, why can't the talent of a ninja be plundered from the body? Because of his dissatisfaction with his own talent, Obito has been secretly conducting experiments to develop ninjutsu that can enhance the talent of a ninja. Obito doesn't want to be mediocre, he also wants to become a strong man like the 3 ninjas who are feared by the ninja world. Although he is a first-term student, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have become the 3 ninjas that are feared by everyone, but he is still in Konoha. As an unknown young jonin, Hiroho was really unwilling to accept this. Damn it, if this goes on, when will I succeed? Even a kid like Hatake Kakashi is on the same level as me. Hiroho's mentality collapsed when he thought of Kakashi, who became a jonin at the age of 10. The rising fame of juniors like Minato Namikaze and Wyu Hanyu only made Hiroho a little anxious, but Kakashi really broke his defense. A 10-year-old jonin broke the record of Konoha's earliest promotion to jonin. We have to speed up the pace. It will be meaningless if we complete the development after we start to age. Hiroho decided not to focus on stability and take more radical actions. Even the most talented ninjas will become weaker with age. He wants to complete the development of ninjutsu while he is still young. After that, Hiroho increased the frequency of his arrests and conducted more human experiments to try and error. As the experiment progressed, Hiroho had a new inspiration. Since it is so difficult to plunder talents, why not fuse individuals together? Bailuohu began to experiment with the goal of fusion. As if this was really the right path, Bailuohu made rapid progress in the experiment of fusion ninjutsu, and soon completed a fusion experiment with summoned beasts, allowing an ordinary person to have the strength to surpass the Chunin, although the body became a bit like a monster. I succeeded, this is definitely an unprecedented great ninjutsu. Bailuohu was extremely excited after the breakthrough in the experiment. He felt that the Ghost Bud Ra technique he developed was definitely an S-level ninjutsu, and even the top one among the S-level. Then Bailuohu began to work on the fusion between people. It is impossible for him to fuse a summoned beast to himself. Bailuohu still wants to be a human being. And Bailuohu believes that the potential of summoned beasts is not as high as that of humans. I have never heard of any top-level strongman who relies only on summoned beasts. As the experiment of human-human fusion progressed, Bailuohu found a surprising thing. Fusion can retain many characteristics of the fused person, including the blood limit of the fused person. This path is right. If I master all the blood limits, who can defeat me? Bailuohu has seen the way to become the strongest. Maybe because of the martial law in Konoha during the war, or maybe Bailuohu's actions were too radical, his abnormality was noticed, and the human experiment was discovered by the ninja who came to investigate. But Bailuohu is not a brainless person. When conducting human experiments, he had considered the plan of running away. Although he is not as good as his 3 ninja friends, his strength is not something that ordinary ninjas can stop. In the end, Bailuohu fled Konoha with his own Ghost Sprout technique and became a wanted rebel ninja by Konoha. Chapter 447 Battlefield Dilemma. Bailuohu is just an ordinary Konoha jonin. He does not hold an important position and does not have the reputation of Orochimaru and others, so his defection did not bring any trouble to Konoha. Since it was during the war, Konoha was too lazy to send a team of senior ninjas to pursue, and only sent people to check symbolically. If they didn't find anything, they didn't care. In the size of Konoha, the defection of Okumo was like a small branch of a towering tree, which was not a big deal for the overall situation. But even a small branch on a towering tree has branches and leaves connected to it, which is not a small matter for Okumo's friends. Orochimaru doesn't have many friends, but it's not that he can't make friends, but that most people are not qualified to be Orochimaru's friends. Okumo is one of Orochimaru's few friends. They were students of the first term and were friends when they were in school. Although Orochimaru and his friends later became the legendary 3 ninjas, and Okumo was just an ordinary senior ninja, none of the 3 of Orochimaru cared about this, and they still maintained their previous relationship with Okumo. However, according to the information found in Okumo's laboratory, although they didn't care about Okumo's strength, Okumo cared about his own strength. Too reckless. Orochimaru put down the information in his hand and shook his head slightly. He conducted human experiments with the help of Danzo to cover it up. It was only a matter of time before Obara was exposed. Although Konoha has the word village in its name, it is not a real rural village. The essence of Konoha is a military base. Orochimaru showed a trace of regret. Obara looked good at research. If he could join his cooperation with Danzo, he would definitely not fall into the current situation. However, since Obara has defected, Orochimaru will not make meaningless commemorations. He has a lot of things to do now. Orochimaru used the last role of his old friend to test Muyu's attitude towards human experiments. When they were inspecting the work of various troops in the camp as the commander of the troops, Orochimaru suddenly said, "Muyu, do you know that a senior ninja in Konoha has defected recently?" "I don't know who it is." Muyu shook her head and replied. He had not received any relevant information, but Muyu felt that he should be just an ordinary jonin, and what he did not affect Konoha's interests, otherwise it would have spread long ago. Orochimaru was not surprised by Muyu's answer. Although Obito was not an important figure, defection was not a good thing after all, and Konoha would not publicize it. Orochimaru was able to obtain the information because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the relationship between Orochimaru and Obaru, and because Danzo thought that the research on Obaru might be useful to Orochimaru, so he handed over the whole process of the incident and the information left by Obaru to Orochimaru. Obaru. Orochimaru replied. It turned out to be Senior Obaru, I really can't tell. Miyu made a surprised expression. Miyu knows him. Orochimaru was a little surprised. Not very familiar, just an examiner of the Chunin exam together. Senior Obaru looks very quiet, like a law-abiding person. I didn't expect him to defect. Miyu explained. At this point, Miyu roughly guessed Orochimaru's purpose. Having read the script, he knew why Obaru defected. Like Orochimaru in the future, he was conducting human experiments, but Orochimaru was a little more serious than Obaru, and he also violated the rules to study Hashirama cells. Actually, he is my friend. We are ninjas of the same class. I didn't expect that he secretly captured innocent people from the surrounding villages for human experiments. Orochimaru sighed slightly, as if he was feeling melancholy for losing a friend, and then paid attention to Miyu's expression with his peripheral vision. He wanted to know Miyu's true attitude towards human experiments, which was very meaningful to Orochimaru. If Miyu was very interested in human experiments, then Orochimaru could completely pull Miyu onto his chariot and tie him up, forming a mutually beneficial relationship between him and Danzo. If Miyu was not interested but not repulsive, then Orochimaru could also safely show some secrets to Miyu and make Miyu his confidant. If Miyu was very repulsive to human experiments, then Orochimaru would have to be more careful when using Miyu, and not let Miyu know that he was secretly studying Hashirama's cells. This is too much and extreme, actually capturing innocent people for human experiments. Miyu said bluntly. Miyu doesn't hate all human experiments, because some research does require human experiments, but when it comes to innocent people, Miyu can only say that they are dead. Orochimaru savored Miyu's words and then said, Hirako is indeed a bit extreme. For some ninjutsu, human experiments are a necessary process. The village has also organized human experiments before, but the candidates are generally death row prisoners and volunteers. It is really inappropriate to arrest innocent villagers. Miyu nodded and showed an expression of agreement. Orochimaru saw this and roughly understood Miyu's views on human experiments. He did not completely oppose it, but he could not hurt innocent people. Miyu-jun still has too little experience. I hope that in the next war, he can understand the fragility of life. Orochimaru believes that Miyu still has room for improvement. After all, people always change. The current Orochimaru is very different from the Orochimaru 10 years ago. Recently, Miyu, your disciple named Uchiha Shisui has been very active on the battlefield, making some senior ninjas feel ashamed. Orochimaru turned the topic to Miyu's disciples. Miyu is a smart man, so there is a limit to the probing of him. Talking too much will make Miyu have unnecessary speculations. Shisui is working too hard. Miyu praised with a smile. Our team's reputation is really getting bigger and bigger. Last time, we were recognized by the enemy before we even fought. If we continue, we may have the hope of becoming a famous ninja. Yusuji Toru said excitedly. Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Isn't it Shisui who is famous? What does it have to do with you? Kobayashi Kenji couldn't help but complain. Shisui killed Kirigakure Jonin several times as an 8-year-old Chunin, and he was already the most famous Konoha genius on the Kirigakure battlefield. Originally, Might Guy was the undisputed strongest genius, but Might Guy and his team returned to Konoha for recuperation, so let's not talk about it for now. Shisui is also in our team, it's the same. Yusuji Toru put his hand on Shisui's shoulder and smiled like a good friend. You said so, Shisui. Shisui nodded. Although he would not stay in this team forever, he was undoubtedly a member of this team now. Be quiet next time. We are almost at the mission site. Although Shisui is here, don't underestimate the A-level war mission. Takagi Shinji reminded. As soon as the instructor spoke, Yusuji Toru and the others became quiet instantly. Having been on the battlefield for quite a while, they knew the cruelty and danger of war. Not only Kirigakure suffered damage, Konoha also had casualties, but less than Kirigakure. Shisui silently opened his Sharingan and began to observe the surroundings. No one in their team had a means of perception, and the most effective means of observation was Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan. As the distance got closer, Shisui discovered the hidden enemy. Shisui did not show much movement when he discovered the enemy. He looked normal and quietly made a few gestures. Yusuji Toru and the others became alert instantly after seeing Shisui's gestures. This was a secret signal that there was an enemy. Swish, swish, swish. When they got close to a certain distance, Shisui and the other 5 instantly threw shurikens in several directions. Some of the Kirigakure were caught off guard and scratched by the shurikens. The injured Kirigakure immediately dodged and distanced themselves. Just as Yusuji Toru was about to chase, several streams of water shot from a slightly farther distance. Swoosh! Shisui, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, used the instant body technique to take Yusuji Toru to dodge the attack of the water escape technique. We caught a big fish, it's Uchiha Shisui, who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 8. 8 Kirigakure hiding in the village came out. At the age of 8, he has killed. The strength of the Jonin is so unreasonable that it is really genius, but your ninja career ends here. One of the Jonins of Kirigakure with a bandage on his face said coldly while holding a long sword. The information here was deliberately exposed, with the purpose of attracting the weak Konoha team to kill. Although you may encounter a strong Konoha team if you are unlucky, there is no absolute safety on the battlefield. If you encounter a strong person like Miyu, you can only consider yourself unlucky. There are 3 strong chakras. Shisui's Sharingan quickly scanned all the Kirigakure ninjas, and then frowned slightly. If his judgment is correct, there should be 3 Jonins and 9 middle and lower ninjas on the field. Shisui is confident that he can deal with 2 Kirigakure Jonins. The Jonins he encountered this time are not as strong as the 7 ninja swordsmen, but just ordinary Jonins. But the other members of the team may not be able to deal with 1 Jonin and 9 middle and lower ninjas. It's a trap, retreat quickly. Takagi Shinji's face turned very ugly. He didn't have the Sharingan and couldn't see the strength of the Kirigakure, but this number of Kirigakure obviously shouldn't be an A-level mission, unless most of the 12 Kirigakure were Genin and there wasn't a single Jonin. But there was only one possibility for a ninja team to have such a configuration, that is, the commander was mentally paralyzed, and Takagi Shinji didn't think that Yagura was mentally paralyzed. Kirigakure no Jutsu. The 3 Kirigakure Jonins jointly performed the Kirigakure no Jutsu, and the extremely thick white fog quickly enveloped the area. Takagi Shinji and the others couldn't even tell the direction, let alone retreat. Because the fog was created by chakra, Shisui's Sharingan couldn't even see through the enemies hidden in it. Don't panic, everyone, pay attention to your surroundings, and face the enemy calmly. Shisui said quickly. Although the enemy is strong and we are weak, there is no absolute strength or weakness for ninjas as long as they are not as strong as Miyu. In particular, a Jonin may not lose to a Jonin, and a Ch-nin may also have the opportunity to kill a Jonin. If you panic, it will be different. The brave will win when 2 meet on a narrow road. The one who panics first has already fallen into a disadvantage. Shisui is right, don't panic. Takagi Shinji said after seeing that there was no way to retreat for the time being. With the double comfort of the instructor and the Thai, plus the fact that Yusuji Toru and the others are also experienced Ch-nin, they quickly calmed down and observed the surroundings to prepare for the battle. Heart, head, thigh, arm, guess which part will be attacked first? The cruel sneer of Kirigakure penetrated the thick fog and reached the ears of Shisui and the others. This was not pre-war bragging, but the psychological warfare of killing people in the fog that Kirigakure had to learn. Vision is very important to humans. The horror of many things lies in the unknown. After they can be seen and touched, they are not so scary. On the contrary, it is very easy to fall into anxiety when you suddenly lose your vision. Cruel words can effectively stimulate the already unstable emotions, causing them to panic and reveal flaws. Swoosh! Two kunai wrapped in flames shot in the direction of Kirigakure, who spoke. "Hey, I found it." The Kirigakure Jonin was a little surprised after he quickly dodged. There are skills to speak intimidatingly in the thick fog. It stands to reason that people who have not undergone special training should not be able to directly judge his position from the sound. Shisui closed his Sharingan and attacked the Kirigakure Jonin with his eyes closed. In order to prevent this situation from happening now, Muyu gave him special training, directly giving up vision in the thick fog with low visibility to enhance other perceptions. At first, Shisui was not used to it because the insight provided by the Sharingan was too strong, but after getting familiar with it, Shisui could basically exert all his strength in the fog, but it was a little inconvenient to perform illusions. At first, the Kirigakure Jonin thought it was a coincidence, but Shisui's next close-range attack made him know that the most dazzling genius on the battlefield in front of him was not in vain. "This time your teammates are not Might Guy and Kakashi." The Kirigakure Jonin, who was at a disadvantage, was not panicked. He really couldn't beat Shisui, even in the mist, but when his teammates killed all of Shisui's teammates, could Shisui still beat the 12 Kirigakure alone? Swish! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through clothes and piercing the flesh was heard, and then Shisui heard the hissing sound of Kobayashi Kenji sucking in cold air. Flame breathing, full concentration. Shisui could only use his breathing to the extreme to temporarily repel the Kirigakure Jonin in front of him and then flash to Kobayashi Kenji to rescue him. Although he was stronger than the Kirigakure Jonin, it was not that easy to kill a Kirigakure Jonin. By the time he killed the enemy, Kobayashi Kenji's body would be cold. If it were Obito or Kakashi, they might burst out and kill a Kirigakure Jonin by surprise, but Shisui really couldn't do it because his burst ability was the worst among Muyu's disciples except for Nohara Rin. Obito has the fire called chakra absorption mode, Kakashi has the transparent world, Might Guy has the 8 gates, they all have super explosive skills that Shisui has not mastered. Shisui successfully rescued Kobayashi Kenji with his precise perception and ghostly body flash technique, but Shisui, who noticed the status of other teammates, still felt powerless. He can beat 2 Mist Village Jonin, but the Mist Village who know his combat power are not so stupid. Wouldn't it be better to kill all the other teammates first and then beat them up? Why bother to stare at the genius first? Chapter 448. When did you have the illusion that you were not under the illusion? Shisui, don't worry about us, retreat quickly. Takagi Shinji said while resisting the attack of Kirigakure. There are too many enemies, and Shisui's presence or absence can't change the final outcome of the battle. The only difference is that Shisui's staying can only cause more casualties to the enemy. But compared to this, Takagi Shinji thinks it is more meaningful for Shisui to survive. Unlike ordinary people like them, Shisui is a true genius, and he will definitely become a strong man if he grows normally. If possible, Takagi Shinji even wants other disciples to retreat with him, but he knows that this won't work. The number of Kirigakure ninjas is several times theirs. Takagi Shinji can't hold back so many enemies. His disciples will only die faster if they run around. Only Shisui, who is stronger than him, has the hope of breaking through the encirclement and successfully retreating. If you retreat successfully, if you move quickly, you may be able to find reinforcements to save us. If you don't leave now, everyone will die. This is a white lie. Unless the distance is very close, it is impossible to make it in time. Shisui continued to fight unmoved. He was also a hexagonal warrior like Kakashi, with a well-developed ninjutsu. Even if several Kirigakure joined forces, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. Although Shisui was young, he had read a lot of books. Of course, Takagi Shinji's outrageous lies could not deceive him. If he left, Takagi Shinji's team would definitely not last more than 3 minutes. These were 3 Kirigakure Jonins plus 9 mid and low-level ninjas. Shisui, although you are a genius, let me be the boss this time. Yusuji Toru tried hard to find Shisui's position in the thick fog. He wanted to use his fire escape to create an opportunity for Shisui to escape. Kobayashi Kenji, who was closest to Shisui, endured his injuries and tried his best to help Shisui fight and relieve his pressure. Shisui sighed in his heart, and his desire for strength continued to rise. In fact, they had not known each other for a long time, only a month. But it might be because they were on the battlefield and performed missions together every day, and they quickly became familiar with each other and recognized each other. Shisui believed that if the fog had not blocked them, others would rather get hurt than cover his retreat. This is war. Shisui's heart could no longer calm down. This time's trap made Shisui feel the cruelty of war more than the last encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Because most of his teammates last time were Mu disciples, each of them had a good burst of means, and even if they encountered a strong enemy like the 7 ninja swordsmen, they could repel it after the extreme burst. This time was different. This time, none of his teammates mastered the 8 gates of ninja, and no one could enter the transparent world. Even if they performed exceptionally, they would not be much stronger than usual. So even if the opponent was not a famous strong man, they were still in a desperate situation. Then let me be their support. Shisui clenched his fists and a flame ignited in his heart. Shisui was not a conceited person, but he never underestimated himself. He was a genius, and not an ordinary genius, but a genius of the Uchiha clan. He had a 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 8. He had an excellent and reliable teacher who taught him many powerful secret ninjutsu. With so many factors stacked on him, he should be qualified to be someone else's support. Thinking of this, Shisui no longer struggled in his heart. He really couldn't enjoy the retreat opportunity that his teammates risked their lives to fight for him. Compared to the retreat opportunity that his teammates risked their lives to fight for, Shisui wanted to save his teammates like Might Guy. The moment the thought came to him, Shisui's memory of asking teacher Mu for the techniques of the flame-breathing chakra mode kept emerging in his mind, and his breathing changed. So that's it, this is the flame-breathing chakra mode. After feeling the power that continued to emerge in his body, Shisui's expression returned to its usual calmness. The flame-breathing chakra mode gave Shisui a wonderful feeling, an indescribable feeling, as if the inside of his body was burning like a furnace, and then the energy generated by the burning turned into power and flowed into his limbs. It is a very happy thing that the key secret technique has made a major breakthrough, but now what makes Shisui happier than the flame-breathing chakra mode itself is that he has the power to break through. Ho ho ho! Just when Shisui was about to use Kirigakure to test the improvement that the flame-breathing chakra mode gave him, a fierce hurricane blew up. Hwa hwa! The leaves of many trees were blown with a sound, and the dust and pebbles on the ground were swept up by the hurricane. Under this sudden strong wind, the thick fog of Kirigakure was also blown away, and everyone regained their vision. Shisui's eyes lit up, this was simply a godsend. As Shisui concentrated chakra in his eyes turned blood red again. What kind of weather is this? Why is there such a strong wind without any warning? Kirigakure Jonin was cursing in his heart and was about to continue attacking Shisui, but he met Shisui's blood-red eyes. The Kirigakure Jonin's outstretched hand paused, looking absent-minded. It's a Sharingan illusion, help him disrupt the chakra flow. Another Kirigakure Jonin shouted immediately. Every Jonin basically knows some means to remove illusions, but Sharingan illusions are different from ordinary illusions. It is difficult to break them by oneself. The simplest and fastest way is to let a companion take action. The Chunin next to the Jonin who was hit by the illusion nodded quickly and took a step forward. But the one who was faster than the Kirigakure Chunin was Shisui. With a whoosh, Shisui appeared silently near the Kirigakure Jonin, and 2 shurikens carrying kunao pierced the Kirigakuer Jonin's body. Sure enough, what I lack is an explosive method similar to the flame-breathing chakra mode. Shisui thought in his heart as he looked at the results of his battle. Before entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Shisui probably didn't have time to kill the Kirigakuer Jonin, because the comprehensive improvement brought by the flame-breathing chakra mode was too great. If it was just the limit power of a certain move, the improvement brought by the armament haki was actually great. Then why did Shisui, who had mastered the armament haki, still say that he lacked explosive methods? The answer is that the explosive improvement brought by the armament haki is monotonous, and can only improve Shisui's own defense and the power of various moves. But the enemy will not necessarily choose to fight head-on. After all, the side with the advantage in numbers can choose to fight. The improvement brought by the flame-breathing chakra mode is different. The flame-breathing chakra mode is a comprehensive improvement in many aspects. Although it is not as pure as rock breathing to strengthen the body, the chakra mode of flame breathing also has a great effect on the body, much stronger than ordinary concentrated breathing. In addition, the biggest feature of flame breathing is that it enhances the change of the nature of fire attribute chakra and enhances the fire escape. Using attribute ninjutsu requires converting chakra into chakra of corresponding attributes. This process takes time, although it is very short, and flame breathing can make this process shorter. The faster action speed plus the faster casting speed, all the enhancements added together finally allowed Shisui to kill the Mist Village Jonin. What's going on? The action is faster than just now. The pupils of the Mist Village Jonin shrank suddenly when he saw his companion's tragic death. Kirishima, don't worry about that guy, kill Uchiha Shisui first. The Mist Village Jonin hurriedly said to the Mist Village Jonin who was fighting with Takagi Shinji. Originally, he thought that one Jonin was enough to hold Shisui back, and it would be safer for the remaining ninjas to kill Shisui's companions and then surround and kill Shisui. But the strength shown by Shisui at the moment was inconsistent with the information he knew. If they didn't kill Shisui first, they would probably be defeated one by one. The mist-hidden ninja named Kirishima had to give up the injured Takagi Shinji and let 2 Chunins take over, and then he went to surround and kill Shisui. Shisui's Sharingan swept across the entire battlefield. Now Takagi Shinji was holding 2 mist-hidden ninjas, Yusuji Toru was holding 2 mist-hidden ninjas, Kobayashi Kenji and Miyashita Yuki were holding 1 mist-hidden ninja each, which meant that the enemies he needed to deal with now were only 2 Jonins and 3 mid and low-level ninjas. Illusion Instant Body Technique. In the field of vision of the mist-hidden ninjas, dozens of Shisui suddenly appeared and surrounded them, as if they had cast multiple shadow clones. A mist-hidden ninja Chunin stabbed Shisui, who was closest to him, with a kunao, but the feeling transmitted back to his body stunned him. It was as if he had stabbed a phantom that did not exist in reality, and the only smooth movement was the resistance of the air itself. These clones are all fake. The mist-hidden ninja Chunin loudly told his companions this information. The next moment, another Kirigakuer Chunin was pierced through the heart by a kunao held by Shisui. The 2 Kirigakuer Jonins looked coldly at the Kirigakuer Chunin who was speaking, causing him to sweat profusely. The Kirigakuer Jonin frowned as he looked at the numerous Shisui. It was too weird. They looked like phantom clones, but some of them were real. Shisui seemed to be nowhere, but also seemed to be everywhere, attacking them with kunao shuriken taijutsu. The 2 Kirigakuer Jonins looked at each other, and immediately formed seals and used large-scale ninjutsu to attack all Shisui. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A large amount of water was spit out by the Kirigakuer Jonins and hit the ground, hitting every Shisui. Even the Kirigakuer Chunin who was trying to find Shisui's real body was affected by the water. Under this large-scale attack, 2 real Shisui appeared. Kirishima immediately controlled the huge water flow created by the Great Waterfall technique to hit the 2 real Shisui. But at the moment when Kirishima made his move, a kunao stuck in the ground suddenly changed into Shisui's appearance. At the beginning, Shisui used the cover of his clone to turn into a kunao and then projected it next to Kirishima. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Shisui put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra in his body condensed at his throat, and then in a moment of Shisui's thought, it was all transformed into fire attribute chakra, and finally exhaled by Shisui in one breath. A large amount of boiling hot flames spewed out of Shisui's mouth, quickly forming a small sea of fire that surrounded Kirishima, and the accumulated water left in the original place due to the great waterfall technique also evaporated. Kirishima, who was controlling the water dragon bullet to attack Shisui's shadow clone, felt the boiling flames and his face changed instantly. He immediately wanted to cancel the attack and dodge Shisui's ninjutsu. How could the fire dragon flame bullet, a large-scale and high-damage fire style, be avoided at such a distance? In the incredible eyes of everyone, Kirishima was directly submerged in the sea of fire until he lost his life. The Kirigakuer Jonin saw another Jonin die tragically at Shisui's hands, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead, his heart filled with shock. In just a few minutes, Shisui killed 2 Kirigakuer Jonin. These were not just any cabbages, but Jonin from the 5 major ninja villages. The Kirigakuer Jonin subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the idea of retreating emerged in their hearts. Although they still had the advantage in numbers, they had already lost 2 Jonin in terms of comprehensive strength. The Kirigakuer Jonin left no trace. The retreat of Jie approached Yuaki Miyashita of Takaji's team. Go and kill him. The Kirigakuer Jonin ordered sternly, as if he was going to fight Shisui to the death. 2 Kirigakuer ninjas took out their kunao and long swords and attacked Shisui, while the Kirigakuer Jonin used the instant body technique to quickly distance themselves. The difficulty of training a Jonin and training 2 Chunins is completely different. If the sacrifice of the 2 Chunins can keep him alive, it can be regarded as the last contribution to Kirigakuer. For Shisui, who was in the flame-breathing chakra mode, killing a Chunin was as easy as taking something out of a bag. Shisui killed a Kirigakuer Chunin in one encounter. However, the actions of the Kirigakuer Jonin did make Shisui speechless. He said desperately but actually abandoned his subordinates and retreated. But Shisui couldn't ignore the Kirigakuer Jonin, because Yuaki Miyashita, who was fighting with the Kirigakuer ninjas, was in the direction of the Kirigakuer Jonin's retreat. Shisui ignored the remaining Kirigakuer Chunin and chased after Kirigakuer Jonin. The Kirigakuer Jonin estimated Shisui's speed, gritted his teeth, and rushed to Yuaki Miyashita at full speed, pressing his kunao against Yuaki Miyashita's neck. Uchiha Shisui, if you dare to get any closer, don't expect your teammates to leave alive. Kirigakuer Jonin avoided Shisui's upper body and stared at Shisui's feet and said coldly. He thought of the possibility that the 2 Chunins could not stop Shisui for too long, so he prepared to take a hostage and evacuate. In order to prevent Shisui's Sharingan illusion, he didn't even dare to look into Shisui's eyes. Shisui didn't seem to care about his teammates' lives, and he walked forward slowly without stopping his pace. The Kirigakuer Jonin frowned, and the kunao on Yuaki Miyashita's neck moved forward a little, and said sternly, "Do you think I dare not kill her? If I can't leave, I will drag a few Konoha ninjas with me. Why can't you take a good look at who you are holding hostage before you take them hostage?" Shisui's extremely calm voice reached the Kirigakuer Jonin's ears. "When did you have the illusion that you successfully held my companion hostage? Have I been hit by an illusion?" The Kirigakuer Jonin's face changed drastically in an instant. He had seen Shisui's Sharingan in the battle just now. Just when the Kirigakuer Jonin wanted the Kirigakuer ninja next to him to help him check his chakra, a pair of bloody eyes suddenly came into his sight, and Shisui squatted down. Under normal circumstances, it is basically difficult to look at someone with his head down when squatting down, but the Kirigakuer Jonin is an adult, and Shisui is only 8 years old. Chapter 449, Title. From the perspective of outsiders, the Kirigakuer Jonin suddenly froze in shock, and Yuaki Miyashita, who was held hostage by him, immediately seized the opportunity to break free from the Kirigakure Jonin's control. The next moment, the sound of shuriken breaking through the air rang out. Swish! Several shurikens carrying flames enveloped and pierced the Kirigakure Jonin's body. At this point, all 3 Kirigakure Jonins were killed. The remaining Kirigakure ninjas on the field all had horrifying expressions on their faces, and they had no fighting spirit in their hearts. Before the battle began, no Kirigakure ninja thought that the final result would be like this. They had 3 Jonins and 9 mid-juniors, which was already an elite team. And their opponent was just an ordinary Konoha team plus a genius ninja. It stands to reason that they could never lose, but they did, and they were defeated badly, with all 3 Jonins killed. In fact, not to mention the Kirigakure ninja, even Shisui's teammates were shocked by this. This is the real genius. Takagi Shinji breathed a sigh of relief, with a surprised smile on his face. He had already prepared for sacrifice, but he didn't expect Shisui to have a trick up his sleeve, and his strength was even stronger than he imagined. Even Shisui is so strong, how strong should Might Guy, who is said to be stronger than Shisui, be? Takagi Shinji estimated that all the Kirigakure ninja here might not be enough to beat Might Guy alone. You are really handsome today. Yusuji Toru was completely impressed by Shisui. Judging from Shisui's current performance, when he was sparring with him, he was not letting him go but letting him go, otherwise he would definitely be killed instantly by Shisui. Quick thinking and strong strength, too perfect. Miyashita Yuki exclaimed in shock. Just now Miyashita Yuki thought she was going to die, but Shisui could save her. If a lover were to do this, he might even think of the name of the child. However, Yuaki Miyashita didn't think too much now. He just felt that Shisui was so strong that he felt safe as a teammate. Kenji Kobayashi, who was seriously injured, put down the stone that had been hanging in his heart. The goddess of victory had smiled at their team. After killing the last Kirigakure Jonin, Shisui did not stop. He exited the flame-breathing chakram mode and looked at the Kirigakure Chunin who was fighting with Kenji Kobayashi and launched an illusion. Kenji Kobayashi seized the opportunity given by Shisui to reverse the situation and seriously injured the Kirigakure Chunin. The other Kirigakure Chunins saw that the situation was over, so they showed their magical powers and wanted to run away. Shinji Takagi and others killed 1 Kirigakure who escaped and injured 2 Kirigakure, and did not pursue them anymore because Shisui did not catch up. Retreat, I'm not in a good condition now. Shisui said without a trace of hesitation. It took time to speak directly. The flame-breathing chakram mode is indeed strong enough, but it consumes a lot of energy. In addition, he has been using the Sharingan all the time, and his body has reached its limit. If he was not unable to fight again, how could Shisui use the Sharingan to assist his teammates? It would definitely be safer to do it himself. Takagi Shinji nodded and carried Shisui and his disciples away quickly. Mu Yueying's clone, who was watching silently, also followed and left. It's not a typhoon at the seaside. How could the normal natural wind blow away the mist hidden technique performed by the senior ninja? He just used the wind escape to blow away the thick fog. The mist hidden technique is indeed a good ninjutsu that can restrain the Sharingan to a certain extent. If Mu didn't take action, even if Shisui entered the flame-breathing chakram mode, he would not be able to achieve the results just now. After returning to the camp, Takagi Shinji immediately reported their experience and results to Orochimaru. Orochimaru investigated the situation of other teams while promoting the Takagi team as a model. Although it cannot be compared with the encounter in which Mu killed Mizuno Tsuki-han, what is commendable about Takagi Shinji's team is that the weak defeated the strong. A normal team cannot be so lucky to encounter the rescue of a strong man like Mu every time, and Takagi Shinji's team is a typical example of self-improvement. Because of Shisui's own military exploits and his relationship with Mu, Orochimaru focused on promoting it. In addition, the surviving Kirigakure spread Shisui's new information to the Kirigakure troops, and the name Uchiha Shisui became more and more famous on the East Coast battlefield. In order to avoid being punished, the Kirigakure ninjas not only described Shisui's strength vividly, but even exaggerated it a little. In this way, Shisui, who had a certain reputation in both the enemy and the camp, began to have a title. At the beginning, it was very messy. Some people called him the Flame Demon, and some called him the Phantom Eye. In the end, because of Shisui's ghost-like instant body technique, he was uniformly called Instant Body Shisui. Konoha Village, Konoha Hospital. After Might Guy had fully recovered, he looked up at the sky after completing the discharge procedures. Looking at the cloudless blue sky, Might Guy raised his arms. What a good day for fighting. I think my best friend can't wait to spar with me. Youth is about to burn. Might Guy thought of what Obito had told him before, and strode towards Kakashi's house. Since Kakashi wanted to learn his 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy would of course respond to his best friend's expectations as quickly as possible. Just as Might Guy was about to walk to the door of Kakashi's house, the door opened and Kakashi walked out. Hey Kakashi, what a coincidence! Might Guy laughed excitedly and greeted Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a frown. You call it a coincidence that you met me at my doorstep? Let's not talk about such insignificant things, let's have a tense and exciting battle full of youth. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and invited Kakashi with a big smile. He couldn't wait to share the powerful power of the rock-breathing chakra mode with Kakashi. Compared to what I'm going to do next, sparring is an insignificant thing. Kakashi refused directly. Might Guy now has no confidence in winning, Kakashi doesn't want to be abused. Might Guy's expression became solemn. More important than sparring, could it be? Kakashi, when did you get an incurable disease? Don't give up, let's go find Tsunade-sama together. Might Guy encouraged. Kakashi couldn't hold it anymore, he was just about to go out to buy vegetables, how could he get an incurable disease? Akai, stay with Obito less in the future. Your comprehension ability is far from that of normal people. Kakashi advised. Might Guy scratched his head in confusion, not understanding the connection between the two things Kakashi said. If you have nothing to do, go back. I'm going to buy groceries. After saying that, Kakashi prepared to leave. What? The important thing is to buy groceries. Might Guy's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look on his face. Kakashi paused and nodded calmly. Buying groceries is not much more important than being abused. How can buying groceries be more important than fighting? Might Guy couldn't accept it. He came here with a passion. It depends on the time. Now buying groceries is indeed more important. Kakashi replied. If it was Might Guy who had not yet mastered the rock-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi might still be interested. After all, pressure can be transformed into motivation, and fighting with stronger people can stimulate strength growth to a certain extent. But Kakashi, who witnessed the rock-breathing chakra mode superimposed with the 8 gates, knew that the gap between them was not just a little bit, and there was no point in fighting because of the huge difference in strength. But my dear friend, aren't you looking forward to fighting me with the rock-breathing chakra mode activated? Might Guy asked puzzledly. This development is completely opposite to what he imagined. The process that Might Guy imagined was that he challenged Kakashi, and then Kakashi excitedly accepted the challenge, and then the two fought for 300 rounds and finally Might Guy won, and Kakashi also gained his own gains in the battle. I'm not looking forward to it now. Kakashi said mercilessly, who would expect to be abused? Did I remember Obito's words wrong? Might Guy scratched his hair with his right hand, looking like he was thinking hard. Kakashi's eyes became sharp, extracting the keywords Obito's words. What did Obito say to you? Kakashi asked calmly. Didn't everyone give Kakashi a gift for your promotion to Jonin? Before giving the gift, everyone gathered together to discuss. At that time, Obito told me that Kakashi wanted to fight me at full strength. Might Guy explained while recalling. Kakashi knew what was going on. It turned out that someone was interfering. You didn't recover well at that time, so you remembered it wrong, Kai. I didn't say this. Maybe Obito wanted to fight you. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Is that so? Might Guy was a little unconvinced. He was injured in the body, not the head. How could he remember such a simple thing wrong? Of course, would I not remember what I said? Kakashi asked back. My dear friend, what you said makes sense. Might Guy was a little unconfident. Since you can't figure it out, why not ask Obito? Kakashi pointed out a clear way for Might Guy. Might Guy said goodbye to Kakashi with a look of realization and went to Obito's house, while Kakashi went out to buy groceries as planned. After hearing Might Guy's question, Obito cursed Kakashi in his heart for being too cunning, and his skill in shifting the blame was simply first-rate. But Obito absolutely did not want to take the blame. Kakashi did not want to be abused, and neither did he. Might Guy had used a golden skyline to break the beheading sword and almost killed Biwajizo in 1 second. If it were not for the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwajizo would have died. Maybe I remembered it wrong. I'm so sorry, Kai. Obito apologized with a silly smile. It was definitely not okay to throw Might Guy back to Kakashi. If Might Guy was fooled by Kakashi and identified him, it would be a disaster. Might Guy could only return with regret, but he did not waste this good weather. He practiced for a whole day after a long time. The next day, Might Guy participated in the senior ninja inspection. Unlike Kakashi's time, Might Guy only had one other candidate this time. However, the actual combat examiners were still Hyuga Hayashi and Mimura Hamagiri. After all, there were not many free jonin in Konoha now, and even fewer qualified to conduct jonin examinations. A super genius who can fight against 4 ninja swordsmen of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hyuga Hayashi's heart trembled when he thought of Might Guy's record. Although he did not have a record of killing, he was extremely powerful even if he was fighting against 4 strong men of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if Hyuga Hayashi went in person, he was not 100% sure that he could achieve the same effect as Might Guy, so he would have confidence only if he reduced the number to 3 Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, you are really going to have a hard time this time. Mimura Hamagiri teased. Might Guy's skills were all focused on physical skills, so Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly could not arrange Mimura Hamagiri, who was better at ninjutsu, to examine Might Guy. There are only 2 examiners. If it's not Mimura Yeju, then it can only be Hyuga Hayashi. I will fulfill my duties as an examiner. Hyuga Hayashi is ready to go all out. When examining Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi didn't know that Kakashi was also so good at physical skills, so he didn't open his Byakugan. Might Guy is different. Might Guy's external information is nothing but physical skills. Might Guy has never used any ninjutsu in battle. Might Guy is ready to fight. As the referee read out Might Guy's name, Might Guy and Hyuga Hayashi both walked into the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Byakugan, I haven't seen it for a long time. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes, Might Guy thought of a rival in the ninja school. That was also a respectable opponent. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy conducted special training to defeat him. I think his name is Hyuga Daimon. Might Guy recalled the name of his opponent. The battle begins. The referee shouted after the 2 were ready. Hearing the referee's voice, Might Guy instantly withdrew all his thoughts, his breathing became concentrated, and his aura changed rapidly. The first gate of the 8 gates, open the gate. The 5th gate, open the gate. The examiner had explained the rules very clearly before the exam began. In this simulated actual combat, they needed to show their strongest strength, so Might Guy did not hesitate to concentrate his breathing and open the 8 gates to the 5th gate. This is Might Guy's full strength without entering the rock-breathing chakra mode. Whoosh! At the moment when the 5 gates were opened, a huge amount of chakra emerged from Might Guy's body, and a strong aura rose from Might Guy, causing an invisible airflow around him to push away the surrounding dust leaves. Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan at the first time, and through his Byakugan, Hyuga Hayashi could clearly see the violent and powerful chakra in Might Guy's body. No wonder he chose to specialize in physical skills. In this state, he can't use ninjutsu even if he practices it. Hyuga Hayashi noticed the disadvantages of the 8 gates. With the violent chakra in Might Guy's body, not to mention ninjutsu, even some physical techniques that require fine control of chakra are difficult to use. Hyuga Hayashi did not underestimate Might Guy because of this. Such a powerful chakra can have a good power even if it is used to strengthen the body in the simplest and crudest way. Skills are useful, but strong enough strength can also defeat 10 skills. Chapter 450, Want to be a dragon before killing a dragon. Might Guy and Hyuga Hayashi approached each other quickly, one punching and the other palming. Might Guy's straight punch was fierce and powerful, and Hyuga Hayashi took full advantage of the Byakugan and used clever strength to neutralize it. Then the two of them burst out chakra at the same time, and their hands and feet moved so fast that they left phantoms in the air, and collided dozens of times in an instant. Swoosh! Finally, the two of them punched and palmed and each retreated a few steps. This power is as strong as expected. Hyuga Hayashi felt the slight pain from his palm and said secretly. But he shouldn't have used his full strength yet. Although Hyuga Hayashi had already felt Might Guy's strong body that didn't match his age, this level was not enough to deal with 4-7 ninja swordsmen. Konoha Big Tornado. Might Guy showed excitement and rushed out again to kick out a super speed tornado kick. Boom! When Might Guy's whirlwind kick was about to come, Hyuga Hayashi dodged sideways, and the big tree beside him suddenly fell to the ground. It was difficult to hit him with such a direct attack. After all, his Byakugan that could see through the body was not for show. Unless the speed was so fast that his body could not react, this kind of attack would not work on him. This is also the reason why Hyuga Hayashi was confident that he could deal with multiple ninja swordsmen. The Byakugan that could see through everything plus the absolute defense of Kaiten gave him extremely strong defensive ability. Then Hyuga Hayashi seized this opportunity to condense chakra in his palm and swung it at Might Guy's chakra acupoints. Although Might Guy's last fight with the Hyuga clan ninja was a few years ago, Might Guy and Kakashi had fought many times and were wary of Byakugan and similar abilities of the transparent world. At the moment when Hyuga Hayashi swung his palm, Might Guy raised his arm to defend, so that Hyuga Hayashi's soft fist could not hit the correct acupointment. Snap! Even so, Hyuga Hayashi's powerful palm still knocked Might Guy away for a distance. What a good opponent! I wanted to leave it to Kakashi. Since Kakashi doesn't want to fight me for the time being, I'll try it on you first. Might Guy laughed. Under normal circumstances, he should use Konoha Dragon God again to test the effect and force Hyuga Hayashi to get more information. But Might Guy hasn't fought for more than a month, and he really wants to feel the power of rock-breathing chakra mode again. It's rare to meet a master of physical skills like Hyuga Hayashi, and Might Guy is already a little eager to show off his skills. Rock-breathing chakra mode, open. Might Guy clenched his fists and glared angrily. His body's breathing was concentrated to the extreme and entered a state that was somewhat difficult to describe. His body changed rapidly with each breath. Strong. So strong. This was the first feeling in Might Guy's mind. This was his second time to enter the rock-breathing chakra mode. The first time he entered was a life-or-death battle, so Might Guy didn't feel it in detail. This time, Might Guy had the energy to count the changes in his body. The concentrated breathing of rock breathing is the most obvious breathing method for strengthening the body, and the rock-breathing chakra mode has achieved this to the extreme. Now Might Guy feels that he can punch the rock without using chakra. Sure enough, I left a lot of energy just now. Sensing the momentum of Might Guy, Hinata Hayashi's expression became solemn. The current Might Guy gave him the feeling of a human-shaped beast, which was completely different from the original 5-gate Might Guy. Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy burst out his chakra and stepped forward suddenly. The powerful foot force made a hole in the ground. Whoosh! Hinata Hayashi saw Might Guy's attack, but before he finished dodging, Might Guy had already arrived beside him. Hinata Hayashi had to concentrate his chakra and raise his arm to take it. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Hyuga Hayashi rushed out like a cannonball, breaking several trees in succession before stopping. One is more terrifying than the other. Miyakun Yejuan shook his head and said. When an examiner encounters a candidate like Might Guy, he will be in trouble. His strength is far beyond the normal Chunin. Let alone Chunin, with Might Guy's strength, there are not many people in Konoha who can say that they can win Might Guy in a single duel, and each of them is a famous strong man. It goes without saying that the level of the ninja world is naturally terrifying. Strong men like the third generation Hokage and the three ninjas can easily beat Might Guy, and then there are strong men like Namikaze Minato and Hanyu Muyo who have a real record in the war, and they can also kill Might Guy at will. Then there are ninjas of the level of Teacher Chen, who can also win, but the process will not be too easy. Even Teacher Chen, who is in the last tier, is a ruthless man with the title of Konoha's strongest physical technique, which is enough to show what kind of terrifying situation Might Guy's strength has reached now. Might Guy was in a dominant position, and after achieving victory, he increased his strength to gather more chakra and used a stronger whirlwind kick. Konoha Goriki Cyclone. Goriki Cyclone is currently the most powerful one in Might Guy's whirlwind series. If you are kicked by this kick, the price will not only be breaking a few trees. 8 trigram palm, Heaven Return. Hyuga Hayashi gave up dodging and used the secret technique of their Hyuga clan known as Absolute Defense. Heaven Return is not just as simple as defending against the attack. In essence, Heaven Return is a chakra ball that rotates at high speed like a gyroscope, so it can also bounce back the attack, but it is limited to physical attacks. Bang! Might Guy's extremely heavy whirlwind kick hit the chakra ball with a loud noise, and the next moment the huge force brought by the high-speed rotation of the chakra ball it bounced Might Guy out and returned his leg strength. Might Guy's feet left 2 8-meter-long scratches on the ground before he barely stopped. What an interesting physical technique! Might Guy stretched his body, which was fine, and his expression became more excited. In the rock-breathing chakra mode, his defense was very strong, and such a counterattack was not enough to hurt him. Might Guy was a little curious whether Hyuga Hayashi's chakra shield could block his golden skyline. But now Might Guy just thought about it. Even the rock-breathing chakra mode with the 5-door state turned on put a lot of pressure on him. It's okay to use ordinary physical techniques, but using the golden skyline will definitely hurt his palm. If Kakashi wants to feel Might Guy's strength, Might Guy will use it, but this is a Jonin inspection, so it's not worth it. Konoha Dragon God. A large amount of chakra burst out of Might Guy's body, and his body spun rapidly and turned into a huge green dragon. It is quite stressful to use the Konoha Dragon God, but it is not a big problem if you use it once. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared, and the airflow like a wind blade destroyed everything around Might Guy and then sucked it into the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's expanding body seemed to destroy everything. It is Teacher Chen's physical technique. Hinata Hayashi frowned after recognizing Might Guy's physical technique. Returning the sky is not omnipotent, and it is not very suitable for dealing with physical techniques like the Konoha Dragon God. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate at all, and immediately condensed all the chakra in his body on his 2 palms to use his most powerful physical technique. Boom! The palms that condensed a lot of chakra hit the air with a huge roar, and all the trees in front of Hinata Hayashi were broken by this powerful force, and then collided with the huge Azure Dragon. Bang! Bang! The aftermath of the collision of the 2 powerful forces invaded the ground and caused it to explode. King Glong's forward steps paused, and he was even pushed back by this powerful force. But as Might Guy continued to exert force, Qing Long stubbornly withstood the pressure, and finally broke through the force of Hyuga Hayashi step by step. Hayashi lowered his hands, and the sharp wind blade cut through his clothes and left marks on his body. The inspection is over. The referee immediately announced that the test was over in advance and both sides stopped. Might Guy quickly turned Qinglong around and then cancelled the chakra supply to exit the 8 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode. Hey! Might Guy exhaled heavily and gently stroked his heart and lungs. I still need to strengthen my exercise to make my body stronger. Might Guy thought to himself. He is a little behind in hardware and software now. The rock-breathing chakra mode puts too much pressure on the body. It is not the problem of the rock-breathing chakra mode, but his body is not strong enough to withstand such a strong force. Might Guy was thinking as he walked out of the battlefield. Hayashi looked at Might Guy's back with a complicated expression. Not long ago, he was still lamenting that the examination ended early because Mimura Yejitsu was defeated by the examinee. He didn't expect that it would be his turn today. If the Hyuga clan can produce such a genius, then the first rich family in Konoha may not be Uchiha. Hayashi felt a little unwilling. Both of them have Ijutsu bloodline limits, and they are both long-standing great ninja clans. People always unconsciously compare the Hyuga clan with the Uchiha clan. The result of the comparison is undoubtedly that the Uchiha clan is stronger, much stronger than the Hyuga clan, otherwise how could the first rich family be the Uchiha clan? Although the Uchiha clan has a bad reputation in Konoha, everyone has eyes and knows who is strong and who is weak. However, although the Uchiha clan is stronger, the Hyuga clan ninjas are more popular. On the one hand, the Uchiha clan ninjas are generally arrogant, and on the other hand, the Byakugan has an extraordinary strategic position. Uchiha Sharingan is strong, but it can only make the Uchiha with Sharingan stronger. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can give the whole team a super long vision, which is equivalent to opening a full map perspective. I hope there will be better children in the next generation. Hayashi is quite self-aware. Although he is not weak, he cannot be compared with genius ninjas like Minato Namikaze and Mizuki Hanyu. He can only maintain the status quo of the Hyuga clan and cannot lead the Hyuga clan to a further step. If this generation is not good, then we can only hope for the next generation. Hayashi decided that after having offspring, he must teach them strictly and cultivate genius ninjas like Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. Might Guy had a great time in the actual combat inspection, but when it came to the theoretical exam in the afternoon, Might Guy was numb. I can't understand it at all. He clearly knows all the characters above, but when they are combined together, Might Guy looks unfamiliar. Might Guy would rather fight another battle with the 4-7 ninja swordsman than face those problems. I thought so, but in order to get the certificate of being an excellent ninja faster, Might Guy still patiently filled the test paper. I can't guarantee how much, anyway, it's quite full. As expected of a close friend, he even overcame such difficulties and became a jonin. Might Guy sighed as he walked out of the examination room with a tired face. He was tortured by many difficult questions and completely understood why jonin could become an excellent ninja. How much books and knowledge did he have to read and memorize to pass such a difficult test paper? The feedback on the jonin's test results was very fast. Your actual combat is excellent, almost full marks, but the theory is there are a few deficiencies in the aspects, and the comprehensive examination results are not enough to be promoted to a jonin. The informing ninja tried to tell him in a tactful tone. Haha, it's really bad. Might Guy scratched his head, but he was not surprised. He has never had a good time with theory. There will be a chance to make up for it next time. If you continue to work hard, you can still be promoted to a jonin. The informing ninja comforted him as usual. In fact, he felt that it would be difficult for Might Guy to pass the jonin examination and be promoted to a jonin with his theoretical score, but it was a bit hurtful to say so. And Might Guy didn't really need to go through the jonin examination. With the merits of the encounter battle, he could be promoted to a jonin by making some more merits on the battlefield next time. Since I have failed, there is nothing I can do. I will try my best to pass it next time. Might Guy cheered himself up. That day, Kakashi and Obito came to Might Guy. Akai, you didn't get promoted to a jonin either. As soon as he entered the door, Obito asked with expectation. It's not that Obito is too mean and hopes that people are bad, but he will be embarrassed if Might Guy passes the test. It's too embarrassing for him to be the only one who failed the 3 people participating in the jonin examination. Obito, you are really good at talking. Don't say it next time. Kakashi was a little speechless. Might Guy didn't mind it very much, and nodded generously. He said that the theoretical results were too poor, and asked me to study hard and take the makeup exam later. Obito put his arm around Might Guy's shoulders and showed an uncontrollable smile between his eyebrows. Failing is not terrible, but not having a brother to accompany you is terrible. This theoretical exam is too difficult and unreasonable. When we become senior executives in the future, we will jointly abolish the theoretical exam. Obito said like a good buddy. You don't have to take the theoretical exam when you become a senior executive. It seems that it doesn't matter whether it is abolished or not. Might Guy said honestly. Obito suddenly woke up with a word. He is already a senior executive, who can come to test him? He should test others. If he abolishes the theory, won't it be all for others? All the benefits will be enjoyed by others. Then increase the difficulty of the exam and make Konoha's ninja the elite among the elite. Obito changed his words. Kakashi looked at Obito with contempt. You are really born now. Let's talk about the future later. Let's talk about business first. Kakashi interrupted. He didn't come here to see Obito become the person he hates the most step by step, but to discuss returning to the battlefield.